In the future, a catastrophic disaster unleashed countless monsters and mutants that ravaged human civilization, but while the outside world was still drowning in chaos, with people slaughtering each other just to survive, this young guy was living a dream life every single day. If he wasn't out walking his dog, he was just chilling as an angler. His storage was packed with food. He could just eat and sleep without ever fearing death. To top it off, he got hit with an overpowered spatial gate skill, making hunting monsters feel like using a cheat code. His go-to tactic was hit and run, sniping a shot, then ducking behind a portal to stalk and blindside them. He was practically immortal, which drove those monsters absolutely insane, yet they couldn't do a thing while he kept stabbing them from behind with a spear. Inside a quiet room, a female secretary was respectfully bowing her head to report to the president of South Korea. "Sir, the national address will begin in 1 minute." Looking at the digital clock hitting 8:59 and 20 seconds, the leader of the nation let out a soft sigh, wondering if time had really flown by that fast. The national power grid had just been restored, and there were only 30 seconds left to prepare. As soon as the signal was connected, President Kang Moon-taik appeared on every screen and began to speak. "My beloved citizens." Before getting to the main point, he urged everyone to turn on their TVs at all costs, so as many citizens as possible would know the truth. From small households to giant screens on the streets, everyone fixed their eyes on him. The president apologized for the suddenness of the broadcast and the inconvenience caused by the power restrictions, then officially declared that martial law had been imposed as of 9 o'clock at night on July 15th. Currently, the military had taken control of media outlets and critical production facilities, and all major roads had been blocked off. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, he calmly asked his assistant for a cigarette. Ignoring concerns about how opposition lawmakers would go crazy, he nonchalantly took a deep drag and slowly exhaled, revealing the true reason behind this insane martial law. "Because I want to face the apocalypse in an orderly fashion." Everyone at that moment realized that the scenario from the game called Survival Life was actually unfolding in real life. The meteor from that game, Undead, was burning and heading straight for Earth at a terrifying speed. According to news received at dawn, the U.S. military had completely failed to shoot down Undead. The Undead meteor finally crashed near the city of Shizuoka in Japan and caused catastrophic damage beyond imagination. Even more terrifyingly, the people there were gradually turning into bloodthirsty zombies. The cursed zombie spores released from the meteor would travel on the wind and reach our country by 1 o'clock this afternoon. President Kang Moon-taik, with a grave expression, continued to announce, "My beloved citizens, we cannot avoid the outbreak of the zombie pandemic. However, according to what we have gathered, a small number of people, including veteran gamers, might not be affected. Therefore," he had prepared 5 shelters at marked locations on the map and asked everyone to find a way to get there, even though these shelters would not open for 1 year. To ensure safety, a monster survival guidebook had also been prepared and would be scattered everywhere by airplanes. At exactly 10 o'clock tonight, all nuclear power plants would shut down, and all communication, including the internet and mobile phones, would be completely cut off. The president choked up. "This is the last gift I can give you. As the president of this country, I wish you all long and healthy lives." The TV screen flickered off, closing the fateful speech. Time rewinds a few months when Seong-ho was just a gamer known by the name Kimbop Lover. Every day, he and his buddies would hang out to grind in the survival game, Survival Life. As soon as it was released, it quickly became famous and soared to the top of the game charts. It's just that this game was so incredibly difficult that, over time, only the final 4 players remained. 1 year after its release, Seong-ho's group of friends felt the game was probably going to flop, so they decided to leave. One by one, they began to fade away and vanish with promises of returning to real life. Seong-ho stood frozen in the middle of a swarm of shadows, bitterly realizing their journey had truly come to an end, but deep down he wasn't ready to let go. As other veteran players gradually abandoned the game, only Seong-ho remained alone. He diligently recorded update videos and live-streamed day and night with a faint hope that one day they would return to enjoy the game together. Many months quickly passed by. The difficulty of the final tutorial was reduced, and the early stages of the game were gradually improved. Alongside the usual zombies and conventional fantasy monsters, many terrifying mutated creatures began to appear. Even though he was incredibly excited about this massive update, his friends had completely lost interest in the game, and no one bothered to log in anymore. Eventually, Survival Life was left with only one player, him. In a heart-pounding battle where he had to face a giant flaming insect after 300 times of getting his butt kicked, he finally managed to take it down. But the sense of victory no longer felt fun. He realized it was time for him to leave this world and decisively took off his VR headset. The day of the final update about the cross-server battle was also the moment he officially said goodbye. Not having the heart to throw away the hard drive containing those precious memories, he carefully stored it in storage. Bidding farewell to the name Kimbap Lover, Kang Seong-ho officially returned to his real life. A customer's loud call interrupted his train of thought. "Hey kid, give me 2 portions of spicy rice cakes and 2 kimbap rolls," he quickly replied. "Coming right up, just a moment." He had officially turned over a new leaf as a shop owner for 3 months now. The reason he chose the nickname Kimbap Lover was also very simple, because he had been running this eatery for 3 years already. As everyone can see, the shop's business was going quite well. This was a family store he had taken over after his parents passed away during his 11th grade year. While he was busy working, a familiar voice called out full of excitement, "Hey, Seong-ho!" It was Mickey Ung, a neighborhood friend since high school who often stopped by the shop. Seeing the place was still bustling, she smiled as she walked in and teased, "Business is still booming, huh?" Mickey Ung curiously asked if Seong-ho had heard the news yet, and then handed him her phone to show him an article about a meteor about to collide with Earth. Even though she thought most people just saw it as a joke, Seong-ho froze when he realized the name was identical to the meteor in the game Survival Life. Unexpectedly, that very evening, a status window notification suddenly appeared right before his eyes, leaving him stunned and speechless. Terrified, Seong-ho backed away and shouted in horror as he saw his personal information floating in midair. The system. Being suddenly forced to become a recruit for the Survival Life tutorial, the chilling images of the game's apocalypse themes and landscapes began to flash back, making him tremble. Shaking, though still suspecting this might be a system prank, Seong-ho stared at the text prompting him to enter the activation command, and with a gamble, he shouted the command to open the space portal, the blue maze gate. It suddenly appeared right in the middle of the shop, looking exactly like in the game. After a burst of light, Seong-ho was left in shock, wondering if the real world was actually turning into the game. To verify, he hurriedly grabbed his phone to check, only to freeze when he saw images of burning meteors and zombies on the news. He clutched his head, trying to reassure himself it was just a coincidence. A random coincidence regarding the name, and he shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. However, fear crept in as he thought of the worst-case scenario if it were all real. Looking toward the portal, which was emitting a mysterious energy, Seong-ho told himself the definitive proof lay inside. Above the gate, a cold warning message appeared. Only 30. 2 days left until the actual apocalypse begins. Standing before the space portal, which radiated a mystical blue light, Seong-ho told himself the proof about the apocalypse was definitely inside. He reached out to touch it, but stopped cautiously. Wait, wouldn't it be dangerous to just charge in without thinking? Changing his mind, he decided to perform a small test by poking a large ladle into the bottom edge of the portal, rotating it slightly to see what was on the other side of the ground. Looking at the soil clinging to the ladle, he realized that place probably wasn't a terrifying maze. He speculated that this gate might be a teleportation point to somewhere on Earth. After preparing his gear and performing minimal safety checks, Seong-ho strapped on his backpack and made up his mind. So, should I go in? Without further hesitation, he stepped straight into the center of the light. "Whoa!" Seong-ho exclaimed in amazement as it appeared before his eyes. Before him was a lush green forest under a crystal-clear sky. Witnessing this magnificent natural scene, he still couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if this was real. However, the biting cold of the weather quickly pulled him back to reality. His phone was now useless as there was absolutely no signal. He realized he was in a remote wilderness where ordinary people could hardly ever set foot. To prevent getting lost, Seong-ho used a pen to mark the entrance on a tree trunk, and didn't forget to record the time he arrived. While walking along the trail, he marveled at the magnificent beauty of the place, feeling as if he were truly inside the world of the Survival Life game, when suddenly, a strange noise from the bushes made him jump in alarm. A white deer with azure antlers appeared before his eyes, and above it hovered the tag Validia. Xiang-ho was stunned to realize not only the name, but its appearance was exactly like the creatures in survival life. He wondered if this place was even Earth anymore. The deer stood still, staring at him intently, which startled him, but luckily. Instead, it wasn't an aggressive beast. Xiang-ho told himself it would be a real problem if he encountered rock monkeys or saber-toothed wild boars, but he was also puzzled because he had never seen this valley deer appear in the game before. Even though he had a gut feeling that this place was closely linked to the game, he stubbornly denied it because he didn't want to believe in the scenario of humanity going extinct. Yet that faint glimmer of hope soon vanished when he stumbled upon a strange, glowing tree in the middle of the forest, standing before the words, Sun Apple. And floating there, Xiang-ho could only exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" Curious, he picked a golden apple and tasted it immediately. The system notified him that he had received experience points. Thanks to eating the sun apple for the first time, Xiang-ho realized in horror that its flavor was identical to the expensive juice once sold in the game's shop. He bitteringly muttered, "This is insane." The taste completely confirmed everything. His suspicion was further reinforced when he discovered traces of goblin waste on the stone slabs. Nearby, Xiang-ho clutched his head in tension, reminding himself he had to accept the brutal truth. "Ha Kang Xiang-ho, it's time to accept it. The apocalypse is coming," as his premonition had become reality. He immediately left the space portal to return to reality and begin his preparations. He hurriedly pulled out a dusty hard drive to check the videos, recording his early-stage gameplay. Xiang-ho never expected that those old live streams he did for passion would one day become this useful. There were only 32 days left until the apocalypse. Xiang-ho diligently reviewed the clips of Survival Life, a game filled with harsh and frustrating mechanics. The scariest of them all was the Iron Death disease. This disease specialized in destroying metal, turning modern machines into useless piles of scrap in the blink of an eye. This vicious plague could instantly send human civilization back to the Stone Age. Although it would subside after about 6 months to a year, depending on the region, that amount of time was enough to completely destroy the modern world. However, Xiang-ho realized he held a huge advantage. His personal space portal skill. He hypothesized that if he brought items through this portal, they might escape the influence of the Iron Death disease to prepare for the long-term struggle for survival. Xiang-ho decided to use all his savings to buy necessities. He gathered everything from food, medicine, and tools to self-sufficiency devices, like solar batteries. Scrolling through online forums, he could only shake his head at people's chaotic comments. As soon as dawn broke, he immediately went to purchase more equipment and made a face-to-face transaction to acquire a 6.5mm hunting rifle. Holding the important item in his hands, he nodded, in thanks for the quick deal. The seller also happily replied, "No problem, I really needed this, so thank you instead," on his way home with the box. Holding the gun, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, making him wonder if he was overreacting. But then, he reassured himself that if the apocalypse didn't happen, at worst he would only lose 2 or 3 years to start over. Back at the shop, he posted a "closed for 1 year" sign, insisting he had no intention of selling the place. Standing blankly in front of the shop, Mi-kyung's panicked voice suddenly rang out, "Good heavens, Xiang-ho!" Mi-kyung looked at the notice and asked worriedly, "Are you not doing business anymore?" Xiang-ho scratched his head, making the excuse that the shop was too old and he just wanted to renovate it a bit. She immediately switched to a teasing mode. "You must have made a ton of money, right?" Xiang-ho could only give a wry smile and reply, "Not that much. It's just because the shop is too old." He hurriedly said goodbye to go take care of his tasks, leaving Mi-kyung, who hesitated as if to say something but held back. Watching her back as she walked away, he wondered what she had wanted to tell him. Although he could have asked clearly, Xiang-ho decided to stay silent because before him, there were more important things that needed to be done. Back in the shop, he firmly ordered the space portal to open, confident in his gameplay style. "My style has always leaned towards a professional player, relying on pure physical capability. As a veteran gamer, I understand just how vital physical strength is in this ruthless world. You see, in survival life, your stats don't just magically increase when you level up. You have to earn them through hunting and exploration." Xiang-ho started practicing archery deep in the woods, wondering if this was actually going to work. He was surprised to find that drawing the bow was much easier than he'd imagined. Once again, he dove into training, convinced that as long as he aimed true, anything was possible. Suddenly, the silhouette of a stranger appeared, urging him, "Shoot already!" Xianghu was startled, responding, "Oh, so you're telling me to shoot right now?" He focused intensely, pulled the bowstring taut, and aimed straight at his target. In that moment, he felt a strange connection as skills from his past surged back with power. The arrow ripped through the air, tracing a perfect arc before thudding into the bullseye. Stunned, Xianghu looked at his own hands, whispering in shock, "What on earth? Was I Legolas in a past life? Drawing the bow properly takes a bit of effort, but it's not bad," Xianghu noted with satisfaction after his test shot. Once the basic preparations were finished, he decided to move to the next phase of his plan. The two massive hurdles he needed to tackle now were testing his combat skills against monsters and finding a safe location to build a supply depot. Not wanting to go in empty-handed, Xianghu began calculating the logistics of moving all the weapons and supplies he'd ordered into this space for safekeeping. While walking, he stumbled upon more glowing golden apples and couldn't help but get excited. "This is insane! My luck is incredible!" Preparing thoroughly for every situation and planning for the future was his top priority right now. He began tracking the traces left behind in the forest. "I'm pretty sure I saw it around here." Finally, what he was looking for appeared. Goblin droppings. Checking these tracks helped him identify the monster's habitat, allowing him to find a small target to test his strength. Xianghu realized there was a single goblin wandering away from its pack, the perfect opponent for his first live combat test. Dusk fell faster than expected, and the howling of wolves in the distance made the atmosphere even more tense. "Damn it, night fell faster than I thought, but the howling sounds far off." He cautiously headed toward the valley and finally spotted his prey lurking by the stream. The status window popped up, confirming it was a level 1 goblin with a cowardly trait, perfect for a starting target. Xianghu slowly drew his bow, holding his breath as he aimed straight at the creature. "Gotcha! Don't you move!" With a sharp, distinct twang, the arrow flew true and struck deep, leaving the monster just enough time to let out a painful screech before it collapsed. Xianghu watched the result coldly, telling himself, "I shouldn't waste a second arrow on something already taken down." Deciding not to give his opponent a chance to catch its breath, Xianghu rushed in to maximize his advantage. Even with an arrow lodged in it, the goblin fought back frantically with its primitive weapon. Both sides plunged into a fierce melee, the clashing of weapons ringing out and shattering the quiet of the forest. Xianghu's eyes burned with determination, and he gritted his teeth, putting everything into the killing blow. "You little brat!" he roared as the monster struggled in desperation. After a violent scuffle, his blade finally pierced the target. The goblin let out a final tragic scream and collapsed, officially defeated by his hand. The system shop immediately displayed a notification. "You have received 5 points." Xianghu sat down on the ground, breathing heavily from exhaustion, but his face couldn't hide his joy. "I actually took it down. Ha ha, I did it." After calming down, he began gathering loot, including ginkgo powder and vegetable oil. Xianghu silently calculated that combining these two would create a very useful magical ointment for his upcoming journey, though he quickly realized he had to deal with the corpse immediately. "I need to dig a hole fast, otherwise the stench will attract other predators, or this place will soon become a dangerous goblin graveyard." Lost in his work by the stream, Xianghu suddenly froze when he saw fish swimming by. "Oh, red salmon?" A terrifying memory from the survival life game suddenly surfaced, causing his face to pale. "Wait a minute. If this is the valley where red salmon live, then—" He realized the horrific truth in shock. "No way!" From behind, a pair of giant, glowing red eyes suddenly flared in the darkness, radiating chilling killing intent. A massive, horrific-looking monster loomed into view, accompanied by the haunting identification tag, Aobia. Xianghu stood frozen, feeling death approaching as he faced a monster far beyond his current capabilities. "I'm done for!" Meanwhile, the countdown clock continued to tick away coldly. There were only 31 days left until the real apocalypse. In that moment of facing death, memories of his time as the streamer Kimbop Lover suddenly rushed into Xianghu's mind. He remembered the lively streams where he'd excitedly welcome everyone. "Hello, everyone! This is Kimbop Lover here!" Back then, he was running a video series summarizing information on monsters inhabiting the deep forest. A wealthy viewer with a rather humble name donated 5,001 with a message full of anticipation, making the live stream incredibly energetic. Seong-hoo beamed, "Oh, as expected from Puman, thank you for the support." After explaining goblins and kobolds in the previous session, he had specifically warned about the bone creeper, something everyone absolutely had to avoid. However, he maintained that the most terrifying creatures in the forest were actually werewolves and Iobia. According to his analysis, Iobia establishing its own territory had disrupted the balance of the monster ecosystem, making them the absolute rulers. Looking back at the old footage, Seong-hoo felt a wave of emotion. Looking back, those were truly beautiful times. He thought about his virtual friends like Puman, Gimbap Man, and even Barking Dog, people who shared his passion. Even the methods to deal with Iobia had been explained by him in great detail, but he wondered, why was he only remembering those happy memories in this life-or-death moment? Was this that phenomenon of your life flashing before your eyes before you die that people always talk about? Seong-hoo immediately denied it, thinking this felt more like a memory his old friends were showing him to help him stay sharp. He forced himself to stay calm. Think, Kang Seong-hoo. Based on game knowledge, Iobia has a habit of tearing apart everything in sight when it sees food. But the fact that that giant living mummy is still standing perfectly still means it's not hungry right now. In other words, there is only one thing that could ruin its mood. That right there, invading the red salmon's territory, was my only way to survive. It's time to show my cards. Seong-hoo told himself, even if his mind was a kimbap lover, this body is still Kang Seong-hoo's. He gritted his teeth with determination, knowing he had to act fast if he wanted to stay alive. "Come and get me!" Seong-hoo roared, challenging them. The Albia's red eyes glowed as it lunged forward at terrifying speed. He knew perfectly well that this creature was extremely sensitive to light. That was the key. To turn the tables, he only had one shot. He pulled out a high-powered flashlight and prepared for the decisive move. To create the strongest light effect, he had to aim it straight at its eyeballs. Seong-hoo bravely rushed forward, leapt onto the giant monster, pressed the flashlight against its eye, and cranked it to full power. A blinding white light exploded, making the Albia screech in pain and lose all sense of direction. In a split second, an alarm clock started ringing incessantly. It pulled Seong-hoo back to reality. He woke up on the floor, his whole body aching as if he'd just been through a real battle. Looking at the clock, it was 8 in the morning, and he frantically wondered, did he faint right after escaping the gate? The memories of fighting goblins and that standoff with the Albia were still so vivid, making him shudder. He swore that even if he died, he wouldn't face that massive monster ever again. Hunger started gnawing at him. He suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten a thing since yesterday afternoon. Just as he tried to stand up, Seong-hoo collapsed back to the floor. His legs had zero strength left. He wheezed in exhaustion. "Man, my legs, they've got nothing left in them." He remembered the loot he'd brought back from the gate. He quickly pulled out a sun apple and took a huge bite. Immediately, a notification window popped up, confirming the apple's effect. It was helping him recover his stamina. A wave of warm energy coursed through his body, making him feel so relieved he was finally feeling alive again. Once his strength returned, he decided he had to fill his rumbling stomach immediately. At a local diner, Seong-hoo was shocked to see Mi-kyung sitting right in front of him. He awkwardly wondered why she was there, but she just smiled brightly and replied, "I came here to eat, obviously. This is my favorite spot." Seeing Mi-kyung casually sitting at his table, Seong-hoo had no choice but to accept her as a dining companion. While eating, he suddenly asked her about the other day. "Have you tried checking your status window?" Mi-kyung excitedly confirmed it. And that was when Seong-hoo finally understood why she had been hesitating earlier. She had been trying to tell him something. Mi-kyung showed him her phone. News about cash suddenly disappearing from convenience stores late last night, and insisted, "I'm serious, this is actually happening." Looking at her serious expression, Seong-hoo wondered if this girl was just too naive or truly pure. When asked back, he chose to lie. "Yeah, I tried too, but sadly nothing popped up for me." And in this situation, he believed his lie was completely justified. The gate skill he'd received was meant for solo use, not for teamwork, and, revealing his trump card when his safety hadn't been guaranteed yet, was basically handing himself over to be killed in the apocalypse. Seong-hoo realized that Mi-kyung asking about awakening meant something very specific. Suddenly, Mi-kyung lowered her head. Full of regret, she said, "Seong-hoo, I'm sorry." Seeing him confused, she shyly admitted she'd lied about something. Seeing his friend looking so remorseful, he gently tried to smooth things over like a gentleman. "You don't have to tell me right now, there's still time. Whenever you're brave enough, just tell me then." After their goodbyes, Xiangho returned home and saw packages piled up high right at his door. The items he'd ordered were being delivered one after another. He smiled and greeted the driver. "Hey, thank you so much for your hard work." The driver replied cheerfully, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just my job." Xiangho quickly hauled the pile of random gear up to the rooftop and the second floor to use immediately. He started opening boxes, preparing equipment for today's campaign. A gas mask, a fire suit, a fire axe, spray paint, and even a handheld telescope. Today's mission was to find a safe space to use as a hideout. Carrying the axe on his shoulder, Xiangho told himself he had to capture that place, right? He decisively stepped through the gate and entered the forest. Finding a hideout turned out to be not as hard as he thought. Before that, while tracking the old goblin trails, he'd stumbled upon a suspicious-looking spot. Xiangho hid behind a bush, observing the entrance to a pitch-black cave, and silently assessed, "This place is perfect for a base, isn't it?" However, the important thing was knowing exactly what kind of monster was living inside. He pulled out the telescope to get a better look. Seeing footprints on the sandy ground, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, these are kobold tracks!" A sinister smile appeared on Xiangho's face. He wondered, what kind of luck is this? His plan was to use smoke to wipe out the monsters without wasting too much energy. After carefully checking the wind direction, Xiangho knew that kobolds were normally active during the day, so they were definitely sound asleep right now. This would make his attack even more lethal. He diligently gathered armfuls of dry wood and built a massive fortress of firewood right in front of the cave entrance. "Is this enough, I wonder?" he asked himself, then started dousing the pile with gasoline. The final step was just to light it and burn the kobolds inside alive. The first two kobolds emerged from the darkness of the cave, and Xiangho instantly identified them as kobolds. Instead of hiding, he casually offered a provocative greeting. "Oh, hey there!" Taking advantage of the moment the monsters were acting as clueless as naive little deer, he raised his axe and lunged like a gust of wind. A single razor-sharp swing took out the enemy in the blink of an eye before they could even realize what was happening. Looking at the corpse at his feet, Xiangho wondered if being drowsy was a debuff in this world. He realized he was completely strong enough to finish them off with just one hit right now. Immediately after, the system notification popped up, confirming he had officially reached level 1 and had received a total of 4 potential points. Not wanting to waste time, he decided to start his plan before the others could wake up. Xiangho lit the woodpile, and thick smoke began to pour into the cave. In a survival life, every creature in the early stages has a common weakness. They're very vulnerable to sudden natural phenomena, even though burning them directly. Survival life. In the early stages, every creature has one common weakness. They are incredibly vulnerable to sudden natural phenomena, even when it comes to being burned alive. It would be more efficient, but Xiangho chose to use smoke because he didn't want to deal with cleaning up a foul-smelling base later. That's his strategy. It's about forcing the monsters to flee their hideout in a state of panic and weakness. Inside the cave, the kobolds start waking up, choking on the smoke. They scream frantically, one by one. They start scrambling outside, desperate to survive, not knowing that death is waiting for them at the exit. Xiangho mutters to himself, calculating. A kobold pack usually has 7. I guessed 5 would run out first, but that doesn't seem to be the case. A kobold just escaped the smoke when Xiangho intercepted it with a powerful axe swing. Wearing a gas mask, he stood tall like a butcher amidst the thick gray smoke. The rest of the monsters started piling out in a frantic, wailing line. Without a second's hesitation, Xiangho pivoted and poured all his strength into a horizontal slash. The axe blade created a brilliant arc of blue light, sweeping away everyone who stepped out of the cave. The kobolds shrieked in madness as they were cornered, trapped. Xiangho quickly pulled out an attack spray, hitting them directly and leaving them screaming in pain. A final, lethal strike descended to finish off the last enemy in the blink of an eye. Once everything was settled, he slumped down outside, exhausted. His breath came in ragged gasps. He told himself he'd handled it all pretty easily, but this fatigue, this exhaustion is no joke. A new status window appeared, notifying him that he had unlocked the utility systems. Seong-ho nodded, realizing the leveling mechanism here was no different from a game. It didn't auto-allocate stat points. The level up opened system shops, which got him incredibly excited about today's big haul. Seong-ho slowly stepped into the cave, a place covered in darkness, yet it brought an oddly comforting feeling. He wore a bright smile, realizing he finally possessed a safe space that only he could use. However, seeing the messy, filthy interior, he just scratched his head, telling himself he'd have to clean this place up first. Finally, Seong-ho had a hideout of his own. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately started cleaning the base. Although the cave terrain was a bit rugged and uneven, overall this place was really great. Compared to a standard base, it was a bit small, but it was more than enough to get started. He worked hard, scrubbing every corner. As he scrubbed, he cursed the monster's filthy lifestyle, putting all his effort into cleaning the stubborn stains they'd left behind. Despite the hard work, he felt a huge sense of relief, knowing he had secured a safe spot before the 32-day deadline was up. To make this place livable, he decided to make a breakthrough. "I'll connect it here," he muttered, then dragged a long water hose from his restaurant through the portal directly into the cave. With the divine high-pressure spray nozzle in hand, he switched to full-scale deep cleaning mode. I'm going to turn this place into the best base ever." He promised himself he'd renovate this place to be truly comfortable to survive for at least the next year. The sound of rushing water echoed throughout the cave, washing away everything left by the kobolds. Watching the murky black water slowly turn crystal clear, he knew he was on the right track to building his impenetrable fortress. Looking out from inside toward the entrance, he nodded in satisfaction. The view from the cave entrance wasn't bad at all. If he installed a sturdy door, it would be perfect. The ground was also quite level after the cleaning. He calculated that he just needed to lay down a few mats to have a decent place to sleep. Suddenly, light from some strange stones caught his eye. These were mana crystals. He picked them up and noticed they glowed very brightly. They could definitely be used as a light source instead of electric lamps. He excitedly took this pile of natural light bulbs and distributed them all over the cave, feeling how the once dark space had become much more shimmering and cozy. It was starting to look like a real base. There, he smiled proudly at the fruits of his labor. The next morning, he woke up in his familiar room feeling aching all over. "Ugh, my whole body hurts so much," he groaned, trying to move his arms. Looking at the combo of countless wounds, both sore and aching, he could only click his tongue to console himself. "Whoa, it's not for nothing that I got these scars." Even though his body was tired, he knew he couldn't stop. Looking at the pile of loot on the table, from the sun apples to the pile of monster skins and the hunting knife, he sighed softly. "Still, I really don't want to eat another sun apple. I'm sick to death of them." Shaking off the lack of appetite, he picked up a small pouch and decided to test their effects first. Mana crystals. Seong-ho started crafting healing ointment by mixing ginkgo powder and oil in a 5-to-5 ratio. He stirred diligently until the mixture became thick, and the system immediately notified him that he had successfully created a primitive ointment. Applying the medicine to his wounded arm, he felt it soothe significantly. "It actually helps me recover a bit." Even though he was glad this stuff worked like a stamina potion, he still couldn't help but feel weary. Does he really have to do this every time? He sat in thought, considering how to improve his body's stats. Seong-ho understood he had to accept this harsh way of playing, because the difficulty of the world would spike before the true disaster began. Instead of hunkering down in ruins, he realized a non-combat zone would be much more advantageous. A bold idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait, what did I just think of? He started picturing a large ship on the ocean, even though he knew this was a path completely outside the main plot of the game. That night, Seong-ho diligently researched information about junk-filled islands and abandoned ships. He wondered if the game's logic would actually apply in real life. Regardless, to him, a massive ship was still far better than a dark cave. He decided he needed to thoroughly study the long-term events happening underground to prepare for a perfect combat plan. Looking at the huge mobile grocery warehouse piled up on the rooftop, he told himself that money at this point was just fleeting. The next morning, Seong-ho started moving at least 100 boxes into his personal space. Priority goes to food. As he was struggling to carry the stuff down to the first floor, he suddenly froze when he saw Mickey Ung standing at the door out of nowhere. She waved brightly. "Good afternoon." Seong-ho silently lamented, wondering why she had appeared. Right at that moment, seeing how busy he was, Mickey-un curiously asked, "Are you moving?" Seong-ho awkwardly replied, yeah." She immediately played the Good Samaritan, insisting on helping him move his stuff. He hesitated, wondering if he should tell her about his secret. Seong-ho apologized to Mickey-un for being so busy lately. She was sharp enough to notice he looked like he'd lost a lot of weight. Compared to before, he gave a slight nod in agreement and then asked her for a favor. Moments later, they arrived at a hair salon. Mickey-un asked, "What style do you want?" Seong-ho didn't hesitate. He replied, "Cut it all off!" Mickey-un was surprised and asked why. He just calmly said he wanted a fresh start. As she prepared, she noticed his shoulders and chest seemed to have become much more muscular and toned than before. Seong-ho secretly thought this was the result of the intense physical training he'd started since this morning. While working, Mickey-un mentioned that her dad was furious. He was constantly complaining about people moving out and how the rental situation was getting worse. While they were chatting, the doorbell rang, signaling someone had walked in. A blond guy with tattoos covering both arms appeared, looking menacing. It seemed like this blond guy wanted her to join some kind of group of theirs, but she hadn't agreed yet, so he was losing his patience. He ordered Mickey-un to move aside so he could handle this. Feeling that wasting his limited time on these show-offs was pointless, Seong-ho stood up immediately and told him to get out, saying this place didn't welcome trashy gangsters. The blond guy thought he heard wrong and puffed up to threaten him. "What did you just say?" However, the killing intent radiating from Seong-ho's eyes made him shiver in terror, feeling like his life was in serious danger. To save whatever face he had left, the guy cursed, saying he was lucky today and hurriedly left. Before leaving the salon, Seong-ho took the initiative to offer to swap phone numbers, which caught Mickey-un off guard, even though her heart was still pounding from the terrifying pressure he had just emitted. Returning home, he immediately sat down at his computer to check the situation on online communities. At this moment, the name Kim Bap Lover was becoming the center of extreme criticism and hatred. People were frantically searching for the whereabouts of him, even threatening to deal with the only person who held secret information about the game but chose to disappear. Threats and information about him frequently appearing at a local salon started leaking, making Seong-ho realize his identity was in danger. However, he quickly pushed those annoyances aside, realizing that preparing for the first wave of the disaster was far more important. After devouring posts sharing survival experiences regarding those steel-gnawing spores, he decisively shouted the command, "Open portal!" An intense blue light immediately erupted and enveloped the entire room. For the next 2 days, he poured all his focus into fortifying the secret base to expand the size of this cavern. He had to transform into a miner, diligently hacking away at the rock and carefully smoothing everything out. When night fell, standing under the bright full moon, he had a moment to reflect on his life's drastic change. Amidst the silent darkness, the thought of fighting fire with fire crossed his mind. He clenched his fist and told himself, "I'm no hero, so I don't need any high-minded sense of duty or obligation." His only goal right now was just to survive at any cost. But just as he made his resolve and turned to leave, a strange noise suddenly rang out from behind. He startled and turned back, freezing when he saw a bone creeper had appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying skeletal creature with glowing eyes and sharp claws was closing in right behind him. His heart, thumping wildly, made him wonder if it was because he was too scared or because his heart was about to be devoured by that monster. This whole situation was absolutely terrible. A horrific explosion suddenly erupted, scorching everything with red-hot flames. The whole forest was engulfed in a sea of fire, marking the beginning of a string of horrific days until the apocalypse truly fell upon them in the dark of night and thick fog. Seong-ho lay collapsed on the cold ground, a hand twitched. Then he suddenly bolted up, coughing violently in pain, still in shock. He slumped down, clutching his head, trying to recall what just happened. Looking at the pile of shattered bones scattered everywhere from the enemy, he realized the horrific truth. Oh, right. A bone creeper had actually appeared. Seong-ho stared at his hands, wondering how he had survived that attack. Memories of the life-or-death moment when the monster exploded flashed vividly through his mind. He realized he had passed out right after the bone creeper committed suicide, and the proof of that lucky victory was lying right before his eyes. Seong-ho tremblingly picked up a glowing blue crystal. There it was, the core of the bone creeper. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have officially leveled up to level 2. His strength, agility, stamina, dexterity, and intelligence stats had all increased simultaneously. He sighed in relief. The level up had gone exactly as planned, and at least he had secured this core. However, because his time at level 1 was so short, he still had 10 unused potential points left. Damn it, I'm exhausted. My head feels like it's going to explode. Unable to hold on for another second, he mustered his last remaining strength to command, "Portal, open!" Just as he arrived home, Xiong-ho immediately set to work treating his wounds. Xiong-ho gritted his teeth, enduring the extreme stinging pain as he applied medicine to his open wounds. The burning sensation seeping into every fiber of his flesh made him moan, "Ugh, it hurts so much." After temporarily bandaging himself, overwhelming exhaustion took over his mind, and he muttered, "So tired I need to rest for a bit." Xiong-ho collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. When the bright morning sun began to filter through the window, he slowly woke up. After a long, exhausting night, sitting up, feeling less sore, he told himself, "Feeling better now." Xiong-ho immediately opened his status window to check the results and see which stats. Currently, his strength, agility, stamina, dexterity, and intelligence were all at level 5. He stared thoughtfully at the 10 potential points he had just received, like a rich person weighing which property to invest in for a profit. However, instead of throwing his money away, he decided, wait, I don't need to use them right now. Xiong-ho stood up, grabbed a water bottle, and took a long drink to wake himself up. He thought to himself that he should keep his body in the best condition before making any important decisions to avoid mistakes. In the survival life world, there are 2 main ways to increase personal stats. The first way is through grinding to accumulate experience to level up. The second way is by searching for and using equipment capable of increasing attributes, such as watches, telescopes, or even specific types of food. But this was inherently an extremely harsh survival game, not a leisurely walk in the park. To get your hands on those high-tier, stat-boosting items that players are forced to fight tooth and nail against boss-level monsters. That's a nearly impossible challenge, a distant dream for anyone in the early stages. With his feet just barely wet in this game, Xiong-ho understood the dangers all too well. He told himself to only use his potential points when absolutely necessary, best to save them for dire situations. Hanging by a thread, his next goal was to find a way to acquire gear without risking his life too early. He sat down at his computer muttering to himself, "Let's see how the community is doing." He accessed the official Survival Life website, hoping to find more information on hidden items or tips from veteran players. His fingers flew across the mouse, focused on digging through the chaotic mess of forum posts to find info on hidden loot. After days of scouring through old logs, Xiong-ho discovered 3 major events that would soon take place in reality. While the Russian ship event was last and Aspen was in the middle, he realized the incident at 1 Act at 5 in the afternoon on June 26th was the starting point. Exhausted, his head spinning from the overwhelming flood of information, he decided to stop and get some sleep when his phone suddenly started ringing incessantly. Xiong-ho wondered who on earth would be calling him at such an ungodly hour. At the Starbin coffee shop, Mickey Ung worriedly asked how Xiong-ho was holding up after the recent incidents. Seeing he didn't seem quite right, she wondered if he was actually doing okay. Xiong-ho just gave a wry smile and made a self-deprecating joke. "If I get hit again, I'm probably done for." When she asked if the early loss of his parents had affected his current personality, he immediately denied it, insisting things weren't as she thought. Mickey Ung suddenly confessed that she had liked him since they were both little, leaving Xiong-ho to just laugh it off and tease her, saying he didn't like her at all back then. She brought up last winter when he was surrounded and assaulted by a group of strangers on the street. Mickey Ung admitted she had been terrified because those people looked so scary, and she felt incredibly guilty for not being able to help him at that moment. Xiong-ho gently comforted his friend and asked for the real reason she wanted to meet today. Leaning close to his ear, Mickey Ung whispered a earth-shattering secret. "I'm an awakened." To his astonishment, she admitted she told him because she was worried about his safety as an ordinary person in these chaotic times. Xiong-ho smiled with a touch of witty envy and promised to keep her secret. As she requested, he left the cafe with a tray of food in hand. His mood felt much lighter, and he realized that getting out to breathe some fresh air really helped him blow off all that pent-up stress. "I'll see you soon, Mickey Ung. I hope you stay safe until then, Xiang-ho whispered to himself as he said goodbye and headed back to his room. He felt a bit more energized. Sitting on his bed, he quickly finished his last online transactions, from buying daily necessities to completing the car rental arrangements. To recharge his overloaded brain, he flopped onto the bed. The next day, Xiang-ho immediately returned to the cave base to start crafting. Since he had wasted quite a few potential points before, he told himself this time he had to prepare everything meticulously. He played the part of an apprentice blacksmith, diligently using a hammer to crush glittering stones, a job that required persistence and incredibly steady hands. While carefully lighting the fire to refine them, a stray spark suddenly hit him, making him jump in pain. Finally, the efforts of the poster child for getting burned were rewarded when he held a glowing ember in his hand. The next step was to grind them into a fine powder for a special mixture. Xiang-ho looked at the result with satisfaction, telling himself it looked pretty decent, even if the process was a bit manual. He started mixing the glittering stone powder with tree resin and a hardener to create a reflective paint capable of repelling monsters. Once the coating was done, he installed the door for his base. Back in reality, Xiang-ho sat in the car he'd just rented, feeling very satisfied with his splurge. Everything was prepared. He muttered as he checked the cargo area, which was packed with supplies and rescue gear. In the rearview mirror, his gaze was full of determination as he gripped the steering wheel. It was time to go. He decisively started the engine, ready to set off and execute his next plan. His destination this time was Jirisan. The car sped through the quiet city night, carrying the final hope for survival of a veteran gamer. There wasn't much time left. The countdown clock coldly announced that in exactly 25 days, the apocalypse would officially begin. It was late at night. Xiang-ho stopped the car at the Jirisan National Park parking lot in the middle of a torrential downpour. He used the little remaining time to steady his nerves by rewatching old tutorial videos on his phone. After a dry run and double-checking his gear, from weapons to flashlights, everything was ready for the hunt. Exactly. At midnight, Xiang-ho put on his blue raincoat and began to move. Even though he couldn't help but feel nervous, he still stepped resolutely into the silent night. He wondered briefly why all the park lights were out, questioning if this was an unexpected incident. Moving deeper into the forest under the heavy rain, Xiang-ho started to lose patience. He wondered when those snails would finally show their faces. He clearly remembered seeing them in this area during live streams in the past, but perhaps they wouldn't emerge in such heavy rain. Just as he was consoling himself that maybe monsters hated getting wet as much as people do, a loud noise suddenly erupted from behind him, making him jump and spin around on high alert. Out of the white mist and driving rain, a giant snail with vibrant red skin slowly emerged, looking menacing. Xiang-ho recognized it immediately. It was an elite-level wandering snail. He knew for sure he would receive a valuable skill if he defeated it. Calm down, Kang Xiang-ho, he told himself. Xiang-ho's tactic to face this elite snail was to attack its psychology and biological weaknesses. First, he used a special light-emitting device to mimic signals from the snail's homeland to distract it. Just as the monster was lured in and reacted to that strange light, it would fall into the trap. The snail's red eyes showed clear confusion when faced with something so familiar yet so strange in the middle of the night. Not giving his opponent time to recover, Xiang-ho immediately activated a flashbang right in front of it. A blindingly white explosion erupted violently, swallowing the giant monster's vision. The snail shrieked as if it were being butchered, its sensitive eyes scorched by the intense light. Xiang-ho knew he only had about 20 short seconds before it could recover its sight. This was truly a race against time where he could not afford even the slightest mistake. He quickly lit his next support device, preparing for the finishing move. His top priority now was to peeling back the thick, board-like hide of the monster to find a weak point. Xiang-ho moved with calm precision. The creature roared in the darkness, thrashing wildly to shake off its attacker. He narrowly dodged the monster's heavy, lethal swings. Spotting an opening, he lunged with everything he had, driving his glowing blue blade deep into its flesh. A pained shriek echoed through the entire forest. As he got within arm's reach, Xiang-ho didn't hesitate. He shoved the canister of fire straight into its gaping maw. A violent explosion erupted from within, a massive wave of flames incinerating everything and blowing away the creature's last shred of resistance. Eli watched the enemy collapse. Xiang-ho stood up, chest heaving with satisfaction. What do you think of that? Even a monster like you has to die eventually. He stepped forward to check his loot, but the moment he touched the carcass, a searing heat forced him to recoil in shock. The monster's body had suddenly burst into flames. It burned as fiercely as a giant torch in the pouring rain. Seong-ho collapsed from exhaustion, staring blankly into the fire as it consumed everything. He thought bitterly, "Damn it, am I really going to die like this?" In that life-or-death moment, a system notification flashed, cutting through the dark. "Congratulations on leveling up. You have acquired the title, Monster Hunter. Your strength, agility, and stamina stats have significantly increased." A mystical blue light enveloped his body, bringing with it a newly awakened heat-resistance skill. Seong-ho forced himself up and scrambled to pull up his status window. "What is this?" It was completely different from what he remembered in the game. His level had officially jumped to 5. Standing before the massive corpse of the red-eye leader, which was slowly fading away, Seong-ho wondered to himself, "Regardless, what should I do with this thing?" He fell into deep thought. Was it wise to just leave a high-level monster carcass here? An overwhelming sense of anxiety about the future began to rise within him. If what Mikyung said was true, there were already thousands of awakeners hiding among the population. Seong-ho stood still in the middle of the night, sensing the invisible pressure of countless mysterious shadows closing in. They would cause chaos and tear everything apart for their own gain. Seong-ho realized bitterly that this world would soon turn into a living hell, filled with people who no longer deserved to be called human. Standing in the heavy rain next to the monster, he knew that humanity's time was running out. A chill ran down his spine as Seong-ho stared at the monster's heart, which was radiating a massive amount of mana. The system suddenly notified him that he had gained the title Corpse Cleaner. No time to lose, he hurriedly gathered the valuable loot, telling himself he had to get out of there immediately before anyone caught him. A deep blue spatial rift began to open. "Damn it, I have to finish this quickly. To be safe!" Seong-ho worked feverishly, swinging his shovel to dig a deep pit in the middle of the night. He knew that if the police or military found this corpse, they would intervene, and things would get incredibly complicated. As soon as he filled in the hole, the Corpse Cleaner title activated, giving him a massive boost to his agility and stealth. Even if the title sounded a bit ridiculous, he still had to use that power to escape the scene as fast as he could. Feeling the enhancement effect fading, Seong-ho hurried through the bushes to get back to his car. He worriedly muttered, "I have to get out of this area before my body returns to normal. Please, start," he whispered desperately, turning the key. Leaving the haunting forest behind, he needed to put some real distance between himself and this place before the first light of dawn began to peek over the horizon. Still struggling to believe the news, Seong-ho muttered to himself as he looked at his phone. Even though he should have anticipated this long ago, at least for now he had completed the basic setup. Realizing he still wasn't strong enough for major hunts, he decided, maybe I should double-check my weapons. He opened the wooden chest, which was filled with everything from swords to daggers. "There it is," he said excitedly, picking up the wooden sword. In the real world, it might just be a stick, but in the other world, it wasn't half bad. Seong-ho recalled the rules of weaponry, reminding himself that sharp items could sometimes be a problem if they got caught in an opponent's clothing. The doorbell rang suddenly, cutting through his thoughts. Seong-ho jumped, wondering if it was a delivery person, since it was already 10 o'clock at night. He cautiously approached the door, but through the peephole, he noticed the hallway light wasn't on at all. Who is it? He wondered. He opened the door and couldn't help but be stunned. The person standing there was Mikyung. Seong-ho was shocked. "Why is she here at this hour?" Mikyung spoke hesitantly. "Seong-ho, I've been thinking about this for a long time. And today I really wanted to talk to you." She held up the bag of food in her hand and asked softly, "Would you like to have a little snack together?" There were only 24 days left until the apocalypse. So was Mikyung actually inside Seong-ho's house right now? Looking at his friend sitting across from him, he couldn't help but feel confused, finding it all so hard to believe, and wondering if this was even real. Seeing Seong-ho spacing out, Mikyung urged, "Seong-ho, eat up, okay?" Startled, he quickly replied, feeling flustered, "Yeah, I'm eating." While they ate, Seong-ho cut straight to the chase. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Mikyung hesitated for a moment before saying, Well, I saw you looking into survival life last time, so I wanted to share some information I know." Hearing this, Seong-ho silently lamented that deep down, there is no room for romance in an apocalypse like this. Still, he reassured himself that with someone as nice as Mikyung, sharing information was completely. Seong-ho thought to himself that he still hadn't? People like you are a rare commodity and hard to find for survival in this chaotic world. He hurriedly stood up, saying, "Let me go take out the trash first." Mikyung also cheerfully replied, "I will get everything ready." Taking advantage of the moment when Mikyung wasn't paying attention, Seong-ho immediately took out his laptop. He realized the best way to share knowledge, without exposing his own awakened identity, was through community forums. The two sat down together to review the information on the screen, and Seong-ho began. First, he thoroughly explained the iron rust disease, a vicious plague that would throw the world into chaos as all metals rusted away, accompanied by the appearance of monsters. Terrifying. He especially emphasized that in survival life, perception is the most crucial stat for someone to stay alive. Mikyung listened intently, then nodded in confirmation. I get it now. So, compared to other stats, perception is the most important one, right? Seong-ho affirmed. That's right, because the ultimate goal in this game is always survival. And next is something else I found. Lost in their exchange, Mikyung abruptly changed the subject. Hey, Seong-ho, Kimbap lover, is really being hated by everyone right now, aren't they? Seong-ho could only offer a bitter smile in reply. Yeah, that's pretty much true. Mikyung wondered why Kimbap lover refused to share information with everyone. Seong-ho then feigned ignorance and answered, I'm not too sure either. Seong-ho asked if Mikyung had any clues. She fell into thought and said that actually it wasn't that hard to understand, because everyone has their own reasons and circumstances. She revealed that she had rejected an invitation to join Inha, the blonde-haired guy with tattoos who had previously appeared, currently inside the hair salon. When Seong-ho asked why, Mikyung recounted that she had met his group and found their morals way too far outside social standards. Those guys even discussed forcing her just because she refused to cooperate. An audio recording played with flippant remarks saying she would change her mind soon, but Inha's perversion was the real issue. Seong-ho thought with contempt, what a piece of trash. He looked at Mikyung with utmost seriousness and warned her that when the world truly collapses and the law no longer exists, many people will reveal their true malicious nature. Therefore, she must absolutely trust no one. Suddenly, Mikyung looked deep into his eyes and asked in return, What about you, Seong-ho? She firmly expressed, I want to team up with you. Faced with that abrupt proposal, Seong-ho froze, unable to reply right away. He clenched his fists in turmoil because his goal was to reach level 10 before the tutorial phase ends, to unlock the system store. However, this led to an extremely tricky problem in survival life. The higher the player's level, the more the system would cause stronger and more ferocious monsters to appear. If Mikyung went along, given the power of those high-tier creatures, her life would definitely be in danger and she would struggle to survive. To find a way to refuse Seong-ho, faked a zombie movement and told her he could turn into a zombie at any moment, to scare her. Yet Mikyung didn't flinch at all, insisting that it wasn't a problem. Immediately, she proved her awakened ability by flashing instantly across the room amidst mystical purple lights. She confidently stated that her trait was teleportation, so even if he really did mutate, she could easily dodge. Fine then. Seong-ho panicked and tried to stop her since she shouldn't expose her ability so casually, but Mikyung had already appeared right behind his back and whispered, Only with you, Seong-ho. As a sign of trust, Mikyung smiled gently. She didn't force him, only hoping softly, so even if both of us maintain our humanity and survive even without teaming up, I hope at least we can cooperate with each other. After that conversation, Seong-ho temporarily pushed aside his anxieties to return to preparation work at the base. Building a defensive fence was a piece of cake, not as bulky as he had imagined. He started by using a hammer to drive sturdy support pillars deep into the ground. Next, Seong-ho wrapped barbed wire around the pillars a couple of rounds and tightened it securely to ensure firmness. The job was completed by installing a few more infrared sensors to enhance warning capabilities. Looking at the endless fence, he muttered with satisfaction, Well, this actually looks pretty decent. He thought to himself that with this amount of meticulous manual labor, This stingy system should award him an extra dexterity point. When the mortar dried and the defense system was ready, Seong-ho began moving the boxes of essential supplies. Inside the cave, the final emergency items were finally brought into a safe position. Seong-ho planned to partition the interior space with panels to soon complete the base layout. Lost in calculations, he suddenly sneezed loudly. Unable to stand the cold, he realized the weather in this world was truly harsh, feeling as chilly as the late autumn season. Seong-ho told himself he would sooner or later have to sleep here, so he needed to mentally prepare and equip himself thoroughly. He suddenly remembered he needed to check the news one last time before the internet was completely cut off. Returning to reality, after completing the handover and instructions to the staff, I leave it all to everyone. He strolled down the small alley with the hope that all his plans would go smoothly. Walking down the street, Seong-ho told himself to stop by the motorcycle shop for a moment. Suddenly, a voice broke his train of thought. "Oh, Seong-ho." It was Hyung-jun, a gym owner with a muscular build and also an old acquaintance of his. Seeing Seong-ho's worried look, Hyung-jun couldn't help wondering, "Is something wrong? You look terrible." Seong-ho could only sigh and reply that way too many things had happened. Noticing the clear changes in the younger guy's body, Hyung-jun curiously asked, "Have you started working out again?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hyung-jun walked over and patted Seong-ho's shoulder excitedly. "See? Muscle memory from those years is coming back." Seong-ho offered a bitter smile, making up an excuse that he was just busy with remodeling his diner. When asked about his own situation, Hyung-jun's face suddenly turned gloomy. "It feels like the world is really coming to an end." Seong-ho asked in surprise, "Oh, you heard about that too?" Hyung-jun confirmed that a gym member had told him about the status window and the zombie outbreak. Although he didn't believe it at first, what he saw with his own eyes after, that completely changed his mind. Hyung-jun continued that the gym member had asked him to pay attention and then suddenly hovered right in front of his eyes. Seong-ho thought to himself that he still hadn't. Waking up and admitting he's just an ordinary guy, Hyung-jun drops another bomb. That guild member heading over to the broadcasting station to pull off some massive plan, Seong-ho feels like something's seriously off with this line of thinking. But Hyun-jun doesn't know any better either. Aside from the guy having a meeting with the show's producer, Seong-ho anxiously asks if ordinary people are going to find out about the existence of the Awakened anytime soon, or not. Hyun-jun shakes his head, revealing that something even crazier is going down today. A shooting right at the studio. Seong-ho gasps in shock. "What? A shooting?" Looking at him in disbelief, Hyun-jun asks if he didn't check the morning news, and Seong-ho frantically whips out his phone while Hyun-jun urges him on. "You gotta check the petition board right now to see what's really going on." Seong-ho scrolls through his phone, and right there on his screen is a petition demanding the truth behind the shooting at Ziwi District on June 26th. The news reports say it went down around 11 in the morning, but shortly after, every single article and update mysteriously vanished like they never even existed. Clutching his head in disbelief, Seong-ho curses, "What the hell? Media censorship?" He just can't wrap his head around seeing news updates vanish right before his eyes while watching the live stream with zero further reports coming in. Hyun-jun thoughtfully recalls the news segment from earlier, mentioning that authorities are claiming it was just a random, spontaneous shooting done by some disgruntled office worker, but things clearly aren't that simple. Right now, the entire Zawudu area has been completely locked down by the military and police to wipe away any media traces. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Seong-ho hastily waves goodbye. "Hey, Hyun-jun, I just remembered I've got stuff to do. Catch you later." Hyun-jun calls out after him, reminding him, "Next time, bring some protein," while Seong-ho already takes off like a shot. Back in the dim alley on his way home, he sits in the silence, trying to piece everything together. A shooting happening right after the OK incident ended. This coordinated government response shows they definitely knew something beforehand. Opening up his saved survival life files with a heavy heart full of suspicion, Seong-ho wonders how on earth things could turn out like this. He stares at the paused video of his fight against the snail, realizing nobody in their right mind could possibly predict the exact moment that first omen would show up. To prepare for an orderly apocalypse, Xiang-ho even went out of his way to bury the red snail's carcass in another world just to keep it top secret. And yet, right at this exact moment, a shooting breaks out during this super-sensitive window. He wonders if he's just overthinking things, but chances are high that someone leaked info straight to the government. Top-secret police files and the theory of someone desperate to kick things off right from the very first omen keep flashing through his mind. That person must belong to the introverted class just like him. Their combat stats aren't great, so they had to use the government to do their dirty work. Are they flying under the radar now? Even if he can't be 100% sure, he can clearly feel an invisible hand pulling the strings behind the entire government. Even President Jiang Montex turns out to be nothing more than a puppet getting spun around like a top. Right behind the nation's leader, a mysterious dark figure wearing a red cloak breaks into a sinister smile, quietly waiting until the apocalypse truly crashes down upon humanity. So, who the hell is actually behind all this? Xiang-ho starts filtering through his suspects, narrowing the field down to 4, the creator of the survival life game, and 3 other veteran players. After carefully weighing his options, he decides to cross the creator off the list. It's not totally impossible, but since the apocalypse from the game is currently playing out in the real world, the people who actually built this setting and system would usually be the very first ones trying to avoid facing it. Besides, if the creator really was backing the government, they sure as hell wouldn't have let him take down that snail so easily. Right now, those 3 veteran players are his biggest suspects. Staring down at his list, Xiang-ho wonders if this is all some grand setup orchestrated by the player sitting at number 1 on the leaderboard. If that gut feeling is right, he realizes he really doesn't need to share what he knows with the government anymore. Exhausted, he drops his pen. I honestly don't even know anymore. The reality is, even Xiang-ho in real life is totally different from his game avatar, so chances are that top-ranked player isn't anything like what he remembers either. Even so, deep down in his heart, he still holds a shred of attachment toward those old teammates and decides to give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Spilling information right now isn't going to stop the incoming disaster anyway. To welcome the end of the world in style, Xiang-ho knows he needs to keep playing it cool and lying low. 2 days later, down at his secret cave base, Xiang-ho lets out an excited cheer as he looks at his hard work paying off. All his supplies and food rations are neatly organized across the shelves. Phase 1 of stockpiling is officially done and dusted, and now all he has to do is kick back and wait for the next catastrophe. Xiang-ho starts mapping out Phase 2, planning to install extra metal racks here and use a hammer drill to punch right through the rock walls. Looking around the base, he murmurs softly, "The space is way tighter than I thought." He's meticulously handled every single phase of underground reinforcement and even waterproofed this entire area. Still, he realizes he has to wait until everything is completely bone dry before he can start stashing his gear. Putting that on hold for Phase 2, Xiang-ho tells himself he needs to focus on what's right in front of him. Pulling out a high-tech drone, he can't help but marvel, "Whoa, I knew it was big, but..." As the drone lifts off, it captures a sprawling expanse of forest that, even at a quick glance, looks just as dense and wild as the Amazon rainforest. Piloting the device smoothly and with growing excitement, Xiang-ho thinks, "This drone is absolute gold. Using it means I can scout every single corner without having to stress over hidden dangers lying in wait." He's super satisfied with his splurge on such high-end gear, which makes building a real-time map an absolute breeze. What a total game changer. Good thing he didn't hold back on buying top-tier equipment. Through the control screen, the whole panorama of the region slowly comes into sharp focus. To the north are endless mountain ranges stretching all the way to the horizon, and he's sitting right in the heart of this mountain zone. To the west lies a massive lake, while to the east is a forest wide as an ocean. Heading south, the deep blue sea opens up, filled with terrifying giant creatures. Xiang-ho realizes that literally anything living in this ocean is boss-tier material. Wrapping up his terrain mapping, he moves on to check the normal ecosystem in the valley, suddenly cheering out loud when he spots a familiar landmark. "Oh, there it is!" That's the exact spot where he took down the bone creeper the other day. But as the drone creeps closer, Xiang-ho drops his jaw in shock. The corpse is gone without a trace. He wonders if a bear dragged it off and ate it, but then a chilling thought flashes through his mind. That bone creeper wasn't even crafted from a goblin skeleton to begin with. Xiang-ho. Continuing to watch the bizarre traces appearing on the drone control screen and looking at the chaotic mess of footprints, he didn't. It's hard to be certain which species they belong to, but there are clearly traces of goblins there. The distance from this valley to the hideout is about 1.8 kilometers, close enough that I need to be on guard. It feels too dangerous to see no signs of goblins in the immediate area. I'd better pull back the equipment. I can't risk losing one of my 4 precious drones. On the way back, the drone keeps streaming images of the surrounding ecosystem. Seong-ho is busy taking notes and sketching the entire layout of the terrain and the creatures in this other world. But to grasp the finer details, he knows he has to go and survey each location in person. He starts pulling out his heirloom gear to get ready for the trip. His first destination is the nearby swamp to check if it's suitable for farming. Is it viable? Seong-ho straps on his backpack, fully loaded with weapons, and resolutely heads deep into the forest. Suddenly, a notification sound rings out from his phone. He jolts, alert. That sound an infrared sensor? The alert system shows goblins have appeared right at the fence he just set up. Seong-ho crouches to check the fresh footprints on the ground to determine the enemy's path. What do we have this time? He quickly counts about 5 of them lurking around here and realizes they are exactly the kind of goblins he's been looking for. Instead of being scared, he's secretly thrilled that they've handed themselves over on a silver platter. It's great that they came looking for him like this. Finally, he's found his target. By staying well hidden, he can observe all their actions from afar without being spotted. It seems these goblins are having a massive argument over food and drinks. This is the perfect moment for a surprise ambush. He hides behind a tree, slowly raising his weapon, preparing to take action. An arrow whistles through the air, piercing a goblin's head, killing it instantly. The others start to panic and scream in terror as they see their comrades being taken out one by attacks from the shadows. The monsters look around frantically but can't pinpoint the attacker hiding deep in the forest. Screams of pain echo through the woods as he uses his axe to deliver fatal finishing blows to the ones already severely injured. The speed of his movements is so fast that the goblins only see faint blue streaks before collapsing to the ground. Another powerful horizontal slash is unleashed, sending another goblin to the afterlife. He coldly surveys the battlefield and counts. 4 are down. He calls out a challenge. What are you going to do now? The goblins, terrified, clutch their weapons and freeze, staring at the grim reaper slowly approaching them. Seong-ho stands across from the monsters, smiling arrogantly. Even villains deserve a chance to speak, right? Isn't this a bit too much? The goblins scream and charge, surrounding him. Paralytic poison didn't work, so you want to fight hand to hand? Fine, I'll oblige. Seong-ho confirms to himself that everything is going exactly as planned, finishing off the entire horde of monsters in the blink of an eye. The system immediately announces that Seong-ho has officially reached level 6 and gained 16 potential points. Standing in the middle of the devastated battlefield, he sighs with relief. Ha! I took a gamble because they were confused and weakened, but luckily it worked. The hunt was a success, but the real challenge is still ahead, with the countdown clock showing exactly 21 days until the apocalypse. Seong-ho stands in the battlefield, level-up aura enveloping his body. He notices something strange. Unlike his health, only his HP stat shot up this time. Regardless, he breathes a sigh of relief, confirming that at least his other stats didn't drop after such an intense battle. After finishing digging a hole and burying the monsters to wipe away the traces, Seong-ho stares at the freshly piled dirt and mutters, "That takes care of the grave." He quickly moves on to the best part, looting. He picks up a red, juicy sun apple. He's surprised. Oh, so this is what it looks like before being crushed. Seeing quite a bit of vegetable oil, he gets an idea. Maybe I should start harvesting these around this area. Curious about the hobgoblin leader's bag, Seong-ho opens it to check and freezes. What is this? He cautiously pulls a blue creature out of the bag and gasps in surprise. A toad? He doesn't understand why the goblins were keeping a toad. Suddenly, a foul stench hits his nose, accompanied by slimy green liquid leaking out, making him realize the truth. This is the paralytic poison the goblins have been using. Seong-ho immediately changes his plan. He is determined to raise this creature at all costs. Looking at the small toad in his hand, he finds it quite interesting and realizes its immense value. If he can extract the paralytic poison from this, he won't just increase his own resistance. He can also coat his weapons to make hunting much easier. Seong-ho smiles, names it Zadok, and promises to raise it well. The system keeps showing notifications confirming the hobgoblin was defeated by poison, and he received the hobgoblin's poison cup. Seong-ho looks at the little creature in his hand, wondering if this thing really existed in the survival life game or not. Perhaps this is another hidden mechanic that only appears in the real world, just like the portal skill. He suddenly remembers the notice about the game shutting down a week ago, and wonders if the developers released a final update during the days he didn't log in. But then he quickly dismisses that thought because no one updates new content right before killing off a game. Setting the poison matter aside, Seong-ho decides to continue his journey to explore the forest. Following the trail to the end, a small stream appears before his eyes with crystal clear water. The system confirms this is a pure spring water source with a steady flow. He cautiously uses a ladle to scoop up some water to check. After confirming it is completely clean, he breathes a sigh of relief because the drinking water issue for the shelter has been successfully resolved. Realizing there's no need to move to the swamp area just yet, Seong-ho takes out his notebook to record this location. Just as expected, there are many other valuable items around here. He finds more sun apples and bags of vegetable oil scattered about. Without any shame, he frantically scavenges a large amount of mana fruit and transfers them into his personal space through the portal. After harvesting enough vegetable oil, he is still careful to leave some behind just in case. To avoid getting lost, Seong-ho meticulously marks the trees along the way back to remember the path. He excitedly mutters to himself that it's time to head home after a fruitful hunt the next morning. Seong-ho began preparing for his new tasks at his shop. Clad in a fully sealed protective suit, he started the care routine. He gently told his new companion, "Open up." Zadok, the green toad, skillfully shot out its tongue to snag its prey. Observing closely, Seong-ho realized Zadok needed a temperature of 18 to 25 degrees Celsius to survive. He anxiously whispered to himself, "I have to keep it warm, or it won't make it." Watching Zadok eat happily, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So adorable!" Besides caring for his new pet, Seong-ho still had plenty to do. The most time-consuming task was making ointment. Because he had a habit of going overboard with everything, he ended up making a mountain of it on his desk. He looked at the pile of ointment, torn between laughter and frustration. "I made way too much. What am I supposed to do with all of this? Right, maybe I should share some with Hyunjun?" Seong-ho wondered. That night, he visited his acquaintance's gym. Hyunjun was lifting weights while downing protein. He was surprised to see Seong-ho arrive. Seong-ho quickly apologized. "Haha, sorry I'm late, Hyunjun." Hyunjun said he didn't expect him until tomorrow, then looked curiously at the heavy bag Seong-ho was carrying. "Don't tell me you brought a whole tub of protein powder as a gift." Hyunjun held the jar of ointment and asked, "What is this?" Seong-ho explained, "It's a really good ointment for wounds." Seeing the younger man's serious expression, Hyunjun teased, "Hey, you're starting to look like a doctor." "Really?" Seong-ho just laughed and said, "Just use it. It's actually effective." The mood suddenly grew heavy as they brought up the recent shooting. Hyunjun sighed and admitted, "The gym has been really empty lately. It seems people are starting to get scared about the government's orderly apocalypse plan." Hyunjun revealed that the member who went to the TV station had shared the information with other members before leaving as requested. He was now setting up a base right here at the gym. Seong-ho anxiously asked about the number of people involved. Upon learning there were about 20 people, he immediately warned. "Hyung, have you read the intel? Having more than 10 people is extremely dangerous." Even so, Hyunjun decided not to abandon his members. This made Seong-ho silently admire his senior's absolute loyalty. When asked about his own plans, Seong-ho pondered before replying, "I'm still thinking about it." "Everything?" Hyunjun advised him. "If you have nowhere else to go, just come here, even if you haven't awakened yet." Suddenly, a shrill scream tore through the quiet atmosphere. Seong-ho reacted instantly. "That was a scream, right, Hyung? I'll go check the window." "Cindy. Gee." He lunged toward the glass, his face showing clear shock at the scene below. Below the building, Mickey-ung lay motionless on the cold ground in the middle of the night. As she groggily woke up, he anxiously checked on her and pressed her to see if she remembered what had just happened to her. Mickey-ung was still in a daze, not understanding why she was lying there. She only vaguely remembered someone suddenly jumping out and attacking her from behind. Furious at the cowardly sneak attack, Hyunjun cursed at the culprit and told Seong-ho to stay and watch over Mickey-ung while he went to check the perimeter. Even though Seong-ho tried to stop him out of concern for his safety, Hyunjun was determined to scour the area himself. Mickey-ung explained further that at that moment, everything suddenly went pitch black in a strange way. It wasn't like someone had covered her eyes, but rather as if darkness had naturally rushed in to swallow her whole. Seong-ho shuddered, realizing that the bad omens were starting to manifest. "Damn it! Has this already begun?" He looked at Mickey-ung with great seriousness and instructed, "Mickey-ung, if this happens again, use your blink ability immediately, got it?" Despite her hesitation, he insisted that he would send over more self-defense equipment and demanded that she keep it with her at all times. Things were surely going to get exponentially more dangerous and brutal before the actual apocalypse officially began. There's a famous saying, in any group of 3, there will always be at least one jerk, and it's true. Trolls are everywhere in the world, especially in survival life, where developer intervention is almost zero. This situation has only gotten worse, even reporting them changes nothing. So these trolls often pretend to be normal players to join teams. A blonde guy who had just joined eagerly asked over the radio, "I've got my mic on, can you hear me?" His teammates excitedly replied immediately, "Loud and clear." After gaining their trust, they would lead the whole squad straight into monster-infested danger zones and wipe them all out. They always feigned kindness to approach and win over new players. The blonde guy enthusiastically offered, "Let me carry you." The naive newcomer happily exclaimed, "Wow, really? You're so cool!" But right after that, they would reveal their true colors, killing them from behind to loot all their gear. Not stopping there, they would also play mind games to get teammates to fight each other, while they stood in the back, laughing maliciously. These crazy acts of sabotage contributed significantly to the game's demise. Within just 1 year, the player count plummeted sharply, from over 5,000 people down to just 4. In reality, the reason Survival Life was left with only 4 people was because Seong-ho's group had personally taught those remaining troublemakers a lesson they'd never forget. But why was Seong-ho bringing this up now? Because this was the perfect time for those trolls to return and carry out new attacks. Summarizing all the information so far, after the shooting at Zuido, the Survival Life community was more heated than ever with countless chaotic posts. But what left Seong-ho stunned was what was happening on the online message board. There was someone deliberately spinning the narrative. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" when he saw someone even selling his old videos for an exorbitant price, 1.2 million won. The post title claimed this was rare footage from when Kimbop Lover was still a rookie, and claimed quite confidently that he was actually a professional troll. Looking at the baseless accusations about his past, Seong-ho could only wonder in confusion, "I've never done anything like that, have I?" Seong-ho stared at the computer screen, lost in thought. Perhaps they were gathering again to start scamming as much as possible. He found it ridiculous to see what was happening on the forums. He couldn't understand how the brains of some people could work to write such things. Pushing aside the irritation, he stood up and stretched. "Regardless, the fact that you want to train like this is beside the point. I need to train even harder." Immediately, he poured his strength into returning to a world filled with danger. For instance, his old classmates who used to work with him, they started to care about listening to music or collecting classic weapons. But everything Seong-ho had learned so far was mostly about killing monsters and people in other dimensional portals. He knew that this cat-fighting style wouldn't last long in the real world, and a normal person wouldn't be able to hold out long after that. So something was coming, Seong-ho muttered, as he stood in the middle of the forest, reminding himself to prepare thoroughly, especially since he wasn't a professional athlete. He looked at his own hands. He told himself there were still things he could do right now to see how things would play out. Seong-ho started checking his pile of supplies, including primitive wooden clubs, a wooden slingshot, and clay pellets. He nodded, acknowledging it wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. Using a slingshot was still better than nothing. Seong-ho picked it up and remarked that it was quite versatile for various uses. However, the moment he tried firing it, he had to shake his head in disappointment because the clay pellets were too weak to be effective. Realizing the limitations of crude long-range weapons, he decided to turn back to the most practical option. Seong-ho held the weapon high and affirmed, "So in the end, it really comes down to this, the primitive wooden club." Why? With the deadly plague about to wipe everything out and turn all modern weaponry into junk, Seong-ho understood that a crude yet powerful weapon like a spiked club would be the optimal choice. He started diving into intense training, swinging the club with all his might to get used to its weight. Seong-ho knew that when the world collapsed, there would always be countless people ready to do anything to loot and harm others. Inside his mind, he focused intensely, simulating high-stakes battles with all kinds of enemies from every direction. He poured his full attention into every movement, clearly feeling the connection between his will and the weapon in his hand. With a loud shout, Seong-ho unleashed a thunderous strike that marked his mastery over the feeling of real combat. He told himself he should stop for a bit before finishing the training for this new skill to avoid overworking his body. Looking toward his base in the middle of the quiet forest, he pondered whether this was the right time to shut down the shop for good and focus entirely on surviving. Suddenly, a strange noise startled him, putting him on high alert. "Wait, did something break into my shelter?" he muttered anxiously while quickly putting on his protective helmet. Standing at the scene, he froze for 5 seconds when he saw a massive creature lying motionless right next to the barbed wire fence. It was a gray wolf so ridiculously large that Seong-ho had to exclaim that the monster was big enough for him to even ride on its back. With the giant gray wolf lying motionless right before his eyes, Seong-ho couldn't help but wonder, is it dead? Just then, a tiny creature with snow-white fur suddenly crawled out from under the mother wolf's belly. It was a wolf pup, whimpering pitifully beside the cold, lifeless body. Seong-ho realized the mother wolf had truly taken her final breath, leaving her little one alone in the dangerous forest. Watching the pup try to snuggle into its mother's chest, Seong-ho asked softly, "Is your mom dead?" He knew he couldn't just leave the body here, because if this wolf was some kind of monster, it would soon turn into a zombie, or the smell of blood would attract other terrifying predators. Picking up a shovel, Seong-ho started digging a deep hole to give the mother wolf a proper burial. Seong-ho looked at the wolf pup curled up in loneliness and suddenly remembered himself at the age of 5 or 6. Memories of his old dog Beagle also surfaced, making his heart ache. A sense of empathy stirred within him. Seong-ho gently picked the little one up and comforted it. "Your mom will rest in peace here. I'll install a magical door right at this gate, so you can come back to visit your mom whenever you want." Pulling a piece of beef jerky from his pocket, Seong-ho gave it to the pup and made an offer. "I'll make sure you never go hungry until you're fully grown. In return, will you help me with your sharp sense of smell?" Seong-ho asked with a bright smile. "Want to come with me?" Immediately, the system notification popped up, confirming that Seong-ho had named the gray wolf Dingo and successfully completed the taming process. From this moment on, Dingo the gray wolf officially belonged to Seong-ho, becoming his loyal companion on the journey ahead. Their battle for survival would continue until the true apocalypse descended. The countdown timer ticked. There were exactly 19 days left. To put it simply, my puppy is truly a genius. On the rooftop, Seong-ho started an exciting training session. "Dingo, ready?" He ordered the little wolf to perform each movement skillfully, from shaking hands, turning around, to sitting down. "Do it." "Again, just like I taught you." Dingo barked excitedly and flawlessly completed every request. The practice continued with skills requiring high concentration like lying down and staying quiet. Seong-ho put a finger to his lips, signaling, "Shh, stay quiet." Dingo obediently listened, patiently waiting for the next command in a state of high alertness. "All right, here's the last one, jump." Seong-ho tossed an item into the air, and Dingo immediately leaped like a spring to snatch the target right in midair. Witnessing Dingo's ability, Seong-ho was beyond amazed. It seemed this little guy was even more special than he had initially thought. He realized Dingo was a natural-born genius at tracking, a true treasure for the survival journey ahead. Seong-ho hugged the little wolf affectionately. "You really are a good boy." He silently calculated that with this rapid pace of progress, Dingo would soon become an irreplaceable partner. Suddenly, a phone ring interrupted the peaceful moment. Seong-ho was surprised to see a message from Hyung-jun. It was the first time he had messaged first. "What's going on?" Following the hint, he immediately searched for the keyword floating online and had to exclaim in amazement, "Wow, a TV show called Superpower X is shaking the world by live streaming a performance by an awakened person." This person isn't just hovering in front of millions of viewers, but also issuing chilling warnings about the emergence of monsters and zombies. This shocking information immediately exploded and topped the trending charts. People are going crazy over the existence of awakened individuals, causing the government's control over the media to completely collapse. Seong-ho sat quietly on the sofa, petting Dingo, and realized that society was descending into total chaos. He told himself this was the spark that would push public fear beyond the control of the authorities. The images of crazed protest crowds out there were proof of a world gradually losing its inherent order. In reality, Seong-ho understood that the second omen could erupt at any moment when the monster attacks began. The pressure on the government would be even more immense, so rather than getting caught up in that whirlwind, he decided to stay quiet and continue with his own plan. Seong-ho stood up, looked at the little wolf, and announced, "Dingo, sorry, but starting today we're doing some field training." Dingo barked excitedly, as if he were ready for a new challenge. As for Seong-ho, thorough preparation is always the best move. He asked his little partner with excitement, "Ready, buddy?" Dingo responded with a loud, clear bark. The two quickly headed deep into the forest to begin their survey of an uncharted area. The reason Seong-ho brought Dingo along was to prepare for the upcoming clash with a hobgoblin. He pulled out a small pouch containing a distinct scent and asked, "Dingo, do you think you can track this down?" The most important thing right now is helping Dingo accurately identify the monster's scent. The little wolf sniffed the ground intently and quickly picked up the trail of the hidden creatures. Next, Seong-ho needed to make sure Dingo wouldn't panic when facing real danger. He signaled for the pup to back off and stay quiet. Finally, it was time to test their coordination, moving on command. As soon as Seong-ho gave the signal, Dingo bolted off like he was shot out of a cannon. Right now, his goal was to test Dingo's hunting instincts. A green rabbit suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the little wolf pounced and caught it. He cheered, "Great job, Dingo!" This was an important test to see if they could truly become a compatible team. Last time it had run away, so he didn't get a chance to confirm, but this time everything was different. He picked up the rabbit and noticed its hide was strangely tough, and even its claws were sharper than normal. He silently marveled, thinking, animals from another world really are different. They're so stubborn. Afterward, the two continued their journey, exploring deeper into the forest. While walking, he suddenly felt curious about Dingo's sensory stats. He wondered what they would measure up to. To test it out, he gripped his spear and headed toward the valley. As soon as he touched a strange plant, the system screen suddenly popped up with the text, "Wild cucumber." He froze for 5 seconds before exclaiming, "Seriously?" And he had only ever heard of the name, but never thought he could actually find it here. Even though it was just a common vegetable, to someone who needed supplies like him, this was a treasure. Seeing Dingo looking curious, he called out, "Hey, Dingo!" The little wolf was about to dive in and take a bite, but he stopped him just in time. "Wait, buddy, not yet. You can't eat this one yet, hold on a second." He gave Dingo some water first, then continued harvesting. His eyes lit up when he found another plant. "You're stevia, aren't you?" The system confirmed it. It really was stevia, which got him incredibly excited. He couldn't believe they actually found this. "Right here! Great job, Dingo! You'll get your reward later!" As he spoke, he diligently used his shovel to dig and harvest the entire area. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot like this. This will definitely be a huge help for the next hunting trips. Once they finished gathering, he led Dingo to the creek to catch some fish. He cautiously warned Dingo, "Hey, do you smell or hear anything strange?" Looking at the fish swimming in the water, he told himself they would surely taste great since they weren't mutated monsters. Even though catching them didn't give him experience points or system items, a good meal of fresh fish was hard to turn down. Dingo is growing very fast and is curious about everything, so fish is the most important source of protein for him right now. After catching a large fish with his spear, Seong-ho packed up his gear and told his little partner they were done. "That's the second round of renovations done. Shall we head home?" Dingo barked with excitement as they left the forest to return to the city. Seong-ho walked past the Somi pet shop and saw people taking down the sign. He silently thanked himself for stopping by earlier that morning to buy gear for Dingo. Looking at the empty shop after the sign was taken down, Seong-ho sighed, confirming the shop had truly closed. Seong-ho felt he was still lucky that he hadn't fallen into the desperation of having to scavenge everywhere just to survive. He understood that people starting to loot just to find a way to live was inevitable at this point. Seong-ho told himself that if he hadn't prepared in advance, he definitely would have joined that chaotic crowd. But there was one last step he needed to take. Lost in thought, Seong-ho jumped when he turned around and saw Hyung-jun standing there. Before he could even say hello, his senior flicked his forehead hard. "You kid, I've been calling you forever. I thought something happened to you." Seeing Dingo growling and alert, Hyung-jun asked in surprise if he had just started raising a dog. Seong-ho replied with a smile, "This little guy is named Dingo." Hyung-jun crouched down to observe and couldn't stop praising the little dog's handsome appearance. Seong-ho curiously asked why his senior had gone through all the trouble to come find him. Hyung-jun casually said he just wanted to see if his little brother was still alive or dead. Under Seong-ho's skeptical gaze, he finally scratched his head and admitted he had been very worried. However, Hyung-jun's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He folded his arms and lowered his voice, revealing important information he had just received from an old member. "We've found the ones who attacked Mi Kyung." Hyung-jun revealed that the group led by Kim Jae-hyung-jun was actually targeting Mi Kyung. He said that even Kim Sang-ho, the son of the neighborhood association president on the mountain, was in that group. Seong-ho couldn't help but be shocked and pressed him on how he could possibly have gathered all this information so quickly. Hyung-jun just casually replied that everything suddenly became clear, like it was all set up. It just appeared that way. Of course, he explained further that the situation became chaotic because those people didn't bother to hide their tracks. Hyung-jun had carefully inquired and learned that Mi Kyung had crossed paths with Kim Jae-hyung-jun's group before. It seemed like there was infighting too, with 3 members missing and the personalities of the remaining ones clashing completely. Hyung-jun heard that someone had refused an offer to join, and after the incident with Mi Kyung, even the female members were starting to demand to leave the group. When Hyung-jun bluntly questioned them about their terrible actions, those people made excuses, saying they just wanted to set up an office right at Mi Kyung's store during these chaotic times. That was clearly a blatant threat. Hyung-jun had warned them that it was a wrong decision. Seong-ho stared pensively at his phone screen. He realized the group had originally had 18 people, but now only 4 were following him. The number in the group chat had also plummeted from 30 people to just a few in a few short days. Hyung-jun bitterly confirmed that in the whole group, only 2 people had actually awakened. Seong-ho smirked bitterly, realizing that when you try to help people, this is exactly how it ends. That's just how life is. People only care about looking out for themselves and tune out the rest of the world. Hyung-jun showed Seong-ho a picture of his daughter on his phone, worrying out loud about her more than anything else. "I'm worried sick about my little girl. Should I call my ex-wife?" Seong-ho understood, because Hyung-jun's current situation was completely different from his own. Standing before the symbol of justice, he wondered if he was making the right call. Seong-ho looked straight at Hyung-jun and dropped a chilling remark. He stated that while he didn't want to hurt anyone, in a lawless apocalypse, absolute evil had to be wiped out. Hyun-jun looked at Seong-ho with a probing gaze, remarking that asking questions like that didn't sound like his style at all. Seong-ho could only scratch the back of his neck with a sheepish laugh, saying he didn't even know why he brought it up. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered Hyung-jun's wits. Right after that came a series of non-stop beeps from the alarm device. Hyung-jun wondered if that was the sound of a safety alert for children or something. Seong-ho's face suddenly turned dark and murderous. He looked at his phone, handed Dingo over to his senior, and instructed, "Hyung, keep an eye on Dingo for me for a second, will you?" Meanwhile, in an abandoned apartment complex, Mickey Ung was clutching the alarm bell tightly in terror. She was being cornered right at the edge of the high rooftop perched high up in the air. That guy Inha, the leader of the towing crew, coldly told her to stop putting on a show and just get down there. Mickey Ung trembled, asking why they were doing this, but these guys didn't give a damn about whether anyone was watching or not. Inha started losing his patience, demanding that she think it over one more time. Seeing that she was still stubbornly resisting, he lowered his voice and declared that from now on, he'd handle everything his own way. Young In, an awakened support class player, smugly pointed out that this was an area slated for redevelopment, so nobody would be wandering around out here anyway. So she'd better not waste her energy on useless struggles. Young In raised a high-powered flashlight and didn't forget to remind her that they possessed abilities just as special as anyone else's. He started counting down to pile maximum pressure on Mickey Ung. Meanwhile, in a dark corner at the base of the building, Xiong Ho, dressed head to toe in all black ninja gear, was quietly watching and preparing to make his move. The moment Ma Jung-in's count of 3 echoed coldly, Xiong Ho stealthily pulled back the sling in his hand. He decisively unleashed a sudden long-range attack. Right as the word 3 finished echoing, the guy only had time to let out a muffled gasp before hitting the floor instantly. Witnessing his accomplice taken down in a flash, Inha panicked, screamed out Ma Jung-in's name, and couldn't believe his eyes at what was happening. Song Ho lunged forward like a whirlwind, giving the blonde guy no time to react. Not giving him a chance to fight back, he landed a single punch that knocked him out cold in the blink of an eye. Right after that, he quickly moved to deal with the rest of the thugs surrounding them. Suddenly, a bizarre purple-black mist rolled out from Ma Jung-in's direction, blanketing the scene. Song Ho watched alertly, recognizing it as the exact ability that had blinded Mickey Ung's vision earlier. But Xiong Ho swiftly dodged to the side and retaliated with a precise swing of his bat straight into the enemy's head. He stood there panting, feeling the pressure from these awakened ones. They were no joke compared to the opponents he used to face. From up on the rooftop, Mickey Ung screamed out in panic, "Xiong Ho, watch out!" Before he could even steady himself, a guy wearing a baseball cap suddenly closed in, a blazing red killing intent radiating from his weapon. A grazing slash caught Xiong Ho, dropping him to his knees in agony. He was shocked to realize that even just a glancing blow caused devastating damage. The ringleader looked down at him with a look of utter contempt and spoke coldly. "So you're the famous Kang Xiong Ho." Xiong Ho gritted his teeth to endure the wave of pain. Xiong Ho gritted his... He hadn't expected the enemy to already possess such powerful attack skills this early in the game. The ringleader, Kim Jae-hyun-jun, smugly declared that he was going to cripple him right here and ordered his crew to get ready. The blonde thug Inha also started channeling his power, blazing arcs of electricity wrapping around his body. He roared with fiery resentment, determined to make him pay for daring to interfere. Standing amid the perilous encirclement, Xiong Ho suddenly felt like his head was about to be split in half. In this life-or-death pinch, should he resort to using the bear booster skill? Xiong Ho wondered as he faced the enemy crackling with electricity. Just as Inha moved to lunge forward, Dingo delivered a vicious slap straight to his arm, making the blonde punk shriek in agony. The surrounding crowd was stunned, having no clue what was going on in broad daylight. While Xiong Ho coldly warned the enemy to back off if they didn't want things to go too far, Hyung-jun showed up right on time with his phone dialing 112 and decisively offering a compromise that forced the mob to back down. Realizing the tables had turned, Inha grumblingly ordered his crew to retreat. Mickey Ung anxiously ran over, her trembling hands touching his cracked helmet as she asked if he was hurt anywhere. Seeing the deep concern from the two of them, Xiong Ho fell silent for a moment as he saw the shadows of those legendary players from the old days lingering in them. Even though Hyung-jun urged him to go to the hospital, Xiong Ho flat out refused because he knew he couldn't waste time resting right now. He asked his senior to take Mickey Ung home safely, brushing past his female friend's hesitation to let Dingo leave and handle unfinished business. Returning home, Xiong Ho immediately set to work upgrading his base. He diligently used a drill to bore through the cold stone walls. He told himself he had no other choice but to leave in a hurry to protect his secrets. Xiong Ho knew that if he stuck with them, he'd never be able to pull off his vital future plans. He decided to use his trusty love fists to crush every rival and save precious time. If his hobgoblin hunting plan succeeded, he would pull ahead of them by at least 3 levels, and by then, the monsters popping up all around would become way too strong for them to ever team up again. Working non-stop, Xiong Ho lost track of time until he glanced at the clock and saw how late it was. Finally, he finished installing the fireplace and the sturdy chimney system for his underground base. He excitedly told himself he could finally get a solid night's sleep without worrying about the biting cold. Dingo seemed thoroughly delighted by the warmth radiating from the new fireplace, curling up comfortably right next to it. Xiong Ho went right back to hauling and installing a generator alongside a surveillance camera system to guarantee absolute security for his fortress. He even carefully equipped solar panels to maintain a long-term, self-sufficient power supply. Looking at the job mostly finished, Xiang-ho flashed a confident grin and decided to pull an all-nighter to nail down the final touches. He steeled his mindset, ready to face any challenge right up until the apocalypse truly hit. An emergency news bulletin reported on an asteroid that had been spotted months prior. The European Space Agency announced that the asteroid had entered the inner solar system and its trajectory was being closely tracked. However, Jupiter's massive gravitational pull unexpectedly split the asteroid in two, making collision course calculations become harder and less accurate than ever. The head of the Meteorite Tracking Department, Thomas O'Malley, has officially confirmed that the meteorite has now split into two separate entities. Alpha and Beta sat before the TV screen. Xiang-ho pondered, "Oh, so that's what really happened, based on how things are unfolding." Report. The unzombie Beta landed near a Russian ship. First, a terrifying tsunami hit, and then it straight up shipped that vessel into Incheon port, and that's how the first zombies appeared in Korea. Xiang-ho realized that even if the previous reports seemed a bit off, every event now perfectly fits the game's logic. The next news bulletin reported that President Gene Mountig hadn't left his residence for a whole week since the second shooting. Opposition leaders are constantly issuing harsh statements, accusing the government of hiding the truth and staging a double-cross scenario. Public opinion has begun to openly criticize and suspect that this is a pre-planned disaster. Xiang-ho noticed that the media has completely shifted toward conspiracy theories. He wondered what the mood of the online community was like right now, and decided to hop on the internet to check the situation. Xiang-ho muttered anxiously as he saw other players' leveling speed skyrocketing. "Damn it, I was planning to stock up tomorrow, but they've already started moving." On the forums, countless threads were popping up with titles like, "Is success a sin in survival life?" or questions about the secrets behind rapid leveling while the world slowly collapses. Suddenly, Xiang-ho froze when he saw the updated leaderboard of veteran players. Wait, this player is still active? His eyes stopped at number 398 and the picture of a mysterious hooded shadow. He realized it was Midream, someone extremely famous for always being kind and helping out newcomers who joined Midream. The name brought back memories of a legendary player, once considered the mother of the community for patiently guiding rookies through their most difficult stages. Xiang-ho was lost in thought, wondering if he was still on this person's precious friends list. He decided to add Midream to his favorites for easy tracking, silently telling himself he would observe for a while longer. Shaking off the hazy thoughts, Xiang-ho decisively stood up. "All right, time to finish the second round of interior renovations." He opened a portal to return to his base. Back in the cave, the appearance of the place had completely changed under Xiang-ho's hard-working hands. Solar panels were neatly installed outside to harness natural energy. He stepped inside. The fortress had been cleaned and modernized in an incredible way. Xiang-ho nervously checked the results, not knowing if this time it would actually run stably or not. He approached the electrical panel system meticulously installed on the rock wall, the hub for all the life-sustaining power in this base. To operate the electronic devices, he had to convert the current and install a series of multi-purpose outlets. Xiang-ho cautiously checked the compatibility of the system, praying for everything to go smoothly on the first try. He held his breath and plugged the charger into his phone. A notification beeped, and the screen clearly showed the icon indicating it was charging, making him burst with joy. "The power's on!" Xiang-ho sighed in relief. Finally, every basic necessity for survival in this other world was truly complete. Xiang-ho stretched comfortably at his new workstation, feeling a sense of comfort he hadn't had in a long time. He walked over to the secret storage area where he had accidentally discovered glowing stones and rare iron ore while digging deep into the cave. Xiang-ho used his own fingerprint to open the mini-safe. Inside, a green crystal block radiated a brilliant mystical light. Gazing at the glowing green crystal, Xiang-ho told himself it still wasn't time to turn it into money, so he decided to hide the light source away. He planned to leave the base to find the vendor from the other day, but just then, Dingo's loud barking suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere. Xiang-ho startled, calling out the little partner's name, then hurried out of the cave to check what had made the wolf cub so agitated. As soon as he stepped outside, Xiang-ho froze, seeing a pack of ferocious wolves waiting. The system warned that these were level 15 monsters, far beyond his current capabilities to handle. Seong-ho was shocked, wondering why high mountain monsters appeared in this area and if these were the same ones that killed Dingo's mother or not. Seeing Dingo growling with hatred and glowing eyes, he quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling the little guy to cool it because he knew the situation was extremely critical. Honestly, Seong-ho knew there was no way to defeat this entire pack of giant wolves. If he deliberately drew his weapon to counterattack, he would immediately reveal his opening and be torn to shreds in an instant. The only option left was to execute a risky plan to force the alpha wolf to retreat and lead the rest of the pack away. Wolves are naturally extremely cautious, and the leader is usually the first to initiate an attack. The pack will just stand and watch and won't act until the leader gives the command. And like all other beasts, they hate strong, pungent smells. Luckily, Seong-ho still had the pepper spray he used against the kobolds. Even if I can take it down, I'll become the enemy of the whole pack. But if it attacks, I'm done for. Is there a way? A way to stop it so I can use the spray? Seong-ho tensely calculated every possibility in his head. Suddenly, an idea flashed. Wait, I've got it! He knew for sure this theory had to work, because if he backed down now, the entire base he'd worked so hard to build would be completely destroyed. Look over here, Seong-ho shouted to grab the alpha wolf's attention. The orange beast charged madly at terrifying speed. He dodged the powerful lunges by the narrowest of margins, trying to find an opening in the opponent's movements to execute his plan. Seizing the moment of head-on confrontation, Seong-ho decisively ordered the portal to open. A sudden flash of light appeared, and the lead wolf, unable to turn in time, slammed right into the gate. Immediately after, he yelled to close the gate. Seizing the golden opportunity, Seong-ho pulled out the spray and let it have it, right in the eyes. Hit with the stuff! The monster howled in pain, but he still didn't intend to stop. It's not over yet! Seong-ho drew his knife and lunged to finish it, causing the alpha wolf to panic and scramble away into the deep forest. Seeing their leader retreat, the whole pack quickly disappeared into the bushes. Seong-ho sat down, exhaling with relief. Phew, I really thought I was a goner. Seong-ho affectionately stroked the little wolf's head. Hang in there a little longer, buddy. I'll avenge you. He smiled, promising to get justice for his little friend. The quiet atmosphere returned, but the countdown timer kept coldly ticking down. Only 15 days left until doomsday. After finishing the basement arrangements, Seong-ho immediately set out for the hardware store and the pharmacy. He wanted to ensure his defense system was fully set up before heading to sleep so he could feel more at ease. Thinking back on the recent battle, he told himself how unlucky it was that the ferocious wolves attacked right at that moment. But at least he was still lucky, because if dealing with a werewolf meant there was definitely no way out. Looking back on everything, Seong-ho blamed himself for being too careless and only focusing on the monsters. There were living things nearby, and he hadn't anticipated such unexpected turns of events. He decided to carry out more drone surveys and expand the hideout to create more space for storage. Seong-ho planned to dig more trenches for a second line of defense and install Bluetooth signal receivers to boost the coverage. Hyung-jun's voice interrupted his train of thought. Hey, Seong-ho! Kang Seong-ho was surprised to run into someone he knew in such a remote place. Seong-ho asked, Huh? Hyung? What wind blew you all the way out here? What are you doing way out here? Upon learning the CEO was out on a delivery run, Hyung-jun curiously asked if he was here to buy weapons. The muscular man laughed. Nobody goes to a hardware store to buy weapons. And that item isn't really my style either. As it turned out, Hyung-jun's friend, Sun-cha, had just bought this store, and he was helping her clear out the inventory. Meanwhile, Seong-ho quietly observed the woman who had just appeared, her expression calm. While Hyung-jun continued to explain the current situation, Seong-ho thought to himself that he should have just shown them the daily summary, or perhaps because so many people were dying, they simply didn't want to leave any traces of themselves. Seong-ho felt awkward as the woman in front of him kept staring at him without saying a word. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he exclaimed, Wait, I remember now! The woman also gasped in surprise. You're the owner of Antioch Soji, right? Yes, that's me. My apologies. She couldn't help but marvel at his transformation. Wow, what happened to you? You've had quite the glow-up! Seong-ho told himself he might have been a bit rude, but he was stunned when she proactively offered a business card and introduced herself. My name is Ju Su-yeon. He politely replied, Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Seong-ho. Looking closely at the business card in his hand, Xiang-ho was too shocked to speak. Oh, is she a doctor? It turned out Ju Su-yeon was an assistant professor at a major medical center. Upon learning her identity, Xiang-ho decided to share some basic survival knowledge, just as he had done with Youngjun and Mikyun earlier. Standing in the middle of the street, Su-yeon contemplated for a moment before admitting, "Honestly, I don't feel good about this. If we keep approaching the game with scientific logic, we'll never win, right?" Xiang-ho could only nod in agreement. "Yeah, it really is just a game. Su-yeon nodded. "All right, I understand. Just one last thing." Xiang-ho curiously asked, "What is it?" She looked him straight in the eyes and threw a question at him that left him frozen. "You aren't actually a fan of kimbap, are you?" Xiang-ho broke into a cold sweat, silently admiring the sharp intuition of this doctor. "Huh? Kimbap?" She caught on fast. Seeing him flustered, Su-yeon laughed and said, it was just a guess since he knew so much about the game, but she couldn't be 100% sure. Xiang-ho quickly waved it off with a forced laugh. "Haha, no way, not at all." Su-yeon thanked him for his help and wished him good luck in all his plans. Youngjun also promised to visit her at the hospital, even though he had no need for a checkup. Watching Xiang-ho's back as he walked away, Su-yeon murmured his words to herself with suspicion. "You said it's just a game, just an ordinary game, right?" Su-yeon smiled and proactively reached out her hand. "Xiang-ho, let's keep in touch as friends." The next day, Xiang-ho returned to his grueling preparation. He panted in exhaustion after working hard to forge his new weapon, looking at the finished product in his hands. Satisfied, he told himself, "It's just a blade attached to a pole, but it looks pretty decent, doesn't it?" He raised his homemade spear and affirmed with certainty, "Handmade, but top quality." All the main gear was now set. Xiang-ho called out to Dingo, and the little wolf immediately responded with an excited bark. He affectionately patted his partner's head and affirmed, "Today, both of us are going to get revenge for your mom." In reality, besides the goal of revenge, Xiang-ho understood that if anyone happened to discover this hideout, he had to track them down and eliminate them immediately to protect his absolute secret. Looking at Dingo with trust, he instructed, "Now, do you understand me? Today, you have to help out too. Seriously." Donning his combat armor and a full-face helmet, Xiang-ho and Dingo set off decisively. Through his scope, he spotted a pack of 4 ferocious wolves lurking among the green leaves. He noticed that this pack only had 4, and the alpha leader was nowhere to be found. Hiding deep in the bushes, Xiang-ho suddenly froze as he witnessed a horrific scene. A giant monster had appeared out of nowhere and was attacking an unfortunate pack member. He reassured himself that as long as he kept a safe distance, he wouldn't have any trouble with that huge monster. Xiang-ho analyzed that a wolf pack is only truly terrifying when led by an alpha. When they are just stragglers left behind, they become very easy to handle because they no longer have coordination. Teammates. He could easily take them down one by one without wasting much energy. Using a large rock for cover, Xiang-ho suddenly jumped out and threw a perfect net at the target. A gray wolf was caught. It struggled frantically within the tangle of plastic cords. The trapped wolf growled in anger, but Xiang-ho approached and calmly reassured it, "Hey, it's okay. I'll end this quickly." Finishing his sentence, he put his strength into a fatal spear thrust that pierced right through the monster's body. The system panel immediately notified him that he had successfully eliminated a ferocious wolf and gained 2 experience points. The vicious pack charged at him with terrifying speed. Xiang-ho hid behind the large rock, waiting for them to get close, then suddenly jumped out and used a spray can to blast a thick cloud of gas into the air. Without wasting time, Xiang-ho thrust his homemade spear forward, instantly taking one down. Dingo also showed his battle prowess, lunging to attack another wolf, coordinating perfectly with his master. Xiang-ho encouraged his partner, "Well done, Dingo, leave the rest to me." The system continuously displayed notifications. "You have eliminated another ferocious wolf and received 3 experience points." With precise movements, Xiang-ho stabbed through the bodies of the remaining wolves one by one. "Just keep stabbing them," he told himself. As the spear blade pierced the final target, a powerful burst of light immediately enveloped him, marking his official level up to level 5. Along with that, the system announced that his personal traits had received additional, extremely valuable effects. Song-ho was shocked to check and realized that his spatial gate skill now had the ability to become invisible to others' eyes. At the same time, it allowed him to observe images and hear sound one way from the other side of the gate. To test his new ability, Song-ho decisively commanded, "Open gate." A magical window appeared right in the middle of the forest, showing the interior of his restaurant in the real world crystal clear. Song-ho couldn't help but be amazed. Awesome, a camera! And this journey is perfect. The fact that the portal is now invisible to others has completely wiped out my fear of being discovered. He exclaimed with excitement, "Seriously, this upgrade is insane. It changed everything and fixed all the previous issues." Looking at the virtual screens displaying various locations, from mysterious rooms to distant beaches, Song-ho realized how terrifyingly powerful the effects would be at higher levels. He told himself to work even harder on leveling up in the future, because now he understood the importance of a player's level. His gaze hardened with determination, and he insisted that there was no reason to miss out on his upcoming goals. However, before starting any new tasks, Song-ho looked down at the battlefield and muttered, "Now I've got to bury these guys." He stood silently in the middle of the forest with Dingo, preparing to clear away the wolf carcasses to wipe out any traces. 2 days had passed since the cleanup of the savage wolves, and Song-ho had managed to get a huge amount of work done. First, he used a drone to survey the entire ecosystem in the other world. The results confirmed that within a 1-kilometer radius, there were only normal animals like foxes and deer. There was absolutely no sign of any monsters. After carefully checking the areas where he had previously found traces of goblins, he also obtained information about a nest located about 3 kilometers away. With a scale that large, there had to be a hobgoblin guarding it. This situation was way too tough for one person. He weighed the map. At this moment, feeling somewhat reassured about his safety, Song-ho decided to start turning his hideout into a complete bunker. With a chainsaw in hand, he diligently cleared the underbrush and cut down trees around the base area. With the effective help of his little wolf, Dingo, he had already leveled a flat yard. With a diameter of up to 20 meters, Song-ho then set up a sturdy 2-layer barbed wire fence and planned to dig a deep trench around the outside. To increase his defensive capabilities, possessing an invisible portal that only he could see was a huge victory, allowing him to easily monitor every development in the real world through his virtual screens. Meanwhile, in the real world, Song-ho kept traveling to distant supply stores to buy construction materials and ordered an industrial forklift from a used car dealership. Looking through his camera, he saw the news situation was still chaotic as the streets started to be flooded with police and military presence. To prepare for the future, he rented an additional motorcycle and a mini excavator to maximize utility before the Iron Death Plague struck. Everything became even more convenient thanks to the help of the geoduck toad. Every day, Song-ho injected himself with a small amount of poison from the geoduck to build up resistance for his body. Now, he not only possessed a body capable of resisting toxins, but had also stored a large amount of paralytic poison to coat his combat weapons. However, while sitting in front of his computer screen to follow the latest developments, Song-ho suddenly looked shocked and felt truly confused. This was definitely a trap, right? Song-ho looked stunned at the screen displaying a congratulatory notification for My Dream, a veteran gamer with 4,500 hours of playtime who had become the first recognized survivor. He wondered if My Dream had truly sold himself to the establishment in exchange for classified information. Currently, the military was tightening control over key agencies, and the president was still holding absolute power, making everything seem like a pre-staged script. Song-ho remembered My Dream was originally a person who was extremely kind-hearted, so the fact that this person appeared at this time just didn't make any sense. Could this just be an obsession with the game? Or was there a secret deal behind it between those who held the information? In his memory, My Dream was someone who specialized in hoarding and selling items in exchange for rumors, not someone who lusted after giant bunkers. Choosing to join hands with the president, the person with the highest authority, was clearly a move calculated with logic. Even though his intuition told him this was definitely a smokescreen, Song-ho still couldn't understand why someone as decent as My Dream would agree to carry out this ploy. He sighed tiredly, realizing that sitting here guessing wouldn't solve anything. If the #1 survivor had truly joined forces with My Dream, Song-ho understood that he had to change his entire survival plan. He immediately sat at his computer and quickly created a new identifier and virtual reality account to try and contact them directly. Care to meet on VR chat? He sent a short invitation and nervously waited for a response from the other side. The screen, to his surprise, my dream replied almost immediately. Sure, where should I go? He decisively logged into the virtual world to verify if this identity was real or fake. A blue stream of light from the screen reflected in Seong-ho's tense eyes when the system officially announced that the player My Dream had logged into the White Room. Thanks for inviting me. Non-Mid-Dream greeted him as soon as he stepped into the White Room. Seong-ho only responded briefly, but the guy in the hat seemed unhappy, thinking the way they were meeting face-to-face wasn't according to his plan. He grumbled about going through the trouble of traveling a long way, only for the other person to keep playing the hiding game. Seong-ho coldly replied, "Oh, sorry about that. But displeasing me won't do you any good." Mid-Dream paused slightly, curiously asking if he was a veteran player, but Seong-ho only vaguely replied that that might be true or not. To verify, Mid-Dream demanded specific proof to be able to trust him. Without hesitation, Seong-ho recreated the image of Alba in the valley along with the early appearance of the Bone Creeper. He also revealed that his current level had reached 5. The guy asked one final question about the number of report points, and upon receiving the correct answer of about 4, he laughed and admitted, "Ha ha, you are definitely one of the veteran players." Seong-ho decisively interrupted, "Shut it. If that much proof is enough, call the #1 survivor. If it's real, I'll join." However, Mid-Dream refused because he couldn't summon that character right now, making Seong-ho extremely angry because he thought he was being tricked. Suddenly, the guy in the hat changed the topic to the weather in a weird way, making him suspicious that the guy was intentionally stalling for time with nonsense. Just then, in the real world, Seong-ho stared at the computer screen in shock. He froze for 5 seconds when he realized this guy wasn't free to talk about trivia, but was secretly hacking his IP. Mid-Dream smiled mysteriously, said goodbye, and disappeared from the chat room, leaving Seong-ho in extreme anxiety when he realized his location had been exposed. A group of people in mysterious black suits suddenly stormed into the internet cafe where Seong-ho was hiding. The leader in the gray suit coldly ordered his subordinates to guard the exits so no one could escape outside. The employee approached to greet them, but he brushed her off, asserting that they weren't there to play games but to hunt down someone with the identity Anon. He roughly grabbed the girl's arm to cause under immense pressure, ignoring the startled onlookers. The leader suddenly activated a powerful psychic ability, making the employee's eyes glow with a piercing purple light. Mesmerized, she was forced to obey every command. CEO Ho, sitting at a nearby terminal, was horrified to realize this guy was a psychic awakener with terrifying manipulative powers. Sensing things were about to go south, he immediately went into escape mode, quickly slipping into the restroom to find a way out. The leader approached the computer where Seong-ho had been. Ho, who had just been sitting there, growled, "Are you Anon?" But in front of him there was only an empty chair. Gritting his teeth, he realized his target had caught the scent of danger and fled. In a heartbeat, he and his gang bolted toward the restroom, where Seong-ho's traces were still clearly visible. Entering, he suspected that his opponent was an invisibility-type awakener hiding nearby. He nonchalantly turned on the faucet, splashing water all over the room to track the hidden target through the spray. As water splashed everywhere, he confidently declared, "Once I catch Seong-ho, this whole thing will be over." Suddenly, he spotted a strange mark on the wall and realized he had been hiding right against this partition to keep an eye on him. In reality, Seong-ho was standing behind an invisible space portal, witnessing his every move. The leader realized this wasn't just invisibility, it was a rare spatial movement ability. He pulled out his radio to report the situation, his face tense. Seong-ho scoffed at the My Dream guy from the game. He wants to play the elegant gentleman, but in real life, he's just a villain. Seong-ho gripped the spear coated in Zadok's poison, silently thanking My Dream for making his decision so easy. Finally, he realized he could not afford to hesitate any longer in the face of these expanding forces of evil. From now on, he would act by his own standards to survive. Seong-ho's eyes burned with murderous intent. He swore to fight poison with poison and would show zero mercy to anyone threatening his safety. The suited leader was panting, helpless as he frantically searched for information on the computer. He grumbled, "So, which veteran is Anon?" He couldn't believe it. Despite possessing such mobility and insane playtime, the target could just vanish without a trace. While he was still muttering, searching for clues, a cold voice suddenly echoed right behind him. "Hello there!" Song-ho, dressed in a full-body ninja-like protective suit, pounced on the leader. The leader turned back in panic, but it was too late. A razor-sharp spear coated in green jodok poison pierced straight through him. He screamed in terror as he realized the person in front of him was a non. No giving the opponent a chance to resist, Song-ho lunged forward, pinning him against the wall. "Who gave you permission to look back?" he asked coldly. "How does the paralyzing poison feel?" The leader trembled, trying to speak, but Song-ho cut him off firmly, telling him it was best if he stayed silent. He reminded him that since the apocalypse and the tutorial hadn't officially begun, everything was still in a free state. Song-ho pulled out a sharp dagger, explaining that the system's penalty for murder hadn't been activated yet, meaning if he killed him now, he wouldn't face any punishment or losses. The leader lay still, forced to endure the full effects of the paralyzing poison combo. Looking at the guy lying gasping at his feet, Song-ho mocked that a true veteran should be able to read the room that quickly. He coldly questioned why he chose to betray the #1 survivor and target innocent people. Looking down at the wretch, Song-ho remarked coldly, "Now you look more like a monster good for looting than a human being." The leader cursed in frustration. "You son of a—" Song-ho calmly replied, "This is the price for daring to deceive me and trying to turn me into your slave." He firmly confiscated his phone and delivered a final warning. "Next time, I won't hold back." Just before my dream's minions could arrive, Song-ho quickly left the internet cafe to head home and immediately entered the other world. The first thing he did was excitedly unbox the loot he had just acquired. He held the ID card of the guy from earlier. His name was Kang Kyung-jun, 32 years old. According to the info, he was a golf club owner and owned 3 separate shelters. Using the club as a base, he was notorious for his illicit affairs with women, and it seemed the more he played the game, the better traits he received. He was testing his mind control abilities on others. Song-ho put the phone down, feeling a bit uneasy because his memory of this guy seemed slightly off. He pondered to himself, considering the dark side of humanity, possessing such a terrifying ability in such a short time is extremely dangerous. Gaining mind control skills surely wasn't easy, but when facing human nature during the apocalypse, your new weapon is the eyes that help you survive. Song-ho picked up the gun and began to meticulously check its parts. He understood one thing: only by becoming stronger than anyone else and increasing his physical stats through real results would he have a chance to survive. Song-ho fired a shot, hitting the bullseye instantly, proving that only the skilled survive the apocalypse. "Next time I should practice shooting without reloading," Song-ho muttered after checking the gun. Suddenly, the speakers started blaring non-stop, making him jump. A blue screen appeared with a series of continuous alerts, leaving him wondering why there were so many notifications. What's going on? A flood of emergency news poured in. Monsters appeared at Jirisan. Screams echoed throughout Seoul and Incheon. The sky suddenly darkened, accompanied by terrifying flashes of lightning. Song-ho was shocked to realize the second omen had officially begun. Immediately, he jumped into his car and sped off into the silent night. Watching the clock strike 10:30 p.m. on July 8th, he cursed at the unexpected turn of events. "Of all places, Onyxon?" Song-ho muttered anxiously while driving. The alert on his phone confirmed that the monsters were last seen near the Onyxon reservoir. He floored it, his car speeding along the road leading up the mountain. Upon arriving, he and Dingo got out, and he instructed his little partner to prepare for a real hunt. Dingo barked excitedly, responding to his master's trust. Song-ho decided to speed up the mountain for 2 urgent reasons. First, with this large-scale chaos, the police would surely seal off the area soon to control the situation. Second, goblins are wandering monsters. They usually set up a temporary base under the command of a hobgoblin chieftain. He called out to Dingo and asked if the little guy had caught the scent of the goblins yet. The little wolf barked loudly and immediately took the lead, rushing deep into the woods, deep in the forest. Song-ho rushed after, realizing his little partner had actually found something. Together, they darted quickly through the dense canopy. Amidst the dark woods, stopping to catch his breath, Song-ho wondered if there was a better way to get around. Suddenly, a horrific scene unfolded before him. His eyes went wide. frozen. "Damn it!" he cursed, seeing several police officers lying motionless on the ground. Xiang-ho hurried over to check on them. He steadied himself, telling himself to stay calm. Fortunately, he realized they were still alive, and from what he could see, there were no serious open wounds. "Right," Xiang-ho concluded. "They were just paralyzed by poison." However, a key detail made him frown. If they were paralyzed, then who took their guns? Xiang-ho quickly checked the monster carcasses nearby for more clues. Looking at a dead goblin, he confirmed that the bullet holes meant the police definitely fired back. But as he flipped over another body, his expression turned dead serious. Xiang-ho realized there was a gold goblin among this pack of monsters. That explained why the police force had been defeated so easily and quickly. Xiang-ho grabbed a police radio and made a call to report the situation, so that help could arrive sooner. While waiting for backup, he pondered. With images of these monsters starting to spread across social media, the government would no longer have any way to cover up the truth. This was truly the start of a wave of chaos. Xiang-ho looked at Dingo and instructed, "Dingo, I'm counting on you." Both of them continued to step deeper into the shadows of the forest. Elsewhere, a few people were still struggling to fight off a monster attack. Standing right behind the young man with blue-tipped silver hair, he wondered if he was just going to be a sacrifice, especially since he hadn't even fully awakened yet. Still, he quickly regained his composure and told himself no other choice now. He revealed his true ability was telekinesis. Even though it took a while to cast, he confidently claimed he would protect his teammates. Immediately, large stones nearby began to float and then shot off like bullets, crushing the goblins' heads in a blink. The shield-bearer, worried, asked if the rest of the team was on their way. The leader confirmed they had definitely been spotted, but the treacherous terrain and the chaos below were making reinforcements extremely difficult. Seeing the police and civilians trapped below, his teammate considered ditching them to be safe. But the silver-haired guy shot that idea down. He saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because the monster's movements were exactly the same as what happened in the game. He analyzed that the goblins in front of them were currently very weak because they weren't carrying key weapons like poison darts or long spears. Ignoring his teammates' fear, the boss ordered them to keep fighting at all costs. He believed that if they cleared this spot and took out the hobgoblin squad that just split off, the group would hit the jackpot later. He demanded his teammates stop complaining and focus. Meanwhile, his hands continued to channel energy, creating powerful surges to prepare to wipe out the enemy. The battle became extremely tense when a goblin suddenly landed a nasty hit, causing the silver-haired leader to collapse. The shield-bearing teammate shouted in a panic, "Boss, are you okay?" Seeing the perimeter closing in, the silver-haired guy painfully realized this job was way too much for a bunch of rookies. Meanwhile, the shield-bearer was completely lost in the face of the monster's ferocity. They were charging in. Suddenly, one enemy after another was taken down to the shield-bearer's absolute shock. He stared in disbelief at the pile of monster carcasses at his feet and wondered where those mysterious arrows came from at such a dire moment. In reality, Xiang-ho was quietly observing everything through a spatial portal, wondering if his interference in other people's business was pointless. However, he quickly shook off that thought, believing he had paid a fair price for the information he just received. Thanks to that group's actions, Xiang-ho had uncovered a crucial secret. Normal awakened people couldn't reach this high-level area. This gave him the perfect chance to finish off the weakened goblins without any interference. Xiang-ho reminded himself to act quickly. From this moment on, he put on his helmet and began carrying out his detailed combat plan. The first step was to draw the full attention of the goblins toward himself. The plan began as Xiang-ho lured the monsters toward the portal. The goal was to cause them extreme pain so they would shriek and draw the attention of the whole pack. Taking advantage of the spatial portal as a safe shield, Xiang-ho quickly pulled his spear back to erase all evidence. Immediately, the hobgoblin with keen observation noticed its minions had fallen. It roared, ordering the 3 remaining goblins to advance. The goblins, weak and full of anxiety, began to charge at Xiang-ho, but history repeated itself. It took him only 1 hit each to send them packing. Everything up to this point was going according to his plan. Not wanting to waste the chance, Xiang-ho poured all his strength into charging straight at the hobgoblin from behind. But the hobgoblin's power was truly an overwhelming pressure. "Damn it, it's too strong," he whispered to himself as the enemy swung its giant spiked mace down. Xiang-ho stumbled back, hiding behind a tree, gritting his teeth against the pain. It hurts way more than I thought. The monster's sinister laugh echoed defiantly in the darkness. A wave of dizziness hit, making it hard for Seong-ho to stay conscious. The hobgoblin with glowing red eyes loomed closer like a reaper waiting for the final moment. Just as danger grew imminent, the system immediately announced the skill survival instinct had been activated. When his HP hit a critical threshold, Seong-ho's eyes glowed with a powerful golden light behind his mask, marking the awakening of an overwhelming power. With enhanced speed, he moved like a ghost, unleashing a barrage of attacks that kept the hobgoblin off balance. Seong-ho decisively pulled out his gun and fired a stream of Zadok's green poison into the enemy. The poison quickly took effect, causing the monster to roar in agony as its body began to go completely numb. Seong-ho stood coldly looking at the corpse. "Did you think I was easy pickings? That hit didn't do anything." Seong-ho put everything into a counterattack. "My turn." Each sword strike was as fast as lightning, piercing the enemy, making the hobgoblin only manage to let out one painful cry before collapsing. Immediately, the system notified him that he had officially leveled up to 8 and received 13 additional potential points. The new skill, Terrain Sense, was also officially unlocked. Phew, finally done. A few minutes later, the quest to eliminate the hobgoblin was officially complete. Appeared, earning him the title of Hobgoblin Slayer. Seong-ho looked at his still trembling hands, telling himself it was because he used too many lighting effects. Compared to previous battles, this one had definitely drawn unwanted attention. Right at that moment, the wailing of sirens rang out, followed by shouting echoing from afar. He realized with a jolt that the police would be here in a heartbeat. Not wanting to waste time, Seong-ho hurriedly gathered all his loot and decisively ordered the gate to open. He stepped quickly into the blue light to vanish instantly, silently taking it as a lesson learned. From now on, he had to end battles as quickly as possible to avoid being detected. The next morning, Seong-ho woke up in his base, his body wrapped in bandages. The little wolf, Dingo, cuddled up and licked his face, as if trying to wake his sleeping master. He groaned in pain, realizing he'd slept in for an entire day. Looking at the intertwined wounds on his chest, Seong-ho reminded himself that from now on, except in true emergencies, he absolutely had to avoid forcing his survival instinct skill to activate. Because the toll it took on his body was too great before starting a new day, he decided to check the rewards obtained from that recent life-or-death battle. Let's see what we've got. While he was busy checking his inventory, the doomsday clock kept ticking. Only 9 days left until the real catastrophe would officially descend upon humanity. The hobgoblins. They're really something else. He marveled at the valuable items on the table. Although the pistol looked quite impressive, the thing that truly amazed him was the knife. Reading the system notification, Midrin Knife, Permanent Durability. Seong-ho couldn't hide his excitement. It wasn't affected by iron death disease. Why hadn't I ever thought I'd see a truly durable weapon like this? However, a big question appeared in his mind. How the heck could a lowly goblin have such an expensive item? He picked up the knife to inspect it closely and realized its surface was very rough, not smooth at all. Seong-ho fell into deep thought. The goblins in the other world did use metal weapons, but based on their level of civilization, they certainly couldn't have forged such things by themselves, unless they were mutated. A terrifying hypothesis flashed through his mind, but he quickly reassured himself that he was overthinking it. I'll check more carefully later. For now, let's see what else there is. Right. Seong-ho continued rummaging through his inventory and exclaimed in surprise when he found the shadow grapes. This was an extremely useful item that enhanced nighttime vision, allowing him to move freely in the dark without any obstacles. Thrilled with the high-quality gear, Seong-ho dumped all 13 potential points into his strength stat right away. Let's go. He decisively ordered the space gate to open, and a powerful blue light erupted, whisking him away from the base. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Seong-ho hurriedly checked his phone and was stunned by emergency notifications about the tutorial phase beginning in a brutal manner. Seong-ho headed straight toward Hyungjun's gym to regroup. Just as he pushed the door to enter, he called out, "I'm here!" Seeing him pop in, Hyungjun and Mickey-un, who were waiting, were as happy as if they'd struck gold. Seong-ho scratched his head, offering a sheepish laugh and apologizing for keeping everyone waiting. Looking at the two strangers standing next to Hyungjun, Seong-ho curiously asked for their identities. Hyungjun quickly introduced them. These are the new members joining the team. Say hello. This is Seong-ho, the restaurant owner I told you about. The young man named Lee Kyu-hyun and the girl, Kim Bora, politely greeted him. When Seong-ho asked about the remaining member, Young-jun explained that they had gone to the super modern camping store that opened a month ago to stock up on additional supplies that were necessary. The atmosphere suddenly became tense when Young-jun mentioned the shocking news from yesterday. Seong-ho confirmed he had watched the entire situation on MyTube and fully understood the situation. The information about a doctor's finding a zombie embryo inside a goblin's corpse after an autopsy had made it so the government couldn't just sit still anymore. President Jeon Moon-taek immediately convened a National Security Council meeting, declaring that they would hunt down those who created the survival life game and started listening to opinions from the awakened to prepare for the pandemic. Young-jun turned to ask for Seong-ho's opinion. You know so much. What do you think we should do now? Before Seong-ho could even answer, Lee Ki-hoon interrupted confidently, asserting that he had already given advice before. He claimed that goblins only brought a little bit of experience points and couldn't help anyone level up much, even the awakened. Ki-hoon advised everyone to just focus on hoarding supplies like he suggested instead of risking it to go hunting. Hearing those somewhat naive and misguided words, Seong-ho narrowed his eyes in suspicion, silently thinking this guy seemed to be spouting complete nonsense. Seong-ho intended to correct him, but Ki-hoon immediately cut him off haughtily. Sorry, but have you actually played Survival Life yet? When Seong-ho said anyone could read the information on the forums, he sneered, Exactly. Only believing what you see on the forums isn't smart, you don't get it. Bora curiously asked if there were any conditions for someone not to turn into a zombie when exposed to zombie spores. Ki-hoon nonchalantly explained that those who had never interacted with the system would be fine. Before Bora's blank stare, he started puffing out his chest and bragging about being awakened. He claimed that as long as you'd interacted with the system once, you'd be safe, causing Bora to be completely convinced. Ki-hoon continued to show off about his expert title and claimed that many people would want to cling to an awakened person like him to find a way to survive. Seeing Bora's look of admiration, he patted his chest and vowed, confidently, Don't worry, I swear I will protect all of you. Witnessing that ridiculous act, Seong-ho silently assessed that this guy's theories were interesting, but far too naive and completely unreliable. Realizing this conversation was going nowhere, Seong-ho noticed that even Hyung-jun was not buying this troublemaker's act. He firmly stood up to take his leave. I've got things to do. I'll call when I'm finished. Seong-ho turned and left, not wanting to waste time with a show-off. Seong-ho began updating his plan to collect supplies before the Iron Death disease officially broke out. He carefully scouted camping gear stores and convenience stores to ensure he didn't miss anything important. Just as he trudged back home, he saw Soo-yeon waiting there for him, having been pining away for who knows how long. She waved to call Seong-ho. Then she stepped closer, suggesting I come by because she had something for me. Do you have a moment? Seong-ho nodded in agreement, and she immediately handed him a bag. Painkillers and antibiotics, Soo-jong explained. Things you can't get without a doctor's prescription. Seong-ho stared at the valuable gift in surprise. Whoa, are you sure I can take this? Soo-jong beamed, assuring him that if he needed more, she would find a way to get them. She then revealed her address. Room 300, Eden Villa. 2. She noted the exact address was written inside the bag and emphasized, It's a fair trade, right? You haven't forgotten? We both need to know where the other is. Faced with her bluntness and resolve, Seong-ho could only nod. All right, that works. Soo-jong said goodbye to head over to Jim's room, not forgetting to add, By the way, Seong-ho, make sure that you're ready to shine, and don't forget that address. Watching the doctor's back as she left, Seong-ho quietly marveled, She really is a powerful woman. After that impressive meeting, time passed quickly, day by day. Seong-ho worked tirelessly, stopping at every possible location to stock up on equipment and supplies. He started building a reinforced warehouse using sandwich panels right in the other world to store his goods. When his mini excavator arrived, he took the chance to dig defensive trenches around his base. Meanwhile, the outside world was becoming chaotic to the extreme. Protesting crowds appeared everywhere in the rain, while TV stations were flooded with heated debates between those predicting the apocalypse and those who were still skeptical. After an emergency meeting, a series of shocking news reports broke at 11:35 p.m., making everything feel uncontrollable. The ESA issued strange press releases about mysterious ships, causing the technical staff to gasp in horror. What the hell is this? And then the worst was confirmed. Both the unzombie beta and even the alpha meteorites were hurtling straight toward Earth at terrifying speeds. 4 days passed in a frightening, eerie silence before the storm. And then the final omen arrived as the fated Russian ship loomed into the harbor. Standing on the balcony, looking down at a city still bathed in the early morning sun, Seong-ho quietly observed the beginning of the end. After confirming the harbor area was empty, Seong-ho entered an abandoned building to start his preparations. He firmly gave the order, "Open the portal." The reason he risked coming here despite the danger of becoming a zombie was simple: to collect more guns from the Russian ship. He knew that the zombie spore was a pathogen with an incredibly strong ability to spread and penetrate. This was something humans truly couldn't avoid. For someone without family like Seong-ho, whether he turned today or a few days later didn't make much difference. Even though he could choose to hide and live peacefully in the other world with Dingo, he wondered if doing so would mean he had any humanity left. After checking his gear on the boat, he told himself, "All right, everything is ready." Even though he accepted the risks, it didn't mean he was craving death. Seong-ho was simply making a choice different from the masses to face the disaster. Looking at his watch, it was almost 1 p.m. He focused on tracking the meteor's projected impact coordinates based on the buoy. He was sure Incheon Port was the landing spot for Unzombie Beta. He wondered about the scale of the devastation, and how would the real apocalypse be different, compared to what Alpha and Beta had already caused? Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded. Seong-ho panicked as he checked his phone screen. Damn it, it's starting. May. The screen displayed an emergency notification confirming the third impact point was indeed Incheon Port. Sirens echoed throughout the area, signaling the collapse of the coast. A scene of desolation appeared, with dead fish bleaching the shore and ships smashed to pieces. A massive tsunami from the open sea roared in, dragging the giant Russian ship straight into land. The power of the violent water swallowed the entire harbor area, turning everything into a wreck in an instant. Witnessing that horrific scene, Seong-ho could only mutter in shock, "Damn it, everything is playing out exactly like the game, if not even more brutal." Watching the water rise and submerge the buildings, he told himself he should get moving. Seong-ho immediately started the engine, his small boat speeding through streets that had turned into rivers. He knew he couldn't afford to waste a single second before government agents arrived. His goal was to hit hard and finish this quickly. He steered the boat to pull up alongside the Russian ship, which was teetering amidst the wreckage. Once he reached the ship, Seong-ho quickly tossed his grappling hook and started climbing up. A crucial detail suddenly crossed his mind. Just like in the game, it seemed that awakened people weren't actually turned into zombies. He checked his own status and noticed there were no side effects at all. Good, that's not a bad thing. He decisively pushed deeper inside until the time to go. Dry, guttural growls echoed from the pale, scarred creatures wandering the deck. Facing them, Seong-ho stood firm with his shield and mace. He inwardly assessed the situation. Zombies in survival life are special. In the game, they don't transmit the virus. They treat everything as food. The more nutrients they consume, the stronger and more aggressive they become. Seeing them charging crazily, Seong-ho roared, "Hey, don't you dare snap your jaws at me!" He swung his mace with a strike. "Go ahead, bite this, you bastard!" Looking at the corpses lying strewn at his feet, Seong-ho wondered, but they aren't getting any weaker? The system notified him that he had just gained 4 experience points. Even though he won quickly, he told himself he had to follow up with a few hits using his iron weapon to be safe. He couldn't be reckless like last time. He gripped his weapon tighter, his eyes fixed on the darkness. One mistake is more than enough for a veteran. Because just once is all it takes, people. Looking at this horde of zombies, Seong-ho exclaimed while standing before a long, endless hallway filled with bloodthirsty, shrieking creatures. He marched forward resolutely. "I'll clear the ones in the hallway first." His final objective was the ship's armory. The captain definitely keeps guns. I have to check the armory. Seong-ho dashed deep into the darkness of the hall. Seong-ho suddenly stopped when he realized someone was still alive in a dark room. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but the noise confirmed that there was still life inside. Even though he feared the person might have been infected by the zombies, He stepped in to check. When the door opened, Xiang-ho froze at the sight of a young man sitting blankly beside a corpse. He wondered if he had arrived too late. Knowing there was nothing he could change, he decisively turned away from the room and walked out. Walking past the scattered corpses, Xiang-ho realized with a bitter sting that these tragedies would soon become the new normal once the real apocalypse began. He told himself maybe one day he too would have to turn on his own kind just to survive. Making his way back to the boat, Xiang-ho was blindsided to find a group of radical youths already trying to scavenge this pile of relief supplies. Xiang-ho saw this as a good training exercise for himself, silently admitting that he was no different from the greedy bastards out there. He slammed the throttle to the floor, leaving them in a cloud of exhaust as he sped away from the treacherous docks. The night after, as the city sank into darkness, Xiang-ho sat motionless before the chaotic news updates. He realized the situation was spiraling beyond the government's control. They were still trying to cover up the truth. Watching the president's address on the screen, Xiang-ho decided it was time to act and contacted the Special Forces unit. He realized the administration's line of thinking aligned with his own, so he would provide them with the final piece of the truth. Xiang-ho picked up the phone and called Liu Beom directly. Speaking to the Special Forces, he coldly declared, "I know exactly when everything will end." Liu Beom was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Xiang-ho firmly asserted, "The moment the world collapses is 9 p.m. on July 15th. Despite the shock and rapid-fire questions from the other end of the line, he simply offered a "good luck" and coldly hung up. The president's official announcement echoed across all media, confirming that martial law had been declared, with the hope of facing the apocalypse in an orderly fashion. As military convoys began flooding the streets and soldiers repeatedly announced over loudspeakers for all citizens to stay indoors, Xiang-ho silently watched everything via his phone. He told himself that for those who only know the world through social media, it's hard to distinguish what's real in the midst of this chaos. The loudspeakers urged everyone once more to stop all work and stay inside. The president announced his final address would be broadcast at exactly 9 p.m. on July 15th. Standing alone in this dark corner, Xiang-ho cursed under his breath. "Damn it! If I'd known this, I would have posted for clout from the start." But he quickly brushed off the regret, because he understood that no matter how well he prepared, this catastrophe was unstoppable. He reminded himself to keep his promise. He was just an ordinary person, not a hero. With the massive amount of supplies he had stockpiled, Xiang-ho believed he was prepared for the long journey ahead. At his secret base, he was hard at work operating an excavator to build a shelter deep in the desolate mountains. After completing the heavy labor, he decided to stay there for a few more days to organize everything neatly. Xiang-ho began sorting through the hard drives filled with vital data, from mana cooking recipes to agricultural basics. He walked in the forest with Dingo, his little wolf cub, and was amazed to see the sun apples had ripened to a golden yellow in just one short month. He wondered if this forest was a fertile land filled with magic. However, on the very last day before the disaster officially struck, he discovered something unusual. Looking at the canned goods on the pantry shelf, Xiang-ho muttered, "Hold on, didn't these still have 2 months left before expiring?" Xiang-ho picked up a withered grape. He suspiciously asked Dingo if he had been snacking. Seeing the little dog deny it immediately, he mumbled that he didn't look like he was faking his innocence. Dingo barked loudly as if trying to clear his name. To get to the bottom of it, Xiang-ho checked the surveillance camera. He was stunned to discover the real culprits were beetles that had broken into the doghouse to steal grapes and jelly. Seeing a beetle act with such intelligence, he was curious to investigate immediately but had to hold back because he had so much else to worry about. The final day before the catastrophe had arrived, Xiang-ho prepared to welcome special guests to his home. In the living room, Hyungjun, Mikyong, and a new member were gathering. They discussed controlling targets like an aircraft. Xiang-ho wanted to sink into depression, looking at the cluttered mess around him. The young man with light brown hair greeted them. "Hello, I'm Ayu Hyun." He introduced himself as an old member seeking help. Hyungjun excitedly welcomed him to the team. Xiang-ho shook the newcomer's hand, mentioning he had heard a lot about him from the club president. The group decided to skip formalities and started sharing all the crucial information they possessed. Hyungjun said the line of communication with his ex-wife had suddenly been cut. Worried for his daughter, he immediately drove out to find her, but hit dense blockades on the highway. All citizens near the Ulsan oil complex were being forcibly evacuated by the military. Suzyeon said she didn't come with the group and revealed that the military had set up a shelter at Ulsan Park, something she herself found hard to believe. Mikyung added information about officials who opposed the president's decision having been arrested immediately. Even so, she noted that the supply situation in the warehouses wasn't too bad yet. Seong-ho listened and realized the government's intentions weren't as bad as he had thought. Instead of leaving things to chaos, they were striving to maintain order for the end of the world. He told himself if he wanted everyone to understand, the best way was to provide concrete evidence. Seong-ho considered revealing the identity of the veteran Kim Bap lover to lead the community in the virtual world. Connecting now, listen, don't be too shocked, but it seems the president wants an orderly apocalypse. Seong-ho looked directly at everyone and affirmed. Mikyung and Sujeon were stunned, asking what that meant. Seong-ho pointed out the anomaly. Since the July 15th lockdown, all national infrastructure had been suspended for the past 4 days. The group was stunned, wondering why the government would choose such an extreme path. Yoo-hyun stuttered, unable to believe his ears when hearing Seong-ho confirm the end was near. Sujeon was also full of doubt. She wondered why the government was acting this way when everyone already knew about Z. Hyungjun insisted this wasn't the time for individualism, but a time for survival, and they all needed to cooperate. Seong-ho reminded them of the brutal truth. Anyone could turn into a zombie tomorrow. He resolutely moved to the most important part and took out a thick stack of documents. Seong-ho revealed that the reason for gathering everyone was to share the detailed walkthrough along with survival tips from Survival Life. Hyungjun was stunned, asking how he could possibly know all this classified information. Seong-ho calmly explained that he had watched Kim Bap Lover's videos and apologized for keeping it a secret for so long. Mikyung smiled understandingly, saying it was fine because she also had her own secrets from him. Seong-ho handed the documents to Mikyung and told everyone to use the information as they saw fit. He emphasized in a very serious tone regarding the walkthrough, "You must absolutely follow the instructions step by step." As night fell, everyone gradually left, leaving Seong-ho standing alone on the terrace with the tiny four-legged General Dingo. Looking back at the brutal 32-day preparation journey, images of the battle with the orc goblin and the physical training flashed back like a slow-motion film. Seong-ho told himself everything still wasn't perfect. He clenched his fist, thinking, if this solitary preparation was considered selfish in the face of fate, then perhaps it would come back to punish him. But looking up at the sky, he affirmed that he did not regret anything at all. Seong-ho raised his binoculars to observe, his face hardening as he realized the catastrophe had truly arrived. He bitterly muttered, "Damn it." In the end, there is no way to escape this ending. As soon as the dawn broke, the lockdown was finally lifted. Seong-ho had finished all the basic preparations for his home, from installing bulletproof glass to reinforcing the structure. The wooden doors were rock solid. He still maintained his brutal morning routine, injecting a small dose of paralytic toxin into his body to build up his resistance. Seong-ho, pushing himself to the limit, bulging blue veins stood out on his arms as he struggled to finish his 300th push-up. Exhausted, he changed into his tactical gear and nonchalantly ate breakfast with his wolf Dingo. Seong-ho quietly waited for the 9 o'clock moment as announced. He leaned back on the sofa while Dingo dozed at his feet. Suddenly, a notification sound made him startle and look up. Oh, it's starting. The TV screen. Static began to clear, showing the first signals. President Jiang Wan-tae appeared on the screen, exuding authority as he began to speak. "My fellow citizens, I am Jiang Wan-tae. Bow!" Seong-ho watched the powerful speech of the nation's leader intently. He officially declared that martial law would be enacted at exactly 5 p.m. on July 16th. By then, the military had completely taken control of the media, critical infrastructure, and all major routes had been blockaded. Seong-ho quietly marveled, "It's hard to imagine anyone other than him managing an apocalypse this orderly." Looking at the images of a burning meteor hurtling toward Earth, he let out a heavy sigh. Even though deep down he hoped the end wouldn't come, his hand had already gripped the remote. Ready for any situation, but now it was finally here. I have to survive, right? Seong-ho told himself with the iron determination of a true apocalypse veteran. He geared up with weapons. There were only 4 hours left before the cursed zombie spores would land on Earth. Seong-ho spent 2 precious hours double-checking his agricultural supply storage and organizing essentials at his base. In the other world, he carefully prepared the gear needed to deal with the Iron Death disease at the training camp, then quickly snapped back to the brutal reality. All right, time to get mentally ready and fight, everyone. Just as expected, the real world was now turning into a living hell. It wasn't just chaos with people attacking each other. This was also when the sickos started to show their true colors. The worst instincts, suppressed for so long, were unleashed. A morbidly obese man looked up at the sky and laughed gleefully. We're all gonna die anyway, might as well do whatever I want. Shortly after, he was taken down by a powerful stab right on the spot. There were people who could casually take someone else's life without feeling a shred of guilt or remorse. Down on the street, a blond guy stood next to a blood-stained truck, coldly berating the person gasping for air. Are you a fanatic or something? Why are you standing in the middle of the road just to get hit and die? His accomplice stood nearby, trembling and making excuses that they only meant to check on him but had bad luck. The blond guy casually brushed it off. Forget it. When the Iron Death hits, he wouldn't have been any use anyway. Just consider this a way to get rid of some bad luck. A guy in a blue hat who was with them suddenly looked up toward the rooftop, where Seong-ho was watching. He sneered, "And you too, the guy peeking up there like a pervert." He challenged, "Don't you dare turn into a zombie. I'm doing you a favor by giving you a moment in the spotlight." Seong-ho looked at him with icy eyes, thinking, we aren't living in some romantic era, so why is he acting like he's declaring war? Suddenly, a piece of paper flew by, leaving him puzzled. Huh? Looking up at the sky full of flyers being dropped by planes, Seong-ho exclaimed, "Wow, is the government really worrying about the citizens' safety until the very last minute?" He picked up the paper and saw it was a map marking the locations of bomb shelters. Seong-ho thought to himself, impressive, completely different from a guy like me. He wondered, if people like that were the majority, then even the apocalypse might be bearable. But the reality is that everyone has a different nature. Seong-ho decisively crumpled the paper and turned away. All right, time to go back and keep preparing. He slowly walked down the stairs, preparing for the life or death moments ahead. Just 3 minutes left until the zombie spores officially land. Inside the shelter, Seong-ho stood by his motorcycle, which was attached to a trailer full of supplies, and told himself, this is my final dry run. Looking at the oxygen tanks and protective gear, he still couldn't help but worry, is this equipment actually enough to cope before the Iron Death breaks out? Seong-ho closed his eyes, trying to memorize all the harvesting routes he'd planned in his head. Better to plan ahead just to be safe. He looked at the watch on his wrist and reminded himself, after the Iron Death strikes, if he forgot to switch this watch to the one made of magical metal, things would get really messy. This wasn't paranoia. It was careful preparation. Seong-ho told himself as he checked his gear one last time. He believed he had done everything he possibly could for this moment. At exactly 1 in the afternoon, Seong-ho firmly put his helmet on and told himself, from now on, I can only hope everything goes according to plan. He started the bike, ready to dive into the fight for survival. Just as the system notified the first zombie spores had officially landed on South Korean territory, the nightmare immediately descended upon the streets with desperate cries for help. Help! Help me! Everyone was shocked, unable to believe that a gruesome zombie pandemic was actually happening right before their eyes. One by one, people collapsed on the street, clutching their necks in pain before rapidly transforming. With purple-tinted skin and bloodshot predatory eyes, gruesome growls echoed everywhere as the zombie horde began to frantically hunt down the survivors. Amidst that hellish landscape, the sound of Seong-ho's motorcycle engine roared powerfully as he sped away. Through the collapsing city, Seong-ho noticed the number of zombies on the streets was lower than he'd imagined. He mused that perhaps most people had chosen to spend their final hours at home with their loved ones. Looking at the zombies frantically clawing and pounding against the glass windows of the buildings, Seong-ho fleetingly wondered if there was anyone left who hadn't turned. He didn't even slow down as the desolate streets faded into the rearview mirror. Actually, this works out for me, Seong-ho muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the throttle. He knew that if there were too many survivors, scavenging for supplies would become extremely difficult and hindered. He zoomed through the empty streets, straight toward his planned target. He screeched to a halt in front of a large pharmacy. Seong-ho smiled in relief to see the security shutters hadn't been pulled down yet. Grabbing his sledgehammer, he stepped off the bike, ready to begin his first harvest of the apocalypse. While others were scrambling to save their lives, he was scrambling to save supplies. He swung the sledgehammer, shattering the glass, and strode into the pharmacy. He immediately raised his hand, opening a spatial portal. A mystical blue glow appeared. Seong-ho told himself he had to be fast, as the zombie spores needed time to fully possess a host. He grabbed everything in sight. He tossed the medicine from the shelves straight into the portal. He calculated that if he could clear out the hardware store before the deadline, he would avoid any unnecessary confrontations on the other side. Dingo, the little wolf, looked on blankly as bottles rained down right next to where he was resting. After finishing the pharmacy raid, Seong-ho checked his watch and smugly noted that at this pace, everything would be finished much sooner than expected. However, the intuition of a veteran gamer quickly extinguished that arrogance. He knew that in reality things were never that easy. Standing before a hardware store with reinforced double security shutters, Seong-ho clicked his tongue in frustration. Seriously? Dual security? Luckily, he'd brought an oxyacetylene torch to deal with it. With this situation, the blue flame began to melt the metal, but the hissing sound was much louder than he'd anticipated. Even though the latest update had reduced the creature's ability to track living things, the zombies were starting to let out terrifying growls right behind him. Seong-ho realized that even though their ability to smell organic matter had diminished, the noise was still a siren call for the monsters. Zombies with glowing eyes began to emerge from the shadows, swarming toward him like bloodthirsty moths to a flame. Just like what happened during the ship incident, the zombies in this early stage were incredibly weak because they hadn't had time to absorb nutrients yet. On top of that, with the update that nerfed their strength, dealing with them had become much easier. Once you know their weak points, even a newbie could take them down easily. Seong-ho landed precise, crushing blows, obliterating the skulls of those in his way. He realized the truth. Reality was definitely much easier than the game version. The constant EXP notifications made earning points feel like a breeze. However, seeing the zombies swarming in, getting more numerous by the second, Seong-ho thoughtfully calculated his next move. Usually, the optimal strategy was to lure them into a narrow alley to take them out one by one, but he was currently stuck in place because of the unfinished oxy-cutting work. All right, since I went through the trouble of bringing this oxyacetylene torch, I might as well deal with all of you at once. Seong-ho firmly put down the cutting torch, gripped his shield and his weapon, ready for a head-on confrontation with the frenzied horde. He declared coldly, "Listen up, you little runts. The only reason I've been avoiding you until now is because I didn't want to waste time, not because I was scared." The zombies rushed him, but Seong-ho calmly used his shield to hold them back. He thought to himself, just think about it. I've poured over 5,500 hours into this trash game, and here there aren't even any elite zombies or scavenger demons. They aren't even traveling in groups. Do these zombies really think they can beat me? Seong-ho firmly swung his weapon, easily crushing the monsters. Standing among the pile of corpses, he mused, "Well, the game had its own fun, so consider this my reward," he declared coldly. "I'll see you off in style." After wiping out the zombies and finishing the harvest at the hardware store, Seong-ho immediately started the motorcycle, pulling a cart packed with paint and tools, and headed toward the local police station. However, when he stepped into the armory, he found only empty shelves. Seong-ho sighed in disappointment. "Looks like I was one step too slow." But just before he could feel discouraged, he suddenly discovered something. Among the scattered corpses in the parking lot, he approached a body still wearing a backpack and found exactly what he was looking for. He unzipped the bag and was stunned to see it filled with submachine guns, handguns, ammunition, and communication devices. He quickly gathered the loot and set off for the fourth target. "Sweet, at least I got something." The zombies began to gather and slowly trailed after him, but the situation remained completely under control. Thanks to the terrain sensing skill gained from the hobgoblin, along with the boost in perception and dexterity from his gear, dodging them became easier than ever. A digital map appeared in his mind, helping him maneuver the bike through the undead with ease. Upon reaching the motorcycle shop, he realized everyone seemed to have the same great idea, as the place had been almost completely picked clean. He quickly loaded the last remaining ATV and a pile of gear onto his trailer. He then took a moment to check his status. In the other world, he had reached level 6 with all stats growing steadily. He decided to rest in the woods for a while to clear debuffs like fatigue and dehydration by eating a sun apple. I have to admit, the spatial portal skill is a ridiculously overpowered cheat, allowing him to recover his stamina in a heartbeat before returning to the city. While he was considering where to scavenge next, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Before he could finish his thought, the nuisances appeared. Inha and his gang charged in on a three-wheeler, roaring with rage. "You bastard! Finally found you!" Crackling with electrical energy, he shouted insults. "If you aren't an awakened, then know your place and stay inside." "Do you have any idea how long we've been looking for you?" A powerful bolt of lightning struck exactly where he had been standing, creating a terrifying electrical explosion. This is insane. These people's obsession has truly crossed the line. Either way, he would have to face them sooner or later, but this constant tailing was getting really annoying. Faced with this situation, he wondered how to handle it properly and decided to prepare to activate a space portal. While the guy named Inha was lecturing his lackeys, "You keep an eye on the zombies," he thought to himself that no matter what method he had to use, finishing these guys off was now as easy as flipping his hand for him. Inha roared with murderous intent. "Are you ready to die, you trash?" He aggressively kicked the wall hard. He calculated in his head that since the tutorial hadn't officially started yet, the system wouldn't label him as a murderer. Even if he were to be caught for his first kill, he would only get a warning, so it wasn't a big deal to him. However, the smile on his face suddenly vanished when he realized his target had disappeared without a trace. Huh? Wait, this guy, where the hell did he go? A sense of unease rose up. He stood there, looking around vigilantly, wondering what kind of person his opponent really was. Suddenly, a black-gloved hand reached out from thin air, gripping Inha's throat and making him choke. You're an awakened one, aren't you?" Xiang-ho coldly demanded. "Just answer quietly. Why the hell are you following me?" The blonde guy replied with difficulty that the simple reason was that he had stolen the girl that he had set his sights on from the start. Xiang-ho asked back in surprise. "Stolen her?" The guy named Inha let out a vulgar smirk, assuming that he must have slept with her already, which is why he was protecting her so fiercely. Not letting him finish his sentence, Xiang-ho landed a kick on Inha's back, sending him flying and crashing to the floor. He stood tall and issued a final warning. "This is your last chance. Turn back while you still can. At the very least, stop hurting innocent people." Inha struggled to get up, smirking with contempt at his tolerance. "Huh? Whoa. Hearing that from someone who also came here. To loot is truly ridiculous. You and I are the same, you idiot." He silently reached for the crossbow hidden behind his back, preparing a malicious sneak attack. He screamed with resentment, "You selfish trash, only caring about yourself." Then he decisively pulled the trigger, aiming straight for the opponent's head. A glowing arrow shot out, but Xiang-ho easily tilted his head to dodge it by a hair's breadth. He calmly admitted, "True. Now that you say it, that's exactly what I am." A large hand gripped Inha's face, leaving him completely paralyzed with fear. He coldly gave his thanks because, thanks to his words, his mind had become clearer than ever. Xiang-ho squeezed his hand tight, coldly acknowledging that he was no different from this trash. Inha, trembling, begged in desperation, "Please, spare me." A dry, cracking sound rang out, ending the nuisance right then and there. The system notified him that he had received 50 experience points. Even though he had been through hundreds of life-or-death battles in the game, the feeling of actually taking a human life still made Xiang-ho feel much filthier than he had expected. Inha, the skinny lackey holding a baseball bat, rushed over in a panic when he saw his leader fall. Xiang-ho cast a cold glance and then uttered a sarcastic warning. "Hey, Skinny, watch your back." Xiang-ho told himself that even if he was a bad person, thugs who only knew how to loot without restraint and indulge their personal desires like them were still not worthy of pity. Witnessing that gruesome scene, Xiang-ho didn't flinch or have any intention of intervening. He coldly delivered the final verdict for those who had lost their humanity. No matter how you look at it, they deserve to die in the apocalypse. His eyes behind the protective goggles showed clear indifference. He turned his back and left everything behind. The murderer system was introduced into the game 3 months after its release to minimize those who specialized in causing trouble. The original intent was good, but its rules were incredibly complicated and loose. To avoid having players quit the game, the first kill only stopped at a warning with a notification. The system will begin monitoring you from now on. However, from the 3rd kill onwards, there would be no exceptions, and that player would be officially labeled a murderer. As for the second kill, if it wasn't a direct hit, the system would consider the level of involvement to decide whether or not to be lenient. So why are there those who accept becoming a butcher? The main reason is to collect points, increase stats, and even steal exclusive skills from opponents, especially the update. From a week before the shutdown, it added special abilities, making the boring survival battle much more exciting. But everything has a price. Murderers are forced to kill continuously to maintain their strength. Once the command to open the blood field is given, a whirlpool of destiny officially begins. Whenever 3 or more players gather, whether they want to or not, they are also forced to summon a barrier and engage in a death match inside. Faced with an unknown murderer, Rabbit Lot could only swear, "Damn it!" while General appeared excited. What kind of skill will this kid give us? Although this was initially a great advantage for evil enemies, in the late game phase when everyone around was a veteran, this system was no different from a poison that caused them to be besieged and eliminated immediately. When becoming a murderer, his heart rate should have been racing with tension, but Seong-ho felt his mind strangely calm. Just as he had predicted, because the tutorial hadn't officially started yet, the system hadn't activated the murderer monitoring mode. Seong-ho decided to fight fire with fire, and from now on, every time he had to take down those blocking his way, he would do it most decisively. After throwing all his opponent's weapons into his personal space to dispose of them, he coldly ordered the portal to close. Time quickly passed to 4:30 in the afternoon. After stopping by a heavy equipment company and a pesticide store, Seong-ho started using binoculars to observe the situation at a large warehouse. He clicked his tongue in frustration when he saw a swarm of zombies tightly surrounding the outside of the building. Not knowing how long they intended to camp there, but what caught his attention more than anything was the fierce conflict taking place between 2 groups of survivors right inside that warehouse. A guy wearing a white shirt was angrily asserting to the whole group that they couldn't leave because the zombies outside were waiting. Immediately, a guy in a red jacket raised a crossbow to threaten them, demanding the other party get lost if they didn't want their heads blown off. The guy in the white shirt remained defiant, thinking the other party was just bluffing and wouldn't dare actually shoot someone. He didn't know that he had angered the wrong lunatic. The guy in red smirked maliciously, then coldly declared, "My specialty in survival life is shooting people." A sharp, dry noise echoed, and the surrounding crowd stared in shock, unable to believe this maniac actually dared to act so cruelly. Amidst everyone's criticism and fear, the man grabbed his crossbow. He calmly declared that this is the apocalypse, a time when the law of the jungle is the only truth. The crossbowman coldly threatened the man in white, "Get lost. The next shot will go straight through your skull." Baying clutching his wound in pain, the man in white had no choice but to retreat with his gang. "All right, let's go, everyone." The man in red smirked, looking at their backs with mockery. "Idiots. Wouldn't it have been better if you guys had left sooner, without getting hurt?" He breathed a sigh of relief for having secured the territory, but suddenly the screams of the man in white rang out from the entrance. "You bastards!" he returned, snarling that he had already warned them about the zombies, and demanded they leave immediately. The man in white frantically used a stick to bang against metal objects, creating deafening noises that echoed throughout the warehouse. This is a parting gift. The crossbowman panicked, realizing the malicious intent, that madman was making noise. He urged his crew to run immediately, before the zombies were lured there. From afar, Seong-ho observed the whole event through binoculars, marveling at the guy's reckless retaliation. He told himself, aside from the infantry battalion area and the apartment complex, the harvesting of supplies was basically finished. Returning to base through the space portal, Seong-ho checked his watch and realized that there was only about an hour left before the next catastrophe hit. He hesitated about moving between areas, feeling it would be a waste to go straight to the apartment complex. Looking at his little wolf, he whispered, "Dingo." Seong-ho, now fully equipped with a protective suit and a tight-fitting helmet, decisively changed his plan. "It's your turn, little one." He pondered where the highest concentration of zombies would be in the early stages. While grabbing large cans of gasoline to prepare for action, he answered his own question. The places that are easiest to absorb nutrients. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. His destination was the large supermarkets, where zombies were currently going crazy, devouring flesh. Song-ho began pouring gasoline all over the parking lot. He explained that normally this is a place to avoid, but for veterans with over 1,000 hours of gameplay, it's different if you prepare thoroughly in real life. This is a golden opportunity to level up quickly. His goal was to reach level 10 before the official tutorial began to unlock the system store. Seong-ho felt it was a bit wasteful to pour all this fuel on the floor, but objectively speaking, it wasn't a huge loss. He decisively ordered Dingo to start. The little wolf, wearing a protective mask, nimbly ran around to attract the attention of the zombie horde. Roars erupted as the undead crazily chased Dingo into the exact area that had been doused with gasoline. As soon as the prey was in the trap, Seong-ho threw a lit lighter onto the ground. "Those loudmouths have walked right into the trap, guys!" A terrifying explosion erupted, incinerating the entire horde in a sea of fire. Seong-ho smiled and praised his partner. "I told you were a genius." A series of system notifications popped up rapidly confirming he had officially leveled up to 11 and received 116 potential points. Especially, upon reaching level 10, his personal trait received an additional effect called Spatial Inventory. It was now 5:40 in the afternoon. After clearing out the supplies from the supermarket, Seong-ho moved to the studio apartment area to collect 3 more computers and NAS storage devices. He worked tirelessly, knowing these buildings would soon collapse in the upcoming natural disaster. Standing right in the middle of the street, Seong-ho activated the space portal to lock the coordinates, then led his motorcycle, mission accomplished, into the other world. At the training ground, about 1 kilometer from the shelter, he quickly changed into gear that contained absolutely no metal components. He carefully put on a stab-resistant vest made of aramid fibers and donned an ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene helmet to ensure absolute safety. One slip-up and you're a goner. Seong-ho began equipping the tools prepared beforehand. Despite the lack of metal zippers or buckles, he told himself the gear looked fine and didn't feel much different. Only 3 minutes left until the fateful moment. Looking at the watch on his wrist, a bit of anxiety flashed through his mind, though he knew everything had been calculated carefully. The personal space portal only allowed himself and his owned assets like his Dodo Cup or Dingo the Wolf to enter. After multiple analyses, Seong-ho concluded that both zombie spores and the Iron Death disease spread through the air in the same way. However, while zombie spores directly destroy and mutate humans, Iron Death attacks and corrodes all metal items, causing them to rot and break down in an instant. That is why Seong-ho chose to be at the training ground, far from the shelter and surrounded only by wooden props. He told himself that worrying now was pointless. If everything collapsed, he had to close the portal as quickly as possible to minimize damage. Seong-ho gripped the item in his hand, focused intently, and decisively ordered the portal to open. The countdown to the fateful 6 o'clock evening hour began. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 final second. The Iron Death had officially arrived. The entire country of South Korea was plunged into horrifying destruction. This vicious disease, or what they call methane break in the game, began gnawing away at all of humanity's civilizational achievements. High-rise towers collapsed. Helicopters lost control and smashed into buildings when the entire metal structure corroded and rotted in a split second. In the blink of an eye, everything from vehicles to electrical panels turned into piles of rusty scrap. Modern civilization was completely wiped out, pushing humanity back to the Stone Age. Amidst the desolate, smoke-filled city, a vibrant green space portal stood firm, opening a path to the world of lush greenery, standing in complete contrast to the ruined reality outside. Even though he had prepared himself well, the scene before him still left Seong-ho in shock. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted on the horizon, dyeing the entire area red in clouds of smoke and fire. He wondered if the infantry battalion's ammo dump had just exploded, but immediately another worry gripped his mind. Panicked, he checked the steel balls he was holding in his hand. Seeing the items were still intact, Seong-ho breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank heavens. But then he quickly regained his cold composure, telling himself he couldn't call this a stroke of luck in a situation like this. Looking through the dimensional gate, the city landscape was nothing but a desolate ruin, shrouded in smoke and littered with the husks of tanks, he thought to himself. He truly had no idea where things were heading. Seong-ho decisively raised his hand to order the gate closed. The blue light vanished, completely severing the connection to the tragic reality. Xiang-Ho's eyes glowed with determination beneath his mask. He reminded himself to just focus on the plan and prepare thoroughly for now. But as he removed his gear and trudged toward the shelter, a strange sight made him stop in his tracks, stunned. Right in front of the shelter entrance, a group of tiny beetles was struggling to carry something huge on their backs. "I let you guys get away with stealing once, so why are you back again?" The little beetles beamed, holding up their shimmering gift as if to get his attention. Xiang-Ho was shocked to realize that what they were bringing him was wild ginseng. "Why on earth would you bring me ginseng all of a sudden?" He leaned down to ask if this was supposed to be an apology for the previous heist. But the beetles shook their heads vigorously. Watching their antics, he immediately guessed their intention. "Oh, so you want to trade for sweet potato jelly, huh?" Witnessing the little bugs trying to butter him up with hopeful, sparkling eyes, Xiang-Ho was completely defeated and thought to himself that they were just too adorable. Xiang-Ho pondered for a moment, then suggested, "How about this? Truth be told, I need rare or special items more than food, you get it?" Looking at the beetles' blank expressions, he sighed, telling himself that no matter how smart they were, direct conversation still seemed impossible. However, he was wrong. The red beetle suddenly used a twig to draw strange shapes on the ground. Xiang-Ho exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, no way!" He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the beetle draw the exact symbol for an exchange circle and asked, "Are you asking if you can trade jelly for ore right now?" Seeing them nod in confirmation, he replied excitedly, "Sure thing, if you can bring stuff like that." In his excitement, he went to touch one, but quickly apologized for being too hasty. The bugs huddled together, chattering with sounds of mysterious poo-poo noises as if debating a major deal. A system notification suddenly popped up, confirming a successful communication. It identified the black beetle swarm and stated that the Alpha was requesting an official contract. Xiang-Ho stood frozen, wondering if these creatures with such high intelligence could be considered more than just pets. Could they actually be partners? He cautiously tapped the accept option to review the terms. The contract clearly stated, Party A is Kang Xiang-Ho. Party B is the beetle leader and 3 associates. The terms of trade are that Party B brings rare ore in exchange for sweet potato jelly, and Party A must absolutely not harm them if they wish to maintain ownership. Realizing there were no unfavorable clauses, Xiang-Ho decisively signed the virtual contract. The system immediately announced the contract was established, and from now on, the swarm of black beetles was officially his legal property. Xiang-Ho was still reeling from how convenient the system was. Seeing the red beetle eagerly about to fly off to find items, he quickly called out, "Hey, you guys, wait a second!" He hurried inside the shelter, and a moment later, Xiang-Ho returned with bags of sweet potato jelly in his hands. He held one up and declared brightly, "This is to celebrate our contract." The beetles jumped for joy, chirping poo-poo excitedly upon receiving their first reward. Xiang-Ho smiled, wishing them a safe trip, and didn't forget to call after them, "Don't you dare take the food and run off! Remember to bring stuff back for me. We signed a real contract, so don't be acting like you don't trust me." Watching the beetles fly off into the brilliant sunset, Xiang-Ho's face suddenly darkened with a sinister smile. "If you kids don't come back, I'll discard this whole apocalypse and hunt you down to the ends of the earth." In the game world, the tutorial usually starts on a dark, gloomy night. Xiang-Ho sat quietly in his base with his wolf dingo, fast asleep by the heater. Realizing he still had about 2 or 3 hours of free time, he decided to take action instead of resting. Xiang-Ho started tidying up his gear and checked the loot he'd gotten from Inha's group. He couldn't help but admire their thorough preparation when he saw plenty of water, matches, and weapons, especially the appearance of a ceramic knife, a non-metallic weapon of immense value because it was completely immune to the corrosion of the Iron Death disease, although he hadn't decided whether to finish off the rest of them. Or not, Xiang-Ho told himself he definitely had to check out their lair using the reference photos. After reviewing the items, he started plugging the hard drives and NAS system gathered from the apartment complex into the connection port to check the data inside. The screen displayed countless multimedia files, from games and music to entertainment videos and personal journals. But just as he was about to finish checking, Xiang-Ho was shocked to discover an unbelievable secret. Staring back at him was an image of Mikyung in a brilliant outfit performing on stage. He froze and blurted out, "Wait, Mikyung used to be an idol?" Seong-ho nodded slightly, acknowledging that with looks like those, it made sense she wasn't just an ordinary person. However, he decisively clicked delete to permanently erase the file, out of respect for her privacy. Thinking about Mikyung's memories and images from the past, he felt those weren't memories he particularly wanted to keep. Seong-ho firmly closed the laptop, telling himself he'd seen enough, and now it was time to check his rewards for reaching level 10. Seong-ho muttered, "Store window." He realized this interface looked exactly like the one in the game. From fireflower buds and glowing stones to sun apple water, everything was crystal clear on the virtual screen. However, he noticed the prices of the items seemed to have changed significantly compared to before the update. Huh. Does it fluctuate based on market prices? Seong-ho held the potion and the stone, silently noting that the item crafting and interaction methods remained unchanged, which meant that, since the system had been patched, he could fully exploit a game glitch that originally only worked during the tutorial. Next, he checked the additional attribute called inventory slots. And these were actually quick access slots, allowing him to summon registered items from a separate storage space using the slot command followed by the number. Seong-ho exclaimed excitedly, "Whoa, this is insane!" With this ability, he no longer had to deal with cumbersome gear prep or stashing weapons behind spatial gates like before. He quickly finished registering his gear into the 5 available slots. Seong-ho affirmed that this was truly a game-changing endgame perk, providing an overwhelming advantage. Before departing, Seong-ho reminded the little wolf resting by the fireplace, "Dingo, watch the house, okay? I promise to beat the tutorial and be back soon." Seong-ho stepped decisively through the brilliant blue spatial gate to enter reality. Before his eyes appeared a ruined, desolate city in the dead of night. He gasped, "Whoa, it's pitch black in here, not a single light. Of course it's dark." Even with his terrain-sensing skill and the moonlight to guide him, the thick darkness of the ruins still gave Seong-ho plenty of trouble. Realizing his vision was too limited, he decided to activate slot number 3 to take out his reserves, the precious shadow grapes he had been saving since he hadn't found any more in the other world. However, instead of risking his life to save them, he decided to use them immediately. The moment he finished eating, the system notified him that his vision had reached a new level, making his eyes glow with a striking golden light. "I can see it. I can see clearly now," Seong-ho cheered as everything before him appeared as sharp as day. He quickly adjusted his helmet and decided to find a safe place to hide. One annoying feature of survival life was the terrible user interface, which meant events unfolded without any notification display. So he cautiously walked through the ruins where zombies were aimlessly wandering everywhere, all while being completely oblivious to his presence. Better be careful. One bite and I'll end up just like them. However, this tutorial had completely different rules. The appearance of a wall of mobile zombies was a sign that the challenge had truly begun. This zombie wall was generated based on 2 specific conditions. First, when the player was detected by the undead, forcing them to constantly hide and move tactically. The second condition was when the player collected a special tutorial item. Seong-ho agilely climbed to a high point to observe and whispered to himself, "This distance should be safe enough." The way to acquire special gear right now was to stare at a certain empty space for a certain amount of time. But the most interesting part was a unique game glitch exclusive to this tutorial. If the player was fast enough to grab the weapon right before it fully materialized, an identical copy of the weapon would instantly appear. The difference was that instead of getting basic gear like in the game, the thing that Seong-ho had just successfully duplicated was the top-tier Moon Ebony Club, which was only sold in the system shop. He marveled. This is truly an update at a god-tier level, completely changing the flow of battle. Seong-ho gripped the new weapon, feeling overwhelming power coursing through his veins. Hearing the roaring of the zombies getting louder and closing in below, Seong-ho muttered, "Oh, listen to how rowdy they're getting." Even as the situation grew intense, he remained incredibly calm and reminded himself not to rush. Seong-ho dove out of his hiding spot, and as soon as he landed, he swung the Moon Ebony Club, smashing a zombie's head in a jarring explosion, and coldly declared, "I'll keep staring at you guys until I'm sick of it. Now, time to beat them until my arms go numb and teach them a lesson." In reality, there were many ways to clear this tutorial. The first and most direct was to charge in and kill the zombies. Seong-ho fought like a true killing machine, swinging his club relentlessly as one zombie after another fell under his overwhelming power. The goal of this method was to wipe out every single undead in the area to achieve total victory. If you didn't like that slaughterhouse style, there was another method. Piercing through the closing wall of zombies, Seong-ho accelerated, charging straight toward the dense crowd of undead that surrounded him like a solid fortress wall. However, the pressure of thousands of zombies rushing at once was too much. Seong-ho began to get buried under the pile of rotting flesh and started shouting, "Damn it! Looks like I still can't do it like Tagong or Ori, huh?" Even in the face of mortal danger, Seong-ho didn't flinch, quickly looking for a way to break through the encirclement. "If I want to live, I have to get out of here. I'm not just going to lie here and wait for them to bury me, right?" He cast his frustration aside and told himself, "All right, it's fine." Even though he couldn't pull off the peak-level skills of the veterans, Seong-ho had his own plan. He gripped his weapon tight and poured all his strength into his legs to dash at a terrifying speed through the ruined streets. His strategy to beat the tutorial was actually quite simple and effective. Just find the final boss and defeat it, and everything would be over. He ran without resting for a single second. Clearly, he wasn't blindly searching for the boss monster. In the tutorial area, there was always a fixed checkpoint, and only by setting foot there would the boss actually appear. But the problem was, where the hell was that checkpoint? His glowing eyes narrowed in tension as the system warned that the Shadow Grape's effect was about to fade. The checkpoint had to be one of the buildings within a 3-kilometer radius from the starting point, and among them there was only one correct target. He ran while continuously dodging the swipes of zombies waiting to surround him in the dark alleys. "There it is!" he cheered as he saw the target building appear amidst the ruins. He quickly dashed inside just as the Shadow Grape's effect wore off completely. Taking advantage of the wait for the boss to spawn, he took off his helmet and panted, exhausted, trying to catch his breath. He decided he would head straight to the rooftop of this building. He planned to check what kind of enhanced theme is about to appear, and what will be the countermeasure. Suddenly, he freezes in surprise. At the top of the stairs, a familiar figure appears. Wearing a pink helmet and holding a spiked club, Seong-ho and Miki-ung stare in astonishment as they see him sitting there on the rooftop together. He hurriedly asks about the situation. "So, basically, all the members at the gym survived?" Seong-ho wonders why the whole group managed to make it all the way here. Miki-ung quickly defends herself, saying she absolutely didn't ignore the guide. It turns out that jerk Ki-eun-hun insisted the team stay together, so when the zombies swarmed, they were forced to run for their lives to this area. Seong-ho holds his head in frustration. He never imagined that trash could waste all the valuable information he had worked so hard to prepare. The situation is becoming incredibly messy. Seong-ho lowers his voice and instructs, "Miki-ung, listen carefully." Sad, although it's annoying to have to pretend to be someone who hasn't awakened yet in this situation, he has to explain. Soon, the guide insect, an enhanced zombie, will be summoned. Miki-ung is struck with horror. She asks if this is the plan he chose, but Seong-ho denies it, affirming that he's just been dragged into this mess by someone else. Seeing she understands, he continues the plan. According to what Kimbap Lover instructed in the video, once the insect is destroyed, the surrounding zombies will disperse, the wall of flesh will collapse, and their aggression will vanish. If they quickly hide or flee at that moment, the tutorial will officially end. Miki-ung nervously asks when the monster will appear. Seong-ho calmly replies, "It will appear right now." A burst of intense blue electricity explodes in mid-air, and an enhanced zombie with a body crackling with electric flames and red tentacles on its head reveals itself. Seong-ho coldly confirms that's the one. Miki-ung looks with disgust at the antenna-like tentacles on the monster's head. Seong-ho suddenly asks if she has felt anything strange with her body lately, leaving her bewildered. Her friend explains that enhanced zombies with tumors like that on their heads usually possess a terrifying sealing ability. The monster roars, emitting a dark purple killing intent that blankets the area. The system notification for the trait sealing effect pops up in bright red, making Miki-ung panic. She confirms to Seong-ho that her ability has been completely nullified, just as he warned. Seong-ho gazes at her thoughtfully and asks if she still truly trusts him. Miki-ung affirms. She definitely still trusts him after everything he has done to help everyone. Song Ho asks about the items he sent previously, and Mickey-ung quickly opens the pink backpack. Confirming all the flares and gear are ready. Seong Ho nods in satisfaction, then orders Mickey-ung to stay on the rooftop to draw the zombies' attention. He resolutely puts on his full-face helmet, preparing to rush down alone to finish off the enhanced zombie, but Seong Ho quickly realizes the situation is incredibly dire. Before him now are countless undead surrounding the monster, which radiates a threatening purple-black light. He wonders what to do next in this suffocating situation. The notification, Trait Sealing, appears hauntingly before Seong Ho's eyes again. He clicks his tongue, realizing the most annoying ability of this enhanced zombie is indeed sealing. Personal abilities. However, he calmly analyzes that this is not too strange, because in the game, there were monsters that sealed different items instead of traits. Seong Ho blames himself for being too subjective, thinking he should have prepared a bow and arrow in the first inventory slot beforehand to guard against a situation where his powers are nullified. Suddenly, Seong Ho realizes his space inventory skill is still working normally, which surprises him. A burst of blue light brings the bow and arrow out of storage. Right before his eyes, he guesses that perhaps because the enhanced zombie's level is lower than his, it can only seal basic traits while supplementary skills remain unaffected. Telling himself this is a huge stroke of luck, Seong Ho immediately activates slots 2 and 3 to summon more arrows and a quiver. He realizes if this monster has a low level below his, it won't be able to provide skills, and the drop rate for valuable items will also be much lower. No matter how he looks at it, Seong Ho still feels this is a trade that isn't very profitable compared to the effort required, but he has no other choice since he isn't fighting alone anymore. Up on the rooftop, Mickey-ung starts acting boldly to support him. She holds a bright red flare, constantly shouting to draw the zombie's entire attention toward her. "Hey! Come over here, all of you, over here! Line up to be reincarnated one by one, no pushing." But witnessing Mickey-ung draw the aggro so effectively, Seong Ho silently applauds her and begins to draw his bow with intense focus. He tells himself he can't just stand there complaining, but must immediately seize the next opportunity. Suddenly, a system notification pops up confirming his strength stat has increased by 1 point. Realizing he hasn't lost out, that he is actually profiting from this hunt, Seong Ho silently thanks the enhanced zombie and decides to repay it with a single finishing blow. An arrow pierces the wind like a streak of intense light, penetrating the monster's body and making it shriek in pain. Seong Ho clicks his tongue in regret because the darkness made him miss the chance to end his opponent in one hit. However, he quickly regains his resolve, putting the bow away and gripping his spiked mace and shield tightly. Leaping down from above, Seong Ho wants to feel the sensation of defeating this first boss monster with his own hands. A thunderous blow strikes directly onto the monster's head, completely crushing the enhanced zombie on the spot. Immediately, the system notifies him that the trait sealing effect has been lifted, and he receives 10 potential points. Standing before the fallen corpse, Seong Ho feels a fleeting moment of disappointment when he realizes he didn't actually receive any new skills from this monster. He starts looking around to search for loot. So, what about the changed items or dropped loot nearby? His gaze stops at a strange object sparkling on the ground. The system confirms it is a Robotan bracelet, with the ability to add 2 points to perception. Seong Ho is surprised to see there are 2 bracelets. So there really was loot? But why are there 2 of them? Right at that moment, Mickey-ung's voice cut through his thoughts. She ran up to him, beaming, and explained that as soon as the seal vanished, she had cleared out all the surrounding zombies to hurry back. Seong Ho suddenly realized, rather than, "That's a drop from the boss," it was probably a new reward added after completing the tutorial stage. The system went on to award him 17 stat points, Seong Ho told himself. These random points were definitely the result of the diverse point-earning method from the game's new update. He handed the bracelet to Mickey-ung, making her flustered and hesitant to refuse, feeling like she hadn't really done much to help. But Seong Ho firmly took her hand and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, speaking with utter sincerity. "Come on, just take it. To be precise, getting past this challenge was largely thanks to you." Mickey-ung flashed a confident smile behind her mask. Seong Ho looked ahead and decisively made his next move. He gently asked his friend, "So, are we heading back to the gym now?" Standing in front of the rundown building in the dead of night, Mickey-ung called out to Seong Ho and anxiously pointed ahead. "That building looks a bit tilted, doesn't it?" Seong Ho nodded in agreement, the structural instability plainly visible. Crystal clear. He thoughtfully recalled information from tutorial videos, noting that floors 5 to 8 were typically the safest zones, but with the current structural damage, it was hard to tell. Even though the situation wasn't super critical yet, he still advised Mikyung that the group should look into relocating soon for long-term safety. As they stepped up the dark stairwell, Seong-ho warned, "If this is a poorly constructed building and the foundation is sinking, it could collapse at any moment without warning." Mikyung quickly took it in and promised to discuss this matter thoroughly with the director. Song-ho immediately planned that once everyone gathered, he would explain the dangerous mechanics of the killer system in detail so everyone could stay on guard. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from above. "I knew you were still alive, kid." Spotting the tall figure standing with arms crossed authoritatively at the top of the stairs, Mikyung cheered happily, "The director!" Seong-ho was also quite surprised to realize the person standing there was Hyung-jun. The older guy let out a sigh of relief seeing that his younger buddy was safe and sound. "Thank goodness you haven't turned into a zombie yet." The two shared a firm, powerful handshake between comrades who had just cheated death. Seong-ho clicked his tongue with a teasing smirk. "Can't you ever say anything nice for once?" "What do you mean by that?" Hyung-jun chuckled and urged the group inside since there were too many important things to discuss, mentioning that Joo-hyun was already waiting inside. Inside the room, thoroughly reinforced with crossed wooden planks, Hyung-jun gasped in shock upon hearing about their recent feat. "Is that for real? You actually managed to take down the tutorial boss that seals special traits?" Facing the senior's extreme astonishment, Seong-ho just laughed and told him not to be so shocked. He humbly explained that thanks to Mikyung bravely drawing the zombies away to somewhere else, he got the ideal opening to duel it head-on. Joo-hyun sat nearby with eyes glowing with admiration, endlessly praising Seong-ho's crazy level of bravery. Faced with the relentless compliments, the diner owner could only scratch the back of his head with an embarrassed grin. Hyung-jun curiously asked if the two of them had received any items. As tutorial rewards, Joo-hyun shook his head and replied, "Nope. Nothing at all except for the starting ebony wooden umbrella." Hyung-jun thoughtfully remarked that right from the start, there was nowhere that wasn't crawling with zombies. Hearing that, Seong-ho stood frozen as he realized the difficulty and conditions of the tutorial stage were being adjusted based on the player's actual level, and required trickier requirements to earn rewards. He turned to Hyung-jun and asked, "Have you ever received points any other way besides killing monsters?" Hyung-jun confirmed he had received a few points when he helped Joo-hyun. Joo-hyun chimed in excitedly, "That's right. Specifically when the director pushed a zombie that was about to grab me out of the way." Seong-ho quietly analyzed that in reality, players could earn points by hiding away after being spotted by monsters or by helping others. Mikyung gasped in shock. "In short, non-combat-oriented awakeners can now earn points much easier?" Seong-ho nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." Suddenly, Hyung-jun placed a hand on Seong-ho's shoulder and asked flatly, "Hey, Seong-ho, what's your trait?" Catching his younger buddy off guard, he urged, "Don't play dumb. The system activated when the tutorial started and granted you a trait, remember?" A notification popped up, reminding new users to check their status. Seong-ho was struck with panic, realizing his early awakening was actually just a pre-registration reward. When the game officially launched worldwide on July 20th, 2020, everyone who survived had already become an awakened one. Unbelievable. Seong-ho clutched his head in deep tension. If the rules and settings were getting flipped upside down this easily, it meant the survival life info he held was no longer absolute. He looked over at Mikyung and wondered what she was thinking as the only one to receive an item from the tutorial. Cutting through his thoughts, Hyung-jun braced himself, letting out a fierce red aura surrounding his body as he declared, "Anyway, I got a physical boost that increases my strength and agility." Keeping the lively mood going, Joo-hyun excitedly showed off his doll crafting trait. He explained that just by closing his eyes he could see, hear, and even move through the paper dolls he created. Mikyung also cheerfully brought up her teleportation ability so everyone was on the same page. Seeing everyone reveal their cards one by one, Seong-ho started feeling heavily conflicted. He told himself that if he revealed his real trait right now, he could bury all those past lies once and for all. Yet looking at the three friends in front of him, he feared a negative reaction. He wondered if they would develop jealousy or resentment once they found out his true power. In the end, Seong-ho firmly stuck to his original plan. He would only reveal the truth when he met truly reliable friends, people who could progress at the same pace as him, just like the old veterans Jay, Beach, Lot, or Jennerer from back in the day. He still didn't completely trust this group of friends yet. I guess I'll just have to carve out my own path. To clear up any suspicion, Seong-ho decided to play it thick-skinned one more time. He confidently declared that he had, in fact, awakened, and his special trait was the ability to sense incoming attacks. Zuhin was thrilled, believing that with this precognitive ability, Seong-ho would never be caught in an ambush. He quickly clarified that he couldn't see the future. He simply perceived the attack trajectory of the monsters, just like a faint afterimage, allowing him to dodge in time. Shifting to their plan of action, Seong-ho asked about the gym group's next moves. Hyungjun firmly stated that once the whole team gathered, their top priority would be leveling up and surviving. Based on the information Seong-ho would provide before tomorrow, he emphasized that unlocking the store and the auction system was the most critical task. With eyes burning with killing intent, Hyungjun clenched his fists, swearing that after that, he would hunt down those bastards at the hillside villa who dared to target Mickey Young and give them a beating they wouldn't forget. If he didn't settle this score, he wouldn't be a man. Seong-ho was secretly pleased to see that the information he provided had proven useful just in time. Jo-hyun suddenly cut into the conversation with a curious question. Seong-ho, what level are you at now? B. The kid explained he was just suddenly wondering because Seong-ho had single-handedly taken down the tutorial boss with such impressive combat skills. He guessed he must have been hunting phantoms non-stop since they appeared. Suddenly, a hulking arm from Hyungjun reached out from behind, choking Ju-hyun before he could react. The older man scolded him for asking such sensitive questions, firmly insisting that, at most, Seong-ho had only reached level 4. Mickey Young also quickly chimed in to bail Seong-ho out. She awkwardly confirmed, "Since I'm only level 2 myself, his level definitely can't be that high." Witnessing the clumsy but sincere act from his two friends, Seong-ho realized they were intentionally covering for him so he wouldn't be put in an awkward position. Hyungjun even went as far as knocking Ju-hyun out on the spot so the kid couldn't ask any more questions. Seeing it was getting late, Seong-ho decided to say his goodbyes. However, Hyungjun stopped him. He handed him a small gift bag containing Ju-hyun's plastic telescope, along with some snacks. Seeing Seong-ho's hesitation, the older man insisted this was a gift well-deserved for everything he had done for the team. Suddenly, Hyungjun placed a hand on Seong-ho's shoulder and unexpectedly changed the subject to his personal life. "Have I ever told you the real reason why I divorced my wife?" Seong-ho was surprised because he had always refused to talk about it out of shame. Hyungjun flexed his bulging muscles while confessing an unbelievable truth. It was both sad and funny. The main reason was that he was too afraid of losing his muscle mass. More specifically, during meals with his wife, he would often pretend to eat while secretly doing all sorts of bizarre things, all because he was worried about his muscles, and that extreme obsession became a serious problem that led to the breakup. What kind of man cares about his looks that much? Hyungjun placed a hand on Seong-ho's shoulder and spoke sincerely. Anyway, what I mean is that everyone has things, big or small, that they don't want to talk about, and you can tell me anything whenever you're ready, just like I'm doing now. Those heartfelt words from the older man left Seong-ho speechless. He quietly realized that both Hyungjun and Mickey Young must have known he was hiding a massive secret. As Hyungjun finished his story and turned to walk away, saying, "Well, I've said my piece anyway," Seong-ho suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm, looking straight into the older man's eyes. Seong-ho responded with firm words. "Hyungjun, let me say something equally cliché. The level gap will eventually be bridged, and as long as you have enough experience, you will eventually become strong. So, stay alive until the day we stand side by side." Seong-ho firmly turned and walked away, leaving those final words before disappearing into the darkness. "I'll drop by every now and then." Unbelievably, while it was scorching hot in reality, snow was suddenly falling and covering everything in white in the other world. Seong-ho groaned while shoveling snow. "Seriously? How can this even happen?" He felt lucky that he had managed to store everything in time. He had moved the supplies into the warehouse. Otherwise, he would definitely be done for this time. Looking at the layers of ice and snow clinging to the barbed wire fence blocking the entrance, Seong-ho realized the harshness of the weather here far exceeded anything he had imagined. However, after thinking it over, he realized the situation might not be all that bad. The thick snow unexpectedly became a solid natural defense, meaning he didn't have to worry about wandering goblins for the next few days. Seong-ho looked at the excavator and clicked his tongue in regret. He had planned to dig a water trench around his base after this, but with the ground frozen solid like this, it was best to pause. He gave a determined smile, telling himself it was time to organize everything he had collected and plan for the next steps. Whether it rains or shines is up to the heavens. In the world of survival life, the one and only ultimate goal for players is to survive. The system mandates that each player is only allowed to equip a maximum of 5 items and possess no more than 10 skills. It's a rather troublesome mechanic that dictates that if you exceed this limit, the oldest skill will be completely replaced. So to rise to the top of the food chain, everyone must build their own optimal combination of skills and equipment to survive. But Seong-ho understood that those rules were only valid in the game world. In this cruel reality, countless unpredictable variables are constantly occurring, making every calculation seem fragile. He recalled Mickey Young's worried face and Hyungjun's assertion that phantoms had appeared everywhere, not missing a single spot. Seong-ho realized there must have been a major update during the week he hadn't logged in, yet he was completely in the dark about those changes. Faced with the question of what to do next, he pondered to himself that nothing had really changed. Living like a caveman might be less stressful, don't you think? Storing supplies, collecting skills, and getting better items to survive remained the core goal that hadn't changed. Seong-ho told himself the only thing he could do at this moment was to keep training steadily. He began planning his short-term goals in the forest in the other world, looking at the detailed map marked on the wall, determined. I have to finish digging the trench and take down that monster to secure the valley. As for reality, the goal is to collect festival fireworks, and I can't forget to keep an eye on that bunch from the hillside villa. So many plans. Short-term and long-term tasks are piling up, and with the shadows of the old players lingering, Seong-ho can't help but groan, "Damn it, there's just too much to do." He tries. Hard to push those distracting thoughts away to focus on the task at hand. All alone with so much to handle, Seong-ho plans to make his move when midnight hits, just as the zombies fall into their sleep cycle. He's going to head toward Gwangyai to collect the fireworks. That is his sole focus tonight. After doing one last check on his arsenal of rifles and bows, he steps out of the base. But the moment he steps, outside he witnesses an unbelievable scene. A group of people are struggling with some gas cans and the leader snaps, "Can't you even open a simple gas can properly?" The guy fumbling with the can tries to argue that he's the brains of the group, not the muscle. The leader, furious, grabs him by the collar for talking back and growls, confirming. Oh In-ha at least has some sense, but this guy is only good for a beating. The girl with them tries to intervene, urging him to let it go so they can all go home and drink their troubles away. However, the guy in the blue cap flatly refuses out of fear. If Kang Seong-ho is still alive and has awakened like us, it's best to eliminate him as soon as possible. Standing in the shadows watching, Seong-ho smirks, realizing his gut feeling was right. These people are still obsessed and crazed, looking for ways to take him out. Seeing one of them holding a Molotov cocktail, Seong-ho thinks to himself, "These guys are planning to burn my house down? Fine then, I can't let this slide easily." He walks out of the shadows, cutting off the leader mid-sentence. Well, I didn't expect visitors tonight." The blue-capped guy jumps in shock. "What? How are you outside?" Seong-ho nonchalantly replies that he's just out to grab some fireworks. The brown-haired guy shouts, "Why? At this hour of all times?" Seong-ho calmly explains that zombies are active during the day, so they sleep at midnight. As long as he avoids the creepers and keepers that spawn before dawn, he can move around safely. The leader then sneers with contempt. "Typical newbie talk, you'll die early. There's one more condition for those things to appear. The player's level has to be at least 7. He smugly brags that he's only level 5, which means he'll never trigger the keepers. Seong-ho gives a sarcastic smirk. "Oh, so you actually did your homework. No wonder you're strutting around like you own the place." However, he coldly asks, "But tell me, have you ever considered that Oh-In-ha's info might be wrong?" The blue-capped guy starts to panic. "What are you implying?" Seong-ho bluntly declares that he's just changed his plans. Instead of searching for fireworks, he's going to raid their hideout. First, Seeing Xiangho's murderous grin, the leader roars in terror, "Are you insane?" Suddenly, muffled thuds shake the ground violently. The leader is about to order his lackeys to attack when a grotesque creature with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth lunges from the darkness. He screams in horror, "A keeper! What the hell is this?" While the group stands paralyzed with fear at the sight of the high-level monster, Xiangho quickly slips away from the scene, leaving behind the furious curses of the guy in the blue cap. "Cursing won't save you if you want to live. You'd better start running for your life like I am." The short-haired lackey leaps down from the building on the leader's command. "Catch him!" He thinks to himself. Everyone used to mock his useless ability, but if he catches the target this time, surely the boss will look at him differently. He madly activates his power, his entire body glowing with blue light, full of confidence. But before he can act, he crashes into an invisible gate. Ruining his whole face, the lackey collapses on the ground, blood streaming from his nose as his companions stare in shock. The leader grinds his teeth and swears, "Damn it, what is happening?" Before they can recover, the creeper closes in, forcing them to split up. "You go left, I'll go right." The girl barely starts running when a bone creeper grabs her from behind. A horrific explosion erupts, throwing the leader away. He gasps in shock, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Just as he falls to the ground, unable to fight back, the keeper with glowing red eyes and a disgusting long tongue looms right in front of him, bitterly. He wonders where it all went wrong to lead to this tragic end. Refusing to accept death, he roars, "You think I'll die this easily?" He swings his cane, fighting like a madman, but the monster is too fast and strong. Looking at the mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and the slimy tongue of the beast closing in, he bitterly realizes this is truly a pathetic end for an awakened like him. From a distance, Xiangho coldly watches the whole scene with a crackling electric rifle in his hands. Well, not only did you lead the target right to me, but you also handed me a free kill. Now let me finish this myself. He pulls the trigger. The bullet tears through the spatial gate, lodging itself right into the keeper's back. Giving the opponent no chance to recover, Xiangho keeps firing until the monster is completely still. A relieved sigh echoes in the silent space, but the feeling of taking a human life still doesn't sit well with him at all. Immediately, a series of system notifications pop up. Level increased to 12, gained 20 potential points, and the terrain perception skill has been officially acquired. Looking at Kim Jae-hyung's body lying cold on the ground, he coldly whispers, "Don't carry too much resentment into the next world. Go get reincarnated soon so you can grow up faster." Xiangho hoists the loot bag over his shoulder and walks through the ruined streets. To him, trash being tricked by trash and losing their life is just a normal occurrence in these chaotic times. The early morning hunt went incredibly smoothly. The first stop is Kim Jae-hyung's hideout, which is filled with items that he believes will sell extremely well at the auction house later. Looking at the piles of cigarettes and liquor stacked high, Xiangho clicks his tongue. Even if I left this guy alone, he would have found his way to death sooner or later anyway. Moving into the Wangali area, Xiangho and his little wolf companion Dingo began harvesting their most important targets. He couldn't help but be amazed when he found the fireworks. It was a massive haul, just as he had hoped. With Dingo's invaluable help, the two of them deftly wove through the streets to evade the pursuit of the creepers. The creepers were lurking in the shadows. Taking advantage of the zombies being deep in their slumber, he took them down one by one. Might as well keep things quiet and clean. Picking them off one by one can't let Soul catch on to us. He checked his status board and felt a surge of excitement seeing he'd hit level 14 with over 300 potential points. However, a new problem arose as the sky began to turn turbulent. Pitch-black clouds at 7 in the morning. After finishing the hunt, Xiangho looked down with exhaustion at the horde of zombies circling the base of the building. Making a successful harvest was one thing, but he realized there were still way too many obstacles ahead. When having to travel between two worlds, transporting supplies back and forth, this was honestly a nightmare for Xiangho's stamina. He stood before the portal leading to the other world. He silently wished it wasn't a land of bitter, freezing winter, but he quickly brushed that thought aside. Because if he left these flammable goods in the real world, a single spark would be enough to torch the entire base in a heartbeat. Plus, storing them directly on the ground would lead to mold issues. So the other world was still the best shelter. Checking his notebook, Xiangho planned to head to the villa to see if Dr. Shujin was still alive and also drop by the survival bunker in Kyungjun's golf course base. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, making him jump in alert. "What the hell just spooked this young master?" Xiangho exclaimed, shaken. Seeing the weather change so crazily over the next 2 days, massive storms battered the real world, bringing everything to a standstill. Taking advantage of the downtime, he focused entirely on using the excavator to dig trenches, defenses for the other world. Moving in these freezing conditions was still too dangerous, so he just hunkered down in the excavator cabin. Another day drifted by, and the roar of the engine echoing through the empty forest. Finally, the trench digging was officially finished. Looking down at the deep pit behind the barbed wire fence, Xiangho told himself he never wanted to repeat such backbreaking work again. Luckily, the thaw had arrived, and the thick layers of snow began to melt. The ice clinging to the fence crumbled away, restoring clear space for the base. Xiangho stepped outside, stretched, and sighed with relief, noting that the weather had finally become tolerable enough for humans to survive. Even so, he didn't allow himself to complain because through the spatial portal, he could see that most other awakened were still stuck out there in those horrific storms. It was time to move to the next step of the plan. A thought suddenly struck Xiangho. In survival life, firearms were technically weapons with tier-level power, glitches. The reason was simple. Guns were only unlocked at a very late stage. After the Iron Plague broke out, players could only acquire them through an incredibly grueling grind. Walking through the deep forest with Dingo, Xiangho felt relieved that he could finally truly settle down at this base. He silently thanked his little wolf, because it was Dingo who was the most important factor in finding such a prime location. Observing the alba from afar as it busied itself catching fish by the stream, Xiangho tapped the watch on his wrist. Thanks to it, his vision stat had skyrocketed to level 14, with his topographical sensory skill now reaching level 2. Xiangho could easily conceal himself in a way that even a creature as sharp as an alba couldn't detect. The massive monster kept snatching fish from the water without even knowing death was approaching. Xiangho cautiously checked his ammo stash, only 15 rounds left to take. Down a creature with skin thicker and tougher than a creeper, he calculated he needed at least 7 dead-on shots, even when using the special plague-proof ammunition. Since the current supply was impossible to replenish, Xiangho knew he had to use them with extreme thrift and efficiency, especially in such a dangerous place. Hiding behind a tree, he focused intensely, aiming the muzzle straight at his target. A deafening blast tore through the air. The monster roared in agony, a crimson aura of bloodlust engulfing its body as it frantically scanned the area for the attacker. Seeing the monster staring right at him, Xiangho said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Without a beat, he fired 2 more shots in quick succession. The alba shrieked madly as the bullets tore straight into its body. Xiangho watched the target coldly through the foliage. He muttered to himself, "This feels a bit better now. Let's go head-to-head. Let's see how long you can last today, you freakish owl." The moment the giant monster lunged forward, Xiangho decisively activated storage slot number 1 and number 2 to summon the flare and the lighter. He quickly sparked the flame, tossed the surprise gift right at his opponent, and commanded the 3rd slot to open. An explosion of blinding white light burst right in the alba's face, leaving it completely disoriented and wailing in misery. Even if you're a high-tier species, you still can't escape basic biology, can you? Still afraid of the light, aren't you? Says. With those words, he activated slot 4 and dove from above with a massive piledriver drill. With eyes burning with killing intent, Xiangho roared, "Now get the hell out of my valley!" The powerful drill pierced clean through the monster's body, leaving it just enough time to let out one final cry before collapsing. He had finally won the turf war. The system immediately notified Xiangho that he had received 25 points and officially leveled up to level 15. The silent footsteps skill and the expanded storage space effect were successfully activated. Despite just surviving a life-or-death battle, he still felt like these new rewards were not quite worth the effort. Xiangho thought to himself, "The alba's talons will definitely make for some high-value weapon crafting material." He firmly activated. He retrieved the handsaw from the 5th storage slot, flashing a bright grin as he got to work. He meticulously harvested everything he could from the corpse of the valley's ruler, Seong-ho sat down on the grass, leisurely enjoying a piece of succulent grilled meat after the intense battle. He let out a satisfied sigh. Ha! Now this is what I call living. By the campfire, the little wolf Dingo was also busy wolfing down its share. Seeing Dingo barking for more, Seong-ho laughed bitterly. Seriously, kid? You already finished it all? That's 5 servings already and you want more? You little glutton, go on, eat up. Grow up fast so you can fight by my side later, or maybe even hunt on your own. And you've got to eat to keep this body going, so grow up quickly. Looking closely, he realized Dingo had grown significantly lately. The little guy's belly was round and full. He stood up decisively. All right, then. Belly's full, time to get back to work. His first target was the auction house, a feature that just unlocked when he reached level 15. As the purple interface materialized in midair, Seong-ho couldn't help but be surprised. The interface looked exactly like the in-game shop screen, but his expression soured instantly when he saw the 10% transaction fee. What a 10% fee? In the game, it was only 5%. Seong-ho clicked his tongue, cursing the system for being a bunch of scammers, then quickly tapped on the item search. His eyes widened in shock. Huh? There are already items listed? Before him was an ebony wood umbrella, currently being auctioned with a starting bid of 10 points. He tried to reassure himself that if the other players were veterans who possessed combat traits, it made sense for them to have a higher level than him. Seong-ho focused on carefully observing this first auction item to see what was going on. Curious, he clicked on the item's comment section and came across some arrogant messages. Still no one? Damn it. Or maybe I'm leveling up too fast. Today's plan. Kill a keeper. Seeing that crude but familiar way of speaking, a knowing smile appeared on Seong-ho's lips. This tone, I think I know who this is. In the world of survival life, anonymity is vital. Players can customize not just their faces, but even their voices. Every player's identity is a huge mystery, because aside from public IDs in chat rooms, you never know who is who unless they reveal it themselves. The more experienced players are, the less they care about the developer's original vision. Seong-ho recognized the familiar conversational style of a fame seeker, always adding vulgar words to the end of every sentence. Seeing the messages bragging about leveling up too fast and the plan to kill a keeper, he secretly realized this was an old acquaintance. Seong-ho decided to start a conversation with a short greeting. Immediately, the other person responded sharply, "Who's this?" "It's Bunny Princess." Still the same blunt personality, getting straight to the point as always. Seong-ho smiled and typed back, "It's Kimbap Lover." A long silence followed. It made him start to worry if the other person was suspicious of him, but then the screen suddenly exploded with a resounding, excited scream from his old comrade. "I knew it was you, Kimbap Lover! Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this day?" Bunny excitedly asked if he was working for the president or no. Seong-ho flatly denied it and asserted that he was operating alone. He explained that he only offered advice to the government, rather than cooperating deeply, because he didn't feel safe revealing his personal traits to people with game knowledge who were working there. Bunny agreed, saying that for non-combat classes, revealing one's abilities was basically suicide. Trusting his old friend, he excitedly offered to reveal his own trait, believing that sooner or later they would be on the same team. Of course, we're going to be working together anyway. Effacing Seong-ho's hesitation, Bunny confidently revealed his trait was resurrection. As long as he had enough points, he could resurrect infinitely, with his stamina stat reaching 17, along with the ability to resist all types of physical and magical damage. Bunny was truly a formidable trump card. He slyly enticed him. "What do you think? Do you want to go through these crazy apocalypse days like in the game with me?" Seong-ho could only mutter awkwardly at the overly enthusiastic invitation from this warrior. "I'm sorry, but it's really hard to give you an answer right now," Bunny asked in confusion for the reason. He then frankly admitted that he was having trust issues, even with the people closest to him in reality, like Mi-kyung or Hyung-jun. Seong-ho still hadn't revealed a word about his true power. He explained that it wasn't because he didn't trust Bunny, but simply that he needed to have a face-to-face meeting before deciding to take things further. Fortunately, Bunny was very understanding and empathized with his feelings. To prove his sincerity, he urged Seong-ho to check the auction house one more time. Seong-ho curiously tapped the screen and was left speechless by what appeared before his eyes. A magical metal ring with stats that were top tier. +2 to stamina, +2 to strength, and most specially, the ability to never be destroyed. In the context of the tutorial not having finished yet, the value of this item was immeasurable. Bunny excitedly bragged that he had searched everywhere to find it, and yet now he was ready to leave it for Xiangho for the meager price of just 10 points. Xiangho asked in shock why he was giving away such a rare item. Bunny simply replied casually that this was a little gesture of goodwill to earn his trust. Looking at the message, a little kindness goes a long way from his old friend. Xiangho silently remembered the memories of yesteryear. Although the two had met since the early stages of the game, they had soon become closer than any other veterans. This unexpected generosity left him deeply moved by the gesture. Xiangho decided to send Bunny the gifts he always loved: sharp claws, beer, and his signature smoked salmon as crafting materials. As for what kind of gift, anything related to that stomach of his, even I couldn't resist. Seeing the precious gifts appear on the screen, Bunny was so excited that he couldn't even find the words. He let out a joyful roar and even drooled when he saw the grilled fish, which was exactly to his taste. Bunny was shocked, asking if the monsters had already started appearing in Busan. Xiangho secretively replied that it was just a perk of his unique traits, and seeing this as a testament to the trust between them. Watching Bunny's excessive enthusiasm, Xiangho couldn't help but worry about their upcoming meeting. He agreed to the idea of Bunny heading down to Busan to join forces, and that they could talk as freely as they did in the game. However, Xiangho firmly laid out some prerequisites. When they met in person, Bunny absolutely had to dress decently, stop using vulgar language, and not do anything that would draw unwanted attention. Faced with these strict demands, Bunny could only groan, claiming that was a core part of his online identity. Fine. I'll trade the swear words for blinks whenever you're around, and as for the nudity, I'll only do that when I'm alone, deal? Bunny firmly agreed to Xiangho's bizarre conditions. Looking at the screen, Xiangho could only sigh, knowing this guy would inevitably add some stupid words to the end of his sentences anyway. After ending the chat, Xianghyun finally had a proper meal. After so many days of hardship, he wolfed down the aromatic grilled salmon with pure bliss. Just then the storm suddenly vanished, and warm rays of sunlight began to trickle through the window. Xianghyun stood up, revealing his bulging muscular physique, and wondered if this was some kind of divine intervention. He muttered, or perhaps his old comrade, the only other survivor, had truly become a god. Not wasting another second, Xianghyun leaped down from the building's balcony. He landed with massive force right in the middle of the wailing zombie horde, making the ground shake. He grabbed a zombie's head and smashed it into the asphalt with a bone-crushing impact. Song-hyun went on a rampage, with the sole goal of heading out to meet his old friend, the person who had brought him a flicker of warmth in this brutal world. Craving that bit of human connection, he was being recklessly bold. Seong-hyun laughed heartily as he ran, the sound echoing through the neighborhood, showcasing the overwhelming power of a veteran. But then, a serious problem suddenly arose, forcing him to skid to a halt. Seong-hyun looked around, completely bewildered. Huh? What the hell is this? Standing in front of a familiar building, he was shocked to realize he was standing right back where he started. Isn't this my own house? Turns out, despite possessing peerless physical strength, this warrior was a genuine card-carrying moron when it came to directions. 3 days had passed since the storm finally ended. During that time, the gym group had adapted quite well to life in the apocalypse. Jumin reached level 5 and could now send his paper dolls far away to deliver messages. The group had also moved into a taekwondo dojo on the 2nd floor right next to Xiangho's place. Sitting on the sofa, Xiangho carefully read the messages sent via paper airplanes to keep track of everyone's situation. The relationships between members had also shifted, with Kyung-hoon and Bora officially becoming a couple. Meanwhile, Hyun-jun had hit level 10 and successfully unlocked the shop system. Every time he received a message, Xiangho would meticulously write back, guiding them to safe harvest points he had scouted beforehand to help the group grow stronger. He launched the paper airplane out the window and told himself, "This should be enough for now." Returning to his own business, Xiangho opened the auction board and didn't forget to maintain contact with Bunny Princess. That directionally challenged guy, who knows when he'll actually make it to the meeting point? Even though the responses from this warrior were a bit slow, because he was too busy smashing zombie faces in to find his way to Busan, the information flow remained just like in the game. Xiangho realized that in reality, from level 15, the experience required would double with every level. The phase known as the Hell levels. Checking his status board, he was currently level 15 with 384 potential points, along with powerful survival skills like the spatial portal, terrain perception, and silent footsteps. Seong-ho silently calculated that to reach level 16, he would likely need to take out about 100 more zombies. If he only focused on combat, it wouldn't be impossible. But with tons of other tasks waiting ahead, Seong-ho knew he couldn't just spend all his time hunting. He stretched, preparing for his next journey. 2 hours later, appearing before him was a colossal, ancient stone gate hidden deep in the cliffside. Standing before this magnificent structure, a voice rang out, full of suspicion. Is this thing for real? Seong-ho held the Midrin short sword in his hand, unable to hide his amazement as he asked the bugs if they had really crafted this by hand themselves. He admitted that them bringing rare ore as promised was great, but it was hard to believe a bunch of beetles could actually craft weapons. Seeing their master doubt them, the red bug grumbled indignantly, trying their best to prove their ability with resolute cries. To verify, Seong-ho decided to give them a chance and provided a sample of material, challenging them to try and craft something right there on the spot. The red bug immediately took it and began using its razor-sharp pincers to carve with incredibly skillful precision. In just a blink of an eye, a sharp wooden knife was completed, leaving Seong-ho exclaiming in sheer amazement at the true talent of these tiny creatures. However, looking back at the crude Midrin blade, he wondered why they had forged that one so sloppily, while their craftsmanship was clearly so high. Instantly, the whole swarm began to sob pitifully, as if touched by a hidden trauma. Oh, they're feeling hurt. Look, they worked so hard but got criticized, boo-hoo. Seeing them so emotional, Seong-ho hurriedly comforted them and told them to draw what happened on a map so he could understand the full story. Looking at the drawing, Seong-ho finally realized that the bugs had been bullied and beaten so badly by the goblins that they couldn't focus on their forging properly. When he asked for the monster's lair location, the red bug pointed his pen straight at a large nest deep in the old forest on the map. He promised he'd go there personally to clear out that goblin nest. Seong-ho agreed to the deal, but reminded the bugs they had to hold up their end of the bargain. We have a deal. As long as you bring enough materials, I'll even help you cremate the goblin corpses. Not stopping there, he added a special request for a custom craft, beyond just clearing the nest, and promised a generous reward. The bugs all chirped in agreement, marking a promising partnership between the restaurant owner and these tiny blacksmiths. Who would have thought? And potato-powered weapon production line, huh? Turns out these bugs are the real deal when it comes to smithing. A completely unexpected discovery for Seong-ho. As usual, he took Dingo with him, stepped through the glowing green portal, and started his hunt. Before him lay the ruined city, where zombies with pale purple skin were wandering and groaning. They had become much stronger than the weaklings from the early stages. Without a second thought, Seong-ho put on his mask, gripped his ebony umbrella, and charged into the middle of the zombie horde with terrifying speed. A thunderous strike came down, smashing a zombie's head to pieces on the spot. Amidst the shocking blasts, Seong-ho fought tirelessly until his ebony umbrella began to show signs of wear and tear. Sending waves of zombies to the afterlife with their final wails, his eyes clearly showed a cold, high level of focus behind the mask. He decisively swung his weapon, sweeping away anyone in his path. Wiping out zombies had become a daily routine for Seong-ho. He quickly finished off the last enemy to continue his journey toward Eden Villa, following Dr. Su Yeon's invitation. Standing before the gate of the luxurious, modern-looking villa, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, look how gorgeous this place is." Seong-ho thought to himself, if it weren't for the apocalypse, someone like him would never have had the chance to step into such a lavish place. He and his little wolf, Dingo, slowly walked into the quiet grounds of the high-end villa. Stepping over puddles of dried blood, Seong-ho wondered how Dr. Su Yeon was holding up. Looking at the business card in his hand, he told himself that if people who hadn't awakened yet, like Bora, were still alive, then anyone who had contact with an awakener would likely have immunity to the zombie spores from shaking hands. He believed she wouldn't turn, but what worried him was the location of the villa. It was very close to the Sungolf shelter of Kyungjun's group and right next to the government's time shelter area, an environment perfect for survivors to gather. In a place like this, conflict was bound to erupt. Seong-ho called for Dingo to climb onto his back, then grabbed a rope to scale the dark elevator shaft. Since there's no electricity anywhere, I guess we're taking the manual elevator. While climbing, he remarked that this kind of physical labor would exhaust most people. But looking at this sturdy rope, it seemed like Su Yeon had set everything up herself. Entering the dusty hallway, Seong-ho found room 302 and firmly knocked. From inside, Su Yeon's voice sounded irritable. "Ugh, are you serious? I said we'd meet at the scheduled time." She looked through the peephole and snapped, "How many times do I have to say it? Don't come up here! There's a killer around here!" But as soon as she recognized his face, she was stunned. "Huh?" Seong-ho smiled and greeted her. While Dingo barked excitedly, curious about her reason for the visit, Seong-ho replied calmly, "Give and take, right? I'm here to pay off my debt for the medicine." Su Yeon smirked, noting that he wasn't exactly a normal person either. Seong-ho immediately changed his expression, asking anxiously, "Wait, what do you mean by a killer?" Su Yeon opened the door to let him in. "Come inside first. This is going to take a while to explain." As soon as Seong-ho and Dingo sat on the sofa, Su Yeon began to dump all the information she knew, as if releasing pent-up anger. In short, the situation? Around the shelter area is currently divided and managed by 3 different factions coexisting. But a larger group with at least 10 members, called Faction C, suddenly made a crazy proposal. Open the shelter early and split all the emergency supplies inside. When the other 2 groups refused, a cold-blooded murderer appeared. Brutal purges started right after that, and the culprit revealed himself with a sinister smile and a blood-stained blade. Looking at the number of members, Seong-ho guessed that the person leading Faction C was none other than Kyung-jun. The killer was likely just one of the minions brainwashed by his mind control ability. However, the fact that he had to make a proposal instead of forcing them with his ability from the start suggested that this ability must have a major limitation. Seong-ho told himself to act very cautiously and absolutely must not reveal these suspicions to Su Yeon because he didn't want to drag her into trouble. He asked, "So, basically, that killer showed up right after the other teams refused the offer?" Su Yeon pondered and replied, "I can't say for sure, but they're clearly closely related." She said both her group and the FB group had members murdered. Meanwhile, FC hadn't lost anyone, which raised a big question. Why were they so desperate to open the shelter so early? When, according to the plan, it was definitely going to be opened anyway. Seong-ho pondered, admitting there was still too little information to draw a solid conclusion. He suddenly changed the subject. "Sujong, your specialty is healing, right?" A faint blue light shimmered in her hands. "Yeah, but I can only heal minor wounds, that's about it." Seong-ho understood the struggle of support-type awakeners. It's too much for them to keep up with the hunting. Sujong nodded in agreement. She explained she only gets points for assisting and can't really level up. Seong-ho deduced that the FC leader surely must not be a combat type. It implies he possesses some kind of unique manipulation ability and needs to hoard large-scale weapon materials to level up rapidly. Seong-ho asked confidently, "What do you think of my theory?" Sujong was shocked, admitting everything fit perfectly, because the minions getting stronger doesn't necessarily mean the boss does too. Seong-ho nodded slightly, confirming it. Exactly. He has to be stronger than everyone else to lead them, right? He added that leading such a large group must be a huge burden. Sujong was completely convinced by this logical explanation. She beamed and stepped closer, pointing out that everything was unfolding just as he predicted. Suddenly, Sujong curiously asked if he was heading off to meet his teammates. Seong-ho admitted he had plans, but when she asked if he was going grinding, he shook his head. Sujong sighed and revealed something bittersweet. "I think someone is about to confess their feelings to me." Seong-ho could only gasp in surprise. She explained that her group was full of idiots, which was why she acted so irritable when he knocked earlier. Sujong vented about guys who only prioritize their own desires instead of the safety of the group. Seong-ho broke into a cold sweat, admitting that was a real headache, but she quickly reassured him that deep down, they weren't bad people. Getting back to business, Sujong asked about his next move. Seong-ho tightened his gloves and stated firmly, "I'm going to scout the time shelter." Seeing her worry about FC's presence, he reassured her he'd just be watching silently from hiding, so there would be no danger. Seong-ho analyzed that with the constant zombie waves, FC's entire formation certainly couldn't be gathered in one place. Watching Dingo mindlessly scratching his ear, he suddenly pulled out a brilliant golden crystal and handed it to Sujong. "Here, a housewarming gift. He instructed her that she could use it instead of a candle, and if it was too bright, she could just snap it in half. Sujong was stunned, realizing Xiongho must have unlocked the shop system a long time ago. He smiled, confirming it, and promised that if everything went well, he would pay back the principal and interest. The debt for the medicine from before, then resolutely left with Dingo. While Xiongho was quietly preparing his next steps at a fortified base, the leader of FC Quan Kyungjun was lounging in his seat. He coldly asked about the progress of the plan. How is it going? How far along is the purge? The subordinate bowed and reported that at 3 p.m. the Slayer had taken out another member of Team B. He added that the survivors were starting to relocate supplies, so the cleanup of Area B would be finished soon. Kyungjun continued to press about the situation with Team A, but was told there hadn't been any unusual activity from them yet. Kyungjun's face hardened. He gave a firm order. Then kill another one from Team A. That'll be the most effective move. He continued to ask for the current location of the targets. The subordinate admitted tracking them was difficult because they were moving individually, but he had spotted a female member heading from the house toward Eden Plaza. Hearing this, his Kyungjun's eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying magical purple light. He commanded sharply, "Got it! Send the Slayer after her immediately!" Then he lowered his voice to ask about the whereabouts of the one called Anonymous. But the subordinate could only tremble as he admitted they still hadn't identified the real identity of that person. The subordinate panicked and bowed to apologize. "I'm sorry." This made Kyungjun furious, grinding his teeth in a curse. He frantically pulled at his hair, knowing for sure that person was in Busan, but couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Kyungjun thought to himself that he had to find that bastard quickly, no matter what. Watching the minions mindlessly killing zombies on the system screen, he began to lose control. Kyungjun yelled in frustration as he realized his personal ability was suffering from a serious bug. "Why aren't I getting any experience points?" "Or potential points?" "When the minions take down the targets?" "Ever since I noticed this damn bug, everything was getting worse." Kyungjun bit his finger hard, worried that if he didn't fix this problem soon, that anonymous guy, who had possessed the paralytic poison even before the catastrophe, might overtake and devour him one day. He told himself if he didn't reach level 15 by the deadline, he would miss the auction summit and be looked down upon by other regional leaders. In the midst of his despair, a subordinate suddenly approached to report. "Boss, per your orders, we've captured a zombie." A long line of zombies was tied up and being escorted to the base according to the dark plan he had plotted. Kwon Kyungjun took a Molotov cocktail from his subordinate. Then, he nonchalantly threw it straight at the tied-up zombies. The fire flared up violently, burning the living dead in their miserable screams. The system constantly displayed notifications that he had received 40 points and officially leveled up to level 9. Standing before the raging fire, Kyungjun silently calculated that he still had to cross 6 more levels to reach his ultimate goal. Kwon Kyungjun sternly declared 3 urgent missions that needed to be carried out immediately. First, he had to identify the lock mechanism of the time shelter. Second, continue hunting and capturing zombies like this to act as a stepping stone for his leveling. And finally, the most important mission: hunt down the person known as Anonymous. Under the pressure from Kyungjun, the minions replied in unison, completely obedient. Meanwhile, in a corner of the deep forest, Xiongho and his little wolf Dingo were silently observing every move of the enemy. He smirked, hinting at Kwon Kyungjun's impatience, and told himself, he shouldn't be so rash right now. Xiongho adjusted his face mask, his eyes burning with determination as he insisted that Sujong would protect her people, and it was only a matter of time before that guy came looking for them himself. Right there, amidst the ruins of the shattered city, a young man suddenly dropped to his knees before Dr. Sujong, holding a bright red rose as he loudly confessed his feelings. "Please, go out with me!" Sujong stared at him, utterly exhausted, and demanded to know if this was really the right time for this, especially when out there a killer was still roaming free. The young man stubbornly brushed it off, claiming that on his way here, he had used his clairvoyance to ensure their safety and urged her to trust in his abilities. Sujong angrily reminded him, "Did you already forget that our teammate just lost their life when we were out scavenging?" The young man frantically explained that the killer was in Team B's sector at the time, so she could trust him this time. Sujong clutched her head in frustration. She admitted that this was exactly why she felt so worn out. even as he kept rambling, promising to be a better boyfriend if she only accepted his confession. Before things got even more ridiculous, Sujong firmly told him to cut it out. "Enough! I don't see any value in listening to this anymore." Sujong turned away coldly. The young man chased after her, begging for one last chance, when suddenly, a thumping sound echoed, and his heart glowed with a strange red aura. He grabbed his chest in a panic, feeling something bizarre taking over his body. Sujong realized with horror he hadn't read the guide she shared at all, because that was a warning signal that a killer was nearby. She gritted her teeth, realizing his ability had failed her yet again, and she couldn't believe this was happening. Sensing the danger, Sujong ordered them to move immediately, as they couldn't risk facing a killer who could track their scent. If they split up and cleared the plaza without triggering a deathmatch, there was still a chance. The young man rushed to use his positioning ability, but his face turned pale with terror instantly. "It's over! The killer is right in front of us!" he stammered. From the opposite side, a man in a black suit with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile was looming closer, clutching a razor-sharp knife that radiated dark, murderous intent. Sujong scolded her companion, saying nothing good ever happened when she was around him, leaving him to only mutter apologies in fear. However, she managed to spot a crucial clue. The killer's suit was identical to the uniform worn by Face. The killer, with his chilling red eyes, raised his knife high and decisively activated the Bloodfield skill. He roared, instantly manifesting a massive crimson barrier. It engulfed the entire ruined area, trapping all three of them inside. Her companion panicked, asking what they should do. Sujong told him to find cover immediately. Seeing him hesitate because he was afraid the killer would catch them, she snapped at him, asking if he was out of his mind. Once a death match begins, the killer cannot run away anymore. Digging through her bag, Sujong wondered if hiding would even work in this situation. She ordered her teammate to stay silent and prepare the special non-metallic flashlight from the guide. Deep down, she hoped their secret savior would arrive soon, so they had to hold on at all costs. The killer lunged forward with a crazed smile, swinging his blade with incredible speed, forcing Sujong to dodge by a hair's breadth. In that life-or-death moment, Sujong drew the flashlight and beamed it straight into his eyes. A blinding explosion of light erupted, causing the killer to scream in agony and cover his eyes in blindness. She was overjoyed, realizing the item actually worked just as Xiangho's guide had claimed. But before her smile could fade, the killer landed a brutal punch deep into Sujong's gut. She collapsed to the ground, heavily wounded. Facing this pathetic situation, she bitterly blamed herself for getting too close to the enemy. As the killer recovered from his frenzy, he loomed over her, raising his razor-sharp knife to finish off the motionless prey. In desperation, Sujong wheezed for Han to save her, but the cowardly guy had already bolted for his life, leaving her alone in the face of death. Witnessing his cowardice, she could only sigh with relief that she hadn't accepted his confession. Sensing death drawing near, Sujong realized with a bitter sting how short life was to end like this right here, under the blade of a madman. The killer grinned maniacally, putting all his strength into a final, lethal strike. Why did she close her eyes? A familiar voice suddenly cut through the deathly air. Just as the blade was about to connect, Xiangho appeared like a god, blocking the attack and delivering a massive counterstrike that forced the killer to stumble back. Sujong opened her eyes in shock, unable to believe he had arrived at this exact moment of life and death. Xiangho reached out his gloved hand toward her and declared coldly, "Now is not the time to die." Xiangho confirmed Sujong's theory was correct. The leader of Face possessed psychic traits and had brainwashed his subordinates into bloodthirsty killers. Sujong realized that was why they could act in such an organized manner despite their numbers. While using her healing ability, she asked about her own wounds. As the skin began to knit together, she thanked him, but Xiangho brushed it off coldly. He stated that, in reality, it was thanks to her group accidentally serving as the perfect bait. Looking at the body lying motionless, Sujong asked painfully if that person was truly gone. But Xiangho firmly said now was not the time for sentimentality. He analyzed that defeating a killer with such monstrous recovery and stamina at this moment was impossible. Sujong asked in a panic if there really was no other solution. Xiangho explained that under normal rules, a death match is designed to force players into a direct confrontation with the killer. Even if someone dies and the barrier disappears, the zombies attracted to the noise like magnets would form living walls, blocking every exit. However, Seong-ho revealed one single game glitch and explained that the reason he brought her all the way here was because of the overhead bridge connecting the buildings. He explained in detail that just as the deathmatch begins, when deep, heavy thuds echo and the killer's excitement peaks with eyes glowing a fiery red, the barrier temporarily shrinks. It is at that very moment that a gap appears, allowing them to break through the barrier and escape. Seong-ho held up one finger, looking serious, and reminded Soo-jong that she only had one chance, telling her to wait. My signal to cross the bridge and escape the barrier. Soo-jong asked anxiously if I'd be all right facing the killer alone. Seong-ho insisted he had no other choice. Since these vicious enemies often gain random special skills, someone had to stay behind to hold them off. He emphasized that if they couldn't get out, all their plans would be for nothing. After getting Soo-jong to the third floor, Seong-ho stood alone on the first, waiting for the enemy. His heart pounded louder and louder with the tension of the coming battle. He focused intensely, gripping his shield, ready for combat. Come on, then. Even though he clearly felt someone closing in, Seong-ho couldn't help but wonder why the opponent hadn't appeared yet. Suddenly, a massive section of the wall collapsed right in front of him, sending debris flying his way. He struggled to shield himself, only to be shocked to realize the special ability the killer had just acquired was wall phasing. From the center of the rubble, the butcher emerged, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. The killer swung his blade viciously, but Seong-ho quickly dodged by a hair's breadth. The relentless strikes forced him to stay completely focused, parrying every rapid attack, waiting for the right moment. Seizing his chance, Seong-ho slammed his shield directly into the guy's face. A massive impact caused the killer's head to snap back, yet he casually snapped his neck back into place. Back to the original position, those red eyes were as hollow as ever, as if he didn't feel a shred of pain. Seong-ho mused, realizing from his gaming experience that this level of damage wouldn't faze him at all. Because his mind was being controlled, this butcher had lost all sense of self and was fighting purely on primal instinct. The frantic slashes kept coming, but Seong-ho remained calm, blocking with his shield. He realized a tricky problem. This killer would only get stronger as his excitement level peaked. Even so, a fleeting thought of finishing him off right there crossed his mind. But Seong-ho firmly pushed it aside. To maximize the chance of taking down the mastermind, he told himself to strictly follow the plan, and continued to weather the storm of attacks. Seong-ho noticed the killer's Stage 2 excitement state was very close. The dark red aura surrounding him suddenly erupted. It carried a heavy, oppressive pressure. Not only did his strength increase, but his movement speed spiked as well, leaving him stunned when he saw the enemy right on top of him in a split second. Razor-sharp blades rained down on his defense, forcing Seong-ho to brace himself. He cursed under his breath, never expecting the guy to possess such a terrifying speed buff skill. Realizing he couldn't win a head-on confrontation while the enemy had the upper hand, he decided to trigger his first storage slot to pull out a support item, hoping to buy time until the effect wore off. A blinding flash of light exploded, momentarily disrupting the enemy's attack. Seong-ho quickly scrambled up the spiral staircase to find a better vantage point from above. Soo-jong nervously warned that the barrier was shrinking and hordes of zombies were closing in, sealing off every exit like living walls. Seong-ho firmly told her to keep watching outside until she got his signal. He would hold off this butcher on the second floor all by himself. Standing face to face with the Grim Reaper, Seong-ho noticed the dark aura around him had faded, but in exchange his excitement level had hit the absolute limit. He tightened his grip on his weapon, telling himself he only needed to hold on for a few more seconds until the perfect opening appeared. The killer charged like a gale, unleashing flaming red slashes that hammered down on his shield in a final attempt to end him. Seong-ho gritted his teeth, enduring the brutal impacts, telling himself to hold on just a little longer. The timing was coming. His heart pounded wildly, signaling that the enemy's excitement had hit its peak. The moment the killer left an opening, Seong-ho firmly grabbed his head and cheered inwardly, "Gotcha!" The Stage 3 excitement, he immediately shouted the signal. "Soo-jong now!" Soo-jong let out a breath, regained her composure, and made her move. "All right, I'm going." She put everything she had into a desperate sprint toward the shrinking gap in the barrier. Below the bridge, countless zombies were screeching, forming a suffocating wall of flesh. Right at the edge of the crimson boundary, ignoring the undead reaching out to tear her apart, Soo-jong darted through the dust like an arrow. She skillfully dodged those purple rotting hands and leaped out past the red border. She was overjoyed to realize she had truly escaped the death zone. But worry for Seong-ho washed over her when she looked back at the ruins and saw the zombies sealing every entrance. She panicked and yelled, "The zombies are blocking the exit completely! Get out of there, hurry!" From high above, Seong-ho shouted back, "Got it!" He quickly leaped through a large hole in the ceiling to find a way out. Immediately, a hand wreathed in red energy smashed through the floor, lashing out crazily. Seong-ho was stunned that this killer was insane enough to punch through the ceiling to pursue him. Standing in the swirling dust, he looked coldly toward the shadow approaching and calmly said, "Hey, Mr. Killer, that's enough, don't you think? We've fought long enough." The killer lunged again with bloodthirsty red intent, but Seong-ho had already slipped into the shadows. He coolly declared, "You won't find me." Aiming his gun straight at his target, he offered a sarcastic suggestion. "If you just lie there, I'll save some ammo, and you won't. Sounds fair, doesn't it?" "Nay." Seong-ho pulled the trigger with a final message. "Sleep for a few minutes. When you wake up, this world will look very different." Facing the wall of zombies sealing his exit, he gave the command. "Open gate!" A brilliant blue light exploded, blasting the horde of undead away to create a safe path. The moment he crossed over, he shouted, "Close gate!" cutting off the monster's pursuit. Sujong stared in shock as he charged through, stuttering, How did you get through that wall of zombies?" Sujong was still dazed. "I don't understand what's happening anymore." Seong-ho grabbed her hand firmly and urged, "You can figure it out later. Let's just run for now." He explained that once the battle barrier vanished completely, the zombies would truly see them as targets, and that killer surely wouldn't be taken down that easily. As Sujong headed toward home, Seong-ho gave a firm no, telling her they were heading straight for the shelter. As she stared in shock, he revealed his bold plan to force the killer into a head-on confrontation with Group C. As they crossed the ruins, Sujong nervously reminded him that the killer was under the control of Group C's leader, but Seong-ho was confident it was over, relying on the intel he had. Based on the tutorial video, he knew that once the deathmatch ended, all negative effects on the killer would vanish, meaning the brainwashing would be broken too. Sujong was stunned as the reality of his plan hit her. You were planning this from the very beginning?" Seong-ho flashed a sinister smirk, confirming she caught on fast. His goal was to use the killer to protect the shelter and make Group C pay. His eyes, Seong-ho's gaze, burned with determination as he declared, "Fighting injustice with injustice, that's fair, isn't it?" "Right?" As consciousness slowly returned to Kim Do-jun's mind, there was nothing but chaos and darkness. "What the hell am I doing as a technician?" His hands were trembling, clutching a ceramic weapon. Even worse, his body was covered in blood and grievous wounds. "How did I end up in this hellhole?" But the confusion passed in a flash. Fragments of memory began to piece together, from images of his happy family to the twisted face of the person who had manipulated him into committing such atrocities. Do-jun clutched his head in agony as the bastard's face came into focus. "Kwon Kyung-jun, he broke his promise and brainwashed me. Turned me into a heartless killing machine. The bastard." Do-jun gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a haunting, blood-red, murderous intent. "He forced me to live in hell while he happily went zombie hunting to level up like nothing ever happened." He roared with resolve, "Get ready. Today, I'm settling this blood debt with you." With those words, Do-jun dove off the high-rise, blade in hand, heading straight for his enemy. "I'll show him what playing dirty really means." Meanwhile, in another spot, Sujong nervously asked Seong-ho if setting off fireworks was really necessary, as it was making Group C fall into a state of extreme alert. Seong-ho replied calmly, "That's exactly what I want." He explained that he needed to stir things up, until the leader of Group C lost his cool, making him too distracted to realize he'd completely lost control of the killer. Sujong couldn't help but marvel at how far ahead he had calculated in such a short time. Seong-ho told her to keep an eye on the other Group C members, while he went to find the right moment to pinpoint the leader's exact position. At that moment, the man burning with absolute rage, Kim Do-jun, had finally arrived. With eyes glowing deep red with killing intent, he charged like a whirlwind toward his enemy. Seong-ho silently mocked Kyung-jun's unchanging arrogance. The guy was still just sitting in his chair, surrounded by his underlings. A violent purple light erupted as Do-jun put his full weight into a descent from midair. Kyung-jun stared in shock at the one who caused the massive blast. Right in front of him, he crashed to the ground. Do-jun roared, "What? How the hell did you end up here?" Looking at Do-jun's threatening shadow, Kyung-jun began to panic and screamed in fear, "Stay back! Kim Do-jun, back off now or you'll regret this!" "Save your breath," Do-jun replied coldly, and a massive crimson barrier instantly enveloped the area, locking Kyung-jun inside. He could only scream in despair. "What the hell is going on?" The lackeys scrambled to help their leader. "Boss, are you okay?" "No." Kim Kyung-jun gritted his teeth and ordered them back to keep a safe distance. He realized with bitterness that while he didn't know how, it was clear that Kim Do-jun had completely broken free from his mind control. In a heartbeat, Do-jun swung his glowing red blade with devastating force, cutting down anyone in his way in a single strike. Even after realizing the brainwashing was undone, Kyung-jun remained terrifyingly calm. He calculated that within this deathmatch barrier, no one could escape. And this was the perfect opportunity to finish off Kim Do-jun and claim all his skills and experience. He roared orders at his men. "Pin him down! Don't let him move!" The men in suits answered in unison and threw themselves at him like moths to a flame. Kim Do-jun, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent, offered a scornful smirk. "You don't even realize you've been used as a pawn, you idiots." Without a moment's hesitation, a brutal sword strike descended, leaving his obstacles screaming in agony. He walked coldly through the pool of blood. Sending Kyung-jun into a panic, he frantically urged the archers, "What are you idiots standing around for? Attack him now!" Arrows whistled through the air, embedding themselves in Do-jun's chest, but he kept walking calmly and spat out, "Useless." Sensing the losing position, Kyung-jun quickly pulled out a Molotov cocktail and ordered his men to bring more. He cruelly forced his underlings, "Stop him! Don't let him get near me, even if you have to throw your lives away." The lackeys rushed in, trembling, to pin Do-jun down from behind. Cowards!" Do-jun clicked his tongue in contempt. Kim Kyung-jun smirked triumphantly. "What are you yapping about? Your biggest mistake was not finishing me off right from the start. The victory has been mine since that very moment." Kyung-jun laughed maniacally, claiming that someone like Do-jun couldn't do anything to him since the rule of the death match was that you couldn't run away. He was confident, still having plenty of underlings ready to act as human shields to hold him back. Kyung-jun lit the Molotov as he spoke. With a final word, he threw the bottle with all his might at his target, just before the fire erupted violently at his feet. Kim Do-jun just coldly uttered one cryptic question, "A mistake, you say?" Amidst the raging flames, Kim Do-jun stood firm despite his body reaching its limit, and he wheezed in pain. "I don't know that word, because the reason I came here was to die anyway." Kim Kyung-jun smirked cruelly, trying to dig into his opponent's pain. "Oh, is that so? Or is it because your wife and kid died on the very first day of the apocalypse, huh?" Arrows kept hitting him, stripping away his ability to resist. In his final moments, Do-jun whispered a thank you. Because of that mysterious savior's sudden arrival, he really did show up here. "Thank you for setting me free and letting me die with my dignity intact." His body collapsed onto the cold ground, his final breath released in peace. Kyung-jun gritted his teeth in fury, realizing his mind control spell had been completely dispelled. He roared like a madman. Some bastard had broken his hold. "Listen up, just Kim Do-jun isn't enough." "That's enough! Do you dare try to snatch the loot right in front of me now?" He clenched his fists. Kyung-jun looked around the empty courtyard, roaring like a wounded beast. "Where are you hiding, you dirty little rat?" He glared up at the sky. He swore that if he found him next time, he would tear him into 100 pieces. Amidst the city's ruins, Seong-ho and So-yeon walked quietly as the battle concluded. Seong-ho sighed. Today was a long day. So-yeon wearily agreed. He decided to move, feeling that if he stayed here any longer, he'd surely lose his life. Seong-ho planned to find a place nearby, close to Hyun-jun's area for mutual support. Suddenly, So-yeon stopped. She bowed her head low and sincerely expressed, "Seong-ho, even though I have a dozen questions for you, but I still want to sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving my life." Seong-ho just laughed it off and waved his hand, telling her not to worry about it. He insisted that without So-yeon keeping careful watch from above, they couldn't have escaped so easily. Recalling when she signaled about the direction the zombies and the faction were approaching from, Song-ho felt this coordination was essential. When So-yeon asked why he let the other faction off the hook, he just secretly smiled and said it was his intuition. Song-ho held a finger to his lips suggestively, firmly stating that before long they would destroy each other on their own. After the incident, at the hideout, Song-ho decided to take 3 days to rest. Even though his survival instinct skill didn't trigger, his body was completely exhausted after that suffocating confrontation. With the killer, however, that did not mean he just laid around lazily. The system notified Song-ho that he had officially reached level 16 and received 200 potential points. At the same time, he unlocked the creature tracking skill for the area. On the very first day, after inventorying the loot from the killer, he spent 300 points to acquire a top-tier weapon, an orichalcum short sword with eternal durability and terrifying sharpness. Getting a weapon to protect yourself is for the best. As long as you're alive, there's hope. While setting traps to hunt razor-tooth wild boars, Song-ho suddenly received a message from Bunny. This warrior was in a remote northern location and excitedly boasted that the zombies there were weak and there were tons of free experience points. By the second day, Song-ho and his beetle swarm got to work repairing the damaged reinforced plastic shield. Afterward, he and his little partner used a drone to scout the goblin nest to the northwest to map out the hidden pitfalls that they had carefully concealed under the foliage. By the third day, Song-ho spent time tending to his bell pepper garden in his personal space and was surprised to see the plants in the other world growing miraculously fast. Early on the fourth day, as usual, he stepped out onto the balcony to exchange information, but felt like something was wrong. Jo Hyun's paper airplane didn't move as nimbly as it usually did this time. Song-ho curiously picked it up and went dead silent when he saw a thick letter inside. Looking at the content, he exclaimed in shock, "What a rude jerk! Just because he's on Hyunjun's team, he can act like this?" Song-ho gritted his teeth in anger, thinking about how much he had benefited from his supplies and information only to repay it with betrayal. In a dark moment, he even thought about finishing him off himself, but quickly calmed himself down. No. Don't let hatred turn me into someone like Kim Kyung-jun. Song-ho tried to brush off the emotions to view the situation as calmly as possible. According to what Jo Hyun revealed, Lee Kyung-hoon was constantly provoking and directly confronting Hyunjun on everything, plotting to take over the team's leadership position. Song-ho realized Kyung-hoon and Bora were secretly colluding. Together, he told himself there would soon be a suitable opportunity to get rid of them with a valid reason. He couldn't let Dr. So-yeon be alone forever either, but that time had not yet come. Song-ho reminded himself to keep a cool head, not let emotions dictate him, and act on his own terms. At this moment, his top priority was cleaning out the goblin nest in the middle of the old forest. He asked softly, "Dingo, are you ready?" The little wolf gave a spirited bark in response. The dog was very smart. Raising him wasn't a waste of food at all. Song-ho affectionately rubbed Dingo's head and remarked that the little guy's bark was much more courageous now that he had matured. Turning to the beetle swarm bustling forward, he asked if they had finished their scouting mission. The red beetle held up the report, confirming there were 3 hobgoblins and 18 regular goblins guarding the nest. Seeing the beetles acting worried because of the sheer number of enemies, Song-ho laughed confidently. "Hey, you little guys really don't know who you're dealing with yet." He shrugged, asserting that he wasn't as weak as he looked. Furthermore, his bad mood today made him decide to attack fast and hard. "Watch closely. This is how a goblin nest gets wiped out." He focused intently, aiming his gun barrel straight at the monster base lurking in the distance. A gunshot rang out, and a goblin quickly fell, causing the rest of the group to jump, not understanding what had just happened. Not giving the enemy time to recover, Song-ho and Dingo charged into battle like a whirlwind. Sharp sword strikes flew out, sweeping away the goblins amidst their miserable shrieks. In the middle of the fray, he didn't forget to remind him, "Dingo, follow the plan, got it?" Dingo lunged like an arrow, leaping over rocks and letting out a booming howl. The noise immediately caused the hobgoblins in the camp to turn around in surprise. Song-ho smiled inwardly because the lure plan had been a complete success. Taking advantage of the enemy's vulnerability, Song-ho quietly moved to the flank. He drew his bow, continuously firing fatal arrows that made the goblins collapse amidst the screaming. The monster formation was completely chaotic from the surprise ambush from an unexpected direction. Seong-ho noticed the enemy had significantly dwindled and was suffering. Facing various negative effects, he decided this was the ideal time to test out his brand new weapon. Pulling out the energy core block and drawing his short sword, little Ori began to glow brilliantly. He leaped high into the air, bringing down a thunderous strike right into the center of the goblin nest. A horrific explosion wiped out all resistance. In the blink of an eye, as the dust and smoke cleared, Seong-ho panted, muttering to himself that cleaning up a battlefield was always much more tiring than the actual fight. A swarm of beetles flew over, buzzing with excited cheers. Now that their revenge was settled, the bugs could go back to work with peace of mind. Receiving a system notification of 60 points left, Seong-ho feeling a bit disappointed. However, the bugs led him straight to a secret storage area. Seong-ho was stunned to find a room completely filled with firebirds, firewood, and even some new toxic toads. He smiled with satisfaction, knowing this hunting trip had yielded a massive harvest for both Zedog and Dingo. Seong-ho walked heavily along the dirt path. Sweat poured down his face under the scorching, blazing sun. He pressed an ice pack against his head to cool down while quietly marveling at how this heat wave had truly reached record-breaking levels. Come to think of it, everything about this was so strange. Because over in the other world, the weather was so freezing that the lake's surface iced over, yet the forests remained lush and green, and crops grew at an astonishing pace. Clearly that land harbored a mystical kind of power, something he still couldn't fully comprehend. But the reality he was facing right now was just as bizarre, seeing as the zombies here didn't revive at all after being taken down. Just like in a video game, this fact led Seong-ho to a hypothesis that regular zombies and enhanced zombies wouldn't just spawn randomly unless certain specific conditions were met. Those conditions might be the appearance of creepers and keepers at dawn, or the summoning of mutant zombies during the tutorial stages. In short, once this guy shows up, then only then does the other guy appear, huh? A sudden thought flashed through his mind, causing Seong-ho to halt in his tracks. If he were to build a shelter in a completely isolated location with 0 zombies around, would their attack waves still happen or not? Furthermore, based on the changes from the weekly update while he was away, event rewards like Speed Zone or First Skin had probably been completely overhauled. Deductions kept chasing one another inside the head of the veteran player who was deeply engrossed in his theories. Before long, Seong-ho arrived at the rice processing complex. His gaze lit up upon seeing the warehouse packed to the brim with grains and animal feed right next to the warp gate. He whispered to himself that he definitely had to let Hyun-jun know about this precious location. Afterward, Seong-ho tightened his gloves, decisively preparing for the next task. All right, let's get started. With this much food, there is no way we are going to starve to death. The next morning, Seong-ho kicked off his day with his regular physical training regimen because he knew that keeping up his habits was the key to maintaining peak condition, especially in the middle of an apocalypse. Huffing and puffing through his push-ups, he told himself he would turn today into an energetic workday. Right now, there were 3 major things that Seong-ho always prioritized. First was maintaining contact with Ju-hyun. Reading the note, he learned that the kid's previous letter had been forced out of him by Kyung-hoon. At the same time, he gathered crucial intel that Dr. Soo-jun would be moving to Rio Apartments this afternoon. The second task was going scouting in the woods with Dingo. Over in the other world, seeing that the little wolf had genuinely caught a wild boar, Seong-ho shouted out with excitement. "Oh, did you really catch one, little buddy? Looks like we're having boiled pork belly today." The final routine task was checking Bunny's location and saying hello through the system interface. However, while opening the auction house menu during his meal, Seong-ho was shocked to discover someone had used the top priority slots to turn items into a public bulletin board. Curious, he clicked on the comment section and saw a massive wave of people loudly doing roll calls from check-in 7 all the way to check-in 11. Witnessing this sudden surge in active users, Seong-ho couldn't help but feel worried. Since when did so many people start logging in like this? He realized this was genuinely a big problem and decided he needed to find a way to test how this system actually operated. Savoring his delicious plate of boiled pork, he fell deep into thought. Since Bunny was an attention seeker, tracking down his location wouldn't be too hard. But not being able to send direct private messages right now was a massive obstacle. Since both of them were way too busy, they hadn't managed to set up any private codes or exclusive communication signals with each other yet. Under these circumstances, Seong-ho knew he first had to figure out how many people were actually using the auction house. Since the system guaranteed absolute anonymity, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone was deliberately faking traffic. To test this out himself, he decided to drop an item that would instantly catch the crowd's attention. A bag of ice cubes was the absolute best choice. It met the cooling demand during a record-breaking heatwave without blowing his personal cover. Seong-ho believed that if he listed this item at a ridiculously low price, those freaks would definitely go completely crazy over it. He firmly hit the confirmation button to list the bag of ice, starting at 5 points on the system screen to see how many fish would take the bait. Heh 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 heh. Seong-ho held his breath, folding his arms as he watched the community's reaction the moment the ice pack went live. Notification chimes rang continuously, making him excitedly blurt out, "Oh man, the reaction blew past my expectations." A flurry of skeptical comments started popping up, densely filling the screen. What the heck, actual ice? Who the hell is selling this kind of stuff on the auction house anyway? No way. Looks totally fake, damn it. Starting at 5 points? Forget this clown. Some people questioned where on earth anyone could get ice in this insane South Korea heat. They even suspected it was an imported item from abroad, but that theory was quickly shot down. Because the game had only just launched here, and there was no way any player could have reached level 15 this fast. The wave of criticism grew increasingly harsh. Buying this is pure idiocy. Do you guys realize you need to kill 3 whole zombies just to earn 6 points? I'm really craving a cold cola, but I'm not buying that. They've definitely got an artifact-type trait. Please, lower the price by 1 point. This is such a scam. Some people are even comparing you to some jerk. The atmosphere in this forum turned chaotic. Watching the comment speed skyrocket, Song-ho guessed there had to be at least 10 people checking the auction house right now. Hey, it's not like just one person is messing around. You've already caught 10 fish, big and small. The blatant insults from that crowd made Seong-ho furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted at the screen. "I'm not forcing anyone to buy this. Who told you guys you had to buy it?" Forget listening to those insults. He roared in frustration. "Do you have any idea how much effort it takes to chisel ice from the lake and carefully cut it with a wire saw into such small pieces like this?" Feeling that arguing was pointless, Seong-ho tiredly rubbed his head, intending to take the item down to put an end to it. Just then, a notification bell rang out of nowhere. "The ice bag has been sold. You have received 4.5 points. Seong-ho froze in shock, stuttering to himself. Huh? Which idiot? No, wait. Which honorable customer bought it? The new owner of the ice bag was revealed to be a captivating woman in a brilliant red dress. She casually pressed the ice-cold bag against her face and sighed with satisfaction. I can't even remember the last time I felt something this cool. Really, people with money are just different. They sure know how to enjoy life. Ignoring the taunts of idiot or crazy from the broke losers in the chat, she disdainfully told them to worry about themselves first instead of judging others. The woman stood up with authority, a dark purple bewitching energy surging to cover the entire ruined neighborhood. As she activated her zombie-dominating skill before the swarm of undead with glowing red eyes bowing at her feet, she coldly ordered, "You guys know what to do, right?" Under the control of that magical purple energy, the zombies started slaughtering each other madly, turning the neighborhood into a horrific battlefield. Notifications saying, "You have received 2 points," appeared, rapidly filling the system screen of the mysterious woman. She calmly watched the fruits of her loyal minions' labor without breaking a sweat. Sitting back on her luxurious armchair amidst the rubble, the girl in the red dress softly mused about how easy it was to earn points, while everyone else out there is still struggling and fighting for every little thing. Suddenly, she clicked her tongue in regret as she looked down at the bag of water in her hand, realizing the precious ice she just bought had completely melted in the sweltering heat. Curiosity about the identity of the ice seller started to sprout within her. She wondered if he was someone with an ice-type ability or a genius artifact-type user. A calculating smile appeared on her beautiful face. She decided to cast a line to see who this ice seller really was. Her fingers with vivid red nails decisively tapped the contact icon on the virtual screen. With an alluring tone, she officially revealed herself with the nickname Dark Boot and sent a greeting full of hidden meaning. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she sent a direct question. "Hey, ice-selling guy, where are you right now?" "That ice seller, where are you currently?" The provocative message from the girl in the red dress appeared, leaving Seong-ho stunned. He didn't expect to accidentally catch such a big fish, a true veteran in the survival life world. The whole chat immediately exploded at the appearance of such a top-tier player. Some were admiring, some suspicious, and some even invited her to join the base in Seoul, but Darkboot didn't care. She only urged Xiang-ho to quickly list more ice because the heat was driving her crazy. Xiang-ho squinted at the intense reactions on the screen, thinking that even if he couldn't verify if it was real, the chaos was definitely real. When someone tried to intervene, Dark Boot bluntly declared she only wanted the ice cellar and hurled an extremely rude threat. "Shut up, you idiot, before I shove something through you." Witnessing that familiar venomous tongue, Xiang-ho laughed, confirming, "It really is Dark Boot. There's no mistaking this girl. Still keeping that crazy personality, ready to curse anyone who dared to stand in her way." Dark Boot began to lose patience. She demanded he answer immediately within 10 seconds, or else he'd see her snap. Xiang-ho quietly evaluated that she was indeed the type of bully who only bowed to those stronger than her, exactly like her personality in the game back then. Even so, he decided to keep his identity hidden because he didn't want to get caught up in unnecessary pressure and misunderstandings. "Yeah, only a fool would reveal themselves like that," Xiang-ho messaged back decisively. "I will list more ice, but I have no intention of revealing myself." Dark Boot smirked maliciously, asserting that once she had him in her sights, he wouldn't have a choice. Xiang-ho only responded with a cryptic warning. "Don't get too shocked." Seeing the other party wouldn't budge, Dark Boot angrily urged him to list the items quickly. Xiang-ho quickly tapped the confirm button to list the ice bag for 5 points, secretly hoping to finish the trade quickly before that bunny princess could log in and cause more trouble. But speak of the devil, and the devil appears. A brilliant message popped up. "The queen has arrived!" Just Dark asked for her identity, and the response made Xiang-ho exclaim at the unbelievable coincidence. "It's me, Bunny Princess." Dark Boot immediately suspected this was an imposter because the real Bunny would never talk so politely like that. Bunny hastily made excuses that she had her own reasons not to reveal it. Watching how Bunny tried to keep her promise about speaking nicely, Dark Boot suddenly realized something very unusual. She pondered the word teammate that Bunny had just mentioned and suddenly understood the truth about the connection between him and the ice cellar. Her eyes sparkled with calculation. Seeing the bags of ice being listed and disappearing from the auction list, she had vaguely guessed the identity of this cheeky seller by the way he calmly chatting with the veterans without flinching. She cracked her knuckles, calling him a little brat, and scolded him, saying that after everything they'd been through, he could just ignore her and vanish from the group like that. "Bunny, should we stop by your restaurant?" Bunny, who's still way up north, replies that they're on their way but will be running a little late. Xiang-ho breaks into a cold sweat while staring at the screen. He thinks to himself, after all the chaos at the auction house, if all 10,000 survivors are going to gather here, they might as well just hold a face-to-face meeting. Xiang-ho sets off for the apartment complex to help Dr. Sujong move in. On his way, he notices the windows are blacked out and curtains are drawn tight, confirming that the difficulty of the tutorial phase has been lowered. There are more survivors than he expected. Another key point is that the zombies in the central area don't respawn after being killed, even though the populated areas now have become lawless zones. Still, Xiang-ho realizes that as long as they're careful, they don't need to leave just yet. Lost in thought, he's suddenly interrupted by Mikyung calling out from above. "Oh, Xiang-ho!" she beams, waving him over to join her, Sujong, and Juhyun for a meal. Xiang-ho enters the room with a stern, aggressive look on his face, making Juhyun tremble as he asks why he looks so terrifying. Xiang-ho thinks to himself that the kid really has no clue. "What?" Juhyun was just showing off that his ability has been upgraded to teleport 2 people at once, and he used it to help Sujong move in today. However, Xiang-ho immediately points to the injury on the kid's hand and demands to know why he was hiding it. Juhyun panics, making excuses that he just accidentally got hurt moving boxes earlier. Xiang-ho cuts him off firmly. "If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. It's obvious that's not what happened." He turns to Sujong, looking for the truth. The doctor calmly confirms, "That's right. Specifically, that's a wound from a crossbow bolt. I've already treated it." Ignoring Juhyun's attempts to stop her, Sujong insists that he can't hide anything from Xiang-ho. She emphasizes that this absolutely wasn't an accident. Someone had deliberately shot at him. Xiang-ho, shocked, repeats, "Deliberately?" Mikyung begins to recount what happened about an hour ago. She was moving large items to the rooftop with her ability, while Juhyun was in charge of moving smaller crates on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out, giving Mikyung a bad feeling, so she rushed to check. From above, she saw that Juhyun had already been attacked. The culprits were a group of 3 people in climbing gear, one of them even brandishing a crossbow to threaten him. Mikyung tells Seong-ho for certain that this was clearly a deliberate attack, not a coincidence. Seeing his teammate bullied, Seong-ho can't help but be outraged. He grinds his teeth, thinking, "Those bastards! How dare you lay a hand on the people I've worked so hard to nurture?" To him, these people aren't just friends. They also play a vital role in his long-term survival strategy. Seong-ho mentally maps out everyone's position in the team. Joo-hyun will be the eyes and ears. Mikyung handles transportation, and Sujong will be the one to heal him when he's hurt. Even though he only knows there are 3 people in climbing gear for now, Song-ho has decided to eliminate them soon to prevent further trouble. Meanwhile, Joo-hyun quietly confides to Mikyung that although Seong-ho and Sujong are technically outsiders, he feels like they are genuine members of a combat squad. Mikyung just listens, silently agreeing with that sentiment. Sujong suddenly wonders about the absence of Director Hyungjun, assuming he would have come here. Joo-hyun scratches his head, explaining that according to the schedule, Kyung-hoon and Bora were supposed to stay and guard the base, but they suddenly left on their own, violating group rules. When Seong-ho asks about their location, both Mikyung and Joo-hyun shake their heads helplessly, not knowing where they went. Song-ho sighs in frustration and asks if Joo-hyun's paper doll is at the base. Getting a confirmation, he stands up resolutely, deciding to go find Hyungjun immediately since he has an important item he needs to give the senior. Joo-hyun immediately activates his scout ability and announces that all 3 are currently gathered at the base. He urges everyone to go check it out immediately, because the situation seems extremely tense. Through the paper doll's eyes, Joo-hyun notices they are glaring at each other with hostility, with their physical enhancement abilities already activated. Seong-ho stares into space, realizing that the perfect excuse to act has finally arrived. He firmly orders Mikyung to use Blink to take them both directly inside the base immediately. Mikyung hesitates, asking if they should observe a bit longer before acting. Seong-ho insists they must prevent any bloodshed that might happen right now. He grabs Mikyung's hand, and she responds decisively, "Understood." A massive purple flash erupts, teleporting them both instantly through space. In a blink, due to the rough landing, Seong-ho sprawls onto the floor and groans from back pain. Their sudden appearance shocks the 3 people inside. Seong-ho pats the senior on the shoulder to reassure him, saying he'll explain later. Then he coldly demands that Kyung-hoon stop his aggressive behavior immediately. Kyung-hoon roars in fury, arguing that an outsider like him has no right to interfere in the group's internal affairs. He claims that if they leave, the team's combat strength will drop significantly, but Seong-ho calmly cuts him off. That won't be the case. Seong-ho declares loudly that the reason is that both he and Dr. Sujong are officially joining this team, ready to establish a new order for the group starting this very second. Right, there needs to be order. We can't keep having internal infighting, right, guys? Kyung-hoon sneers mockingly, unable to believe that Seong-ho would dare to join just to take his place. He thinks Seong-ho is just spouting nonsense, but Seong-ho keeps his cool and insists that if you listen carefully, this proposal isn't unreasonable at all. Seong-ho demands that both sides immediately deactivate their physical enhancements so they can talk to each other seriously like normal human beings, even though Kyung-hoon was extremely annoyed by this order. But Hyungjun decisively agreed to go along with it first. The moment Hyungjun reined in his blazing red aura and declared that fighting right now was pointless, Kyung-hoon's extreme frustration flared up all over again. He bitterly admitted that he absolutely hated the current situation. Kyung-hoon begrudgingly shut off the electric current crackling around his body and turned to chew out Hyungjun for always nodding along, agreeing with everything Seong-ho said while constantly shooting down all of his own ideas. Faced with this unfairness, Hyungjun calmly explained that it was simply because the advice given by Seong-ho aligned better with the group's best interests, and if Kyung-hoon was right, he would be more than ready to back him up all the way too. Easy there, big guys. Cool your jets and keep it chill. He coldly reminded them that no matter the minute details of the situation, they still had a responsibility to the whole team. Faced with Kyung-hoon's clueless look and dismissive attitude, Seong-ho suddenly radiated a terrifying pressure that made his opponent shiver down to the bone. He firmly asserted that in this apocalyptic era, responsibility was something that needed to be valued more than ever before. Seong-ho relentlessly listed off a series of grave violations. From defying orders and abandoning guard duty to secretly communicating with other groups, while declaring that all of that was more than enough grounds to kick their asses out of the team immediately. Seong-ho turned to Hyung-jun for his input to lock in this ruthless verdict. While the older Hyung was still sitting in heavy silence, weighing his thoughts, Bora suddenly piped up with excuses, claiming it was all just one massive misunderstanding. She desperately insisted that those actions were actually all for the greater good of the group, meant to get them close to the auction house to gather intel as fast as possible. Bora flashed a sly smile, brushing it off as just a difference in approach methods, and they even had to sacrifice their own hides for the team's growth. Kyung-hoon immediately chimed in with a smug look to try and excuse his own shady behavior. Bora kept right on making excuses, arguing that cozying up to the veterans was necessary, even deliberately dragging Seong-ho into it by claiming that his communication with Ju-hyun was no different from what they were doing. Seeing Seong-ho getting insulted, Mi-kyun immediately stepped up to defend him fiercely. She asserted that Seong-ho hadn't just helped everyone out since before the disaster, but right now he was still sharing supplies and news without asking for anything in return. Mi-kyun bluntly questioned whether the creeps Kyung-hoon was colluding with would ever do a single thing for the group the way Seong-ho had. Seong-ho had to step in and stop her, claiming that wasn't the main point of the argument, but Kyung-hoon quickly bowed his head in a fake apology. He admitted he was wrong to compare Seong-ho to those strangers, but still stubbornly insisted his actions weren't driven by selfish motives. Just as Kyung-hoon was about to spin some twisted logic to gloss over the whole mess, Hyung-jun coldly cut him off and asked what right he had to call all the shots by himself. Hyung-jun firmly declared that if he had to choose between a bunch of backstabbers and Seong-ho, he would definitely choose his close younger brother every single time. Kyung-hoon looked shaken and tried to speak up, but Hyung-jun placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, making it clear this wasn't just some heat-of-the-moment rant, but their absolute last chance to part ways on decent terms. He even generously offered to help them haul their gear if they packed up and got lost. Right this second. Both Kyung-hoon and Bora were left stunned by the offer, while Hyung-jun started tearing down the real reason they were still hanging around here. Because you're sweating bullets over whether you'll be allowed to loot the supplies, aren't you? Hyung-jun saw right through the guy's guts, having coached him as his personal trainer. For 3 years, it only took one look for him to read what scheme was brewing in that skull. Hyung-jun wanted to wrap this up clean so they could still look each other in the eye down the road. Realizing they were cornered with nowhere else to run, Kyung-hoon had no choice but to pack up and leave without another peep. The two of them silently walked out, leaving a hollow door slam echoing through the room. Good riddance to those ungrateful freeloaders. Hyung-jun plopped down on the floor, totally wiped out, saying he would sort out the remaining gear himself and thanking Seong-ho for keeping things from blowing up into a bigger disaster. Seeing the naive, clueless expression on his younger brother's face, the older Hyung gave a bitter laugh, knowing full well that Seong-ho had just been probing his reaction all along. In truth, he had already planned to settle Kyung-hoon's case once and for all anyway. Seong-ho looked pensively at his Hyung, firmly promising that if he were granted full operational freedom, he would officially join the team in the near future. Hearing that confirmation, both Hyung-jun and Mi-kyun burst into joy because they finally got a nod from their close friend. Seong-ho mentioned he needed a couple more weeks to watch how things played out. The situation, but assured them that teaming up was entirely possible if everyone stayed put around this area. Seeing that everyone had finally regained their fighting spirit, Hyung-jun asked Mi-kyun to fetch Dr. Soo-jeon and Ju-hyun so they could map out their next moves together. Seong-ho quietly smiled, pulling a thick notebook out of his pocket and telling himself that their high spirits took a load off his mind, at least partially. Standing right here and now, a clear head saves 70% of the battle, doesn't it? Oh, I brought one more surprise gift along. Seong-ho decisively pulled out a diary containing all his blood, sweat, and tears, leaving Hyung-jun and Mi-kyun staring in sheer astonishment.